Chapter 61. Victim of the territory, blue dragon sword wielded in his one hand. Toward the man chattering without rest, Capella lightly tilted her head, three-plaited braid long and dark spilling upon her white shoulder. With arms folded as if to emphasize her plump chest, she bent forward, casting a mesmerizing gaze toward the man wearing the helmet, using that mesmerizing gaze to tempt a man's eyes. Even knowing it was a trap, it would still drive a man's instincts wild. However, even with such a demonic scheme, whether or not it would be effective would depend on the opponent. Ow. That erotic pose is indeed a little bit, but if your goal is to seduce me, it's useless, you know. For a hardcore virgin, to make me thirst after a passerby one-chan has such a high difficulty that I'm practically laughing. Capella. To demean your own frivolous words as well as moderate restraint. Setting aside whether or not this lovely lady's goals apply for you, a man who gives the impression of not eating this up, putting on that act of a harlequin to induce carelessness in your opponent. Just what is that thick thing meant for? Ow. Women shouldn't be spouting dirty jokes like that. It's a real turnoff. Capella. Capella's provocative seeming gaze from this man's response turned into an expression of speechlessness. This measure of surprise quickly dissipated as well, and Capella laughed as if happy from the bottom of her heart. Capella! Kia-ha-ha! What is that? That remark at that age and that demeanor, that maiden of your dreams lives on, only within your chest. You too are one of those people whose exterior doesn't conform to your interior. Aren't you, without doubt, a flower in a greenhouse? Kaya, how unworthy. Al, though I apologize for interrupting your show, don't make me say it so many times. I'm not in the mood today. I couldn't really tell you if you asked me when is it that I'm in the mood particularly today, so. Toward the one posturing like so, Capella who was tapping her feet. The man. Al's attitude became extremely complex and irritated. Rather than posturing, it seemed to be a manner of dissatisfaction with this task from the bottom of his heart. Rather different from the two people from above on this point. This led Capella to become increasingly incredulous. Capella, not in the mood, finding this a bother, and yet not clearing the way. Your words are truly full of contradictions. In that case, why the hell are you still in the company of a raucous maniac like myself? Al. The nerve of you to say it yourself. You raucous maniac. Capella, of course it'll be said. From this lovely lady's perspective, in any case, absolutely everything that exists in this world is just a way to pass time. You are all in entirety, ultimately objects of this lovely lady. The lovely lady's love is boundless, filled with mercy, because everything aside from seeking love from this lovely lady is unnecessary. Anything else, do with it as you like. Spreading her arms, Capella with an expression as if a poisonous flower laughed sweetly. Al, who was looking at this smile, with a whoosh dropped the blade of the blue dragon sword, twisting his neck so that his bones made a crack, spat out a long sigh with an, Al. You are rather different from the other sins I've known. Capella. Oh my, you've seen other meats rotted beyond rot. That perverted female meat who resents her own longing? That virgin bastard with minuscule vessel? That low-life brat of bizarre eating with vile character? Or was it that sick in the head, sick in consciousness, sick in thought, self-proclaimed spirit? No matter which for companions, they're the absolute worst choices. Haven't your parents taught you? Choose your companions carefully. Al. Unfortunately, my current friends are types my parents warned me about. Ella. That too still deserves condolences. Even the you like that will embrace this lovely lady's august love. Remove that helmet and reveal your face. Embrace and devote love to this lovely lady. No matter how contemned or rebuffed, Capella, who carried out the gestures of seeking love, was the epitome of a mind which sought love. Accepting the notion of the most extreme one-sided love that had, without regard of others, forcefully plundered love until now that had been referred to by a misnomer of love. Of course, answering to her love, which, rather than being called awkward, would be better described as completely disregarding of human nature, existed not a single person. Al raised the blue dragon sword that he had just lowered, slowly shaking his head. Al, apologies. I'm happy you feel that way, but the two of us are still unfamiliar with each other, and it'd be embarrassing if any odd rumors spread amongst my friends. Please accept my refusal. Capella, something like giving regard to the gazes of outsiders. Don't you still have quite the cute aspects? Is this lovely lady lacking here? And here there had been an impression of taking leave from garbage masochistic male meats who enjoy being ordered about by women. Al. Capella. Disregarding of others' harsh eyes. A body which could even be said to be filled with sensuality and violence. A stature shorter than this lovely lady currently is. A kind of lovely exposed skin. Although words changing along with mood. An inner character always held up with reason and confidence, which never grows meaninglessly arrogant, handing many tasks over to subordinates but rarely becoming reliant on them. Not lilikable, but not dislikable. The position and the woman both. While chattering on endlessly, Capella's figure metamorphosed, still maintaining ample flesh, shortening her height, clothing transforming into a bold dress which revealed shoulders and back, eyes on the face changing from sleepy to sharp. From her keen gaze overflowed an atmosphere of confidence. What appeared was a beautiful woman with long golden hair hanging loose. Associates from within the city, although not the appearance of any particular person, from some unknown place exuded an atmosphere similar to that of a woman whom Al associated with. Al. Capella. Oops. Not gold? At the very least, a Lugunica's characteristics would include golden hair. In that case, red, and orange it is. Observing Al's subtle reactions, Capella's hair color changed bit by bit, testing black, brown, green, blue, hesitating for a moment when it became red, then becoming orange. With just this, she had assumed an impression ridiculously similar to a very familiar woman. Al, how very hair-raising. From where have you met our princess? Capella. Never seen, never spoken to her, never even realized her existence. Merely deducing from your reactions the type of woman you like. This lovely lady is a woman who will give all you know. In order to be liked from a well-liked opponent, it's a matter of course to give you everything. Al. Speaking of reactions, my face is Capella. Voice, movements, speech patterns, angle of neck and line of sight. Attitude. From chatting understanding your attitude. Nature. Preferences. Al. Capella. One twitch or one movement, not missing a single one. Putting in the entirety of heart and spirit to be loved. This is the way this lovely lady utterly devotes her all. This lovely lady has already utterly devoted her all like this, so look at this lovely lady. Look only at this lovely lady. Don't look at anyone else. This lovely lady's face, body, voice, attitude, gestures, Alafalafet, should all be totally completely in line with your preferences. As she spoke, the voice of Capella, who had assumed Priscilla's appearance, gradually grew rough. Her claims were a straight line of desire to please, but a line too straight would become a love that would pierce right through its target. It seemed as if Al couldn't even respond with shaking his head or reply with words, could only ready his entire body's will to fight a response to Capella. At this silent answer, on Capella's face grew discouragement and contempt. Capella, you, selfish scum male meat? Which aspect of this lovely lady are you dissatisfied with? Al, don't misunderstand. I neither like you nor dislike you. Either way is fine. Sorry. That's a lie. As expected, you're disgusting, so I really don't like you. Capella. Ha! Ka! You fickle, rotting male meat. The right arm of Capella, who was stomping her feet, from her shoulder began to transform into the huge head of a wolf. The ferociously howling, beastly head, at speeds beyond what the eye could process, flew toward the frozen Al. In a moment, the fangs of the head, sharp as blades, completely shattered Al's upper body with a bite. In the instant before, Al's flew forward into the gap of approaching canine fangs, flying horizontally to escape. Capella, don't think you can escape with just that. Al, like I'd think that. The side, and then the back. From overhead the rolling Al, a powerful attack from a hand slammed down. A finger of those giant hands could compare to the height of a human, and being caught in its grip would be akin to being caught by a snake. However, this attack, too, was evaded by Al through jumping, and then the wolf's head whose fangs seemed to want to crush Al's waist returned, being exactly stopped by the blue dragon sword wielded behind his back. Al, hua dona! Without completely dispelling the momentum of the attacking beast, and maintaining his position of blocking with the blue dragon sword, Al's body slid forward. The half-incanted wall of earth rose from the ground, slamming directly from below into the right arm that had become a beast. The wolf whose lower jaw had been struck gave a wail, and the shift in mass of her right arm led to the collapse of Capella's entire form. Seeing this, Al, having dodged the left arm's forceful attack, rushed forward. Al, Dona. This side too, Dona. Capella. Okay. The Dona that Al incessantly launched was the lowest tier of earth magic. Whether in power or durability as a wall, both were perfectly aligned with its nature as the lowest tier of magic. Even so, Al still relied on this magic as his best tactic in actual combat, forming obstacles, blocking field of vision, forming a foothold. Exactly like he was doing in this moment. Al Ra. Ra. A solidly formed wall of earth hindered the movements of Capella's distant right and left arms. In addition, Capella's body itself was assaulted by a wall of dirt that obscured her frontal vision. Then, with preparations in place, Al rose into the air. Using speed and momentum from earth rising from the ground, launched forward as if with wings. In the instant when Capella, upon hearing these shouts, glanced overhead, a flash appeared upon her slender neck, her head flying away. A face similar to Priscilla's danced through the air, an exaggerated amount of blood spurting from the wound. Capella's blood had an unidentified effect of something seemingly poisonous, the very reason for Crucia's suffering. Of course, even with warning to not brush the excess of blood, Al. Who do you think you're fooling, you damn liar? Stepping into this pool of blood without lenience, Al stuck out his blue dragon sword. The tip of the blade did not hesitate in the slightest to reach through the back of the headless Capella, being yanked out from between bones in the chest, adding another fatal injury to an opponent who was supposed to have died. However, it could not stop at this. Al, take this. El Dona. Sweeping up the pierced body, Al, who flew forward, incanted with momentum. A level higher than Dona, an L-tier magic using the blue dragon sword as a launch point, to have it begin within Capella's body. Of course, Capella's body was unable to suppress the mass that swelled from inside and scattered in an explosion. Bang! With a foolish sound as if in a joke, Capella's body turned to shreds. Hands and feet scattered and flew away, pink viscera and bright red staining the entire underground space. In the frigid air, the pieces of meat even seemed to give off warmth, finally resulting in a result that one could walk away from. Al. House. That. At this point, its shoulders heaving as he caught his breath, Al spoke to Capella, who had become pieces of meat. Anything like this, a creature able to survive after being destroyed to this point, simply could not exist. Toward Al's declaration of victory, an existence that could respond did not exist. Or, at least that should have been. Capella. Excessive. No matter what, ordinarily things wouldn't go so far. Al. Damn it. The one that had received Al's insults of disgust, responding was that still airy yet wicked voice. The voice came not from flesh but from the direction of the head that had been initially severed. In other words, it came from the place where Capella's head had landed. Capella's head, from where it had rolled, remained on the ground as it joyously witnessed Al's reaction. Al. Sending your head flying, destroying your heart isn't enough. Isn't that breaking too many rules here? Capella. Head flying and heart destroyed would pose no problem to this lovely lady. Suddenly becoming so without a trace of tolerance is rare indeed. This lovely lady, right now, should be tempting you with your favorite face. Could it have been a slip of the eye? Or could it be that you are the type who expresses love by inflicting pain? Before the owl revealing feelings of helplessness, Capella's head righted itself. The severed head moved sluggishly, black flesh that couldn't possibly have been present gushing out. Forming a head as a pedestal, quivering flesh became limbs, black surfaces hidden from sight by white skin. Turning back to... no, completely transforming into a golden-haired maiden. Owl. And the pieces of meat scattered here? Capella. Since they're unnecessary, they can dissolve. Al looked on with amazement as the scattered pieces of flesh that had formed Capella's body started dissolving with a noise. The organs and limbs became a substance like black mud, bubbling as they disappeared. Even their method of disappearing inspired disgust to the point of aesthetic fatigue. Capella. Anyway, without hesitation, you severed my head indeed. The one from above? Seems to have been a fake. Wasn't there one whose comrade couldn't fight anymore? After taking this lovely lady's blood? Soaking in it like that, wasn't it scary? Al. It wasn't some kind of bluff, though I didn't know what conditions needed to be filled. Knowing that being dripped on wouldn't be the end is something I've already tested. Dodged like mad. And it was a waste. Capella. But you haven't shown even a trace of an attempt to avoid it. Al. It's something you couldn't know about. Head. Heart. If both don't work, next time that severed head will be crushed, no matter how many tries it takes. Al's extraordinarily tired sigh was even more pain than it had been before this battle had begun. This should have been due to the effect of Capella's tricks, extraneous burden that had been placed upon his shoulders after their meeting. In any case, not a trace of damage was left on Capella's freshly regenerated body. In addition to variation and transformation, a regenerative ability to the point of refusing death, with even the typically most fatal attacks on head and heart rendered ineffective, this was truly a genuine monster. However, difficult to kill did not equate undefeatable. Al. There are also methods like freezing the entire body to seal it, or some method like tossing it into the Great Cascade. Capella. Isn't despairing after failing to kill an opponent nice? Aren't you truly an incorrigible trash meat? But having motivation is well and good. Can you actually do it? Seems like you're good at petty tricks like dodging and escaping. Aren't you lacking a way to actually kill this lovely lady? Al. Indeed, even if I died 100 times, I wouldn't be able to kill you. In fact, I've already gone half of the way. But aren't you forgetting something? Al placed the blue dragon sword over his shoulder and gave a knock, his helmet making a clunking noise. He pointed his sword, and Capella's head, which had turned at this line, swiveled. He was pointing at the city hall, somewhere outside of it. Al. You originally intended to disrupt our home base. We can also imagine that your control tower is completely deserted, meaning that the ones who went to attack Lus will rush back shortly. As long as I keep up these time-buying tactics, naturally soon you'll be done with. Capella. Al. For your information, my abilities are okay for buying time, no? I'll try every means to keep you down, to trap you in here. So if you'd like to run your chances now. Al, locked in battle against Capella in solitude, used the imminent arrival of reinforcements to try to coerce his opponent into retreating. Upon hearing those words, Capella raised her eyebrow as if surprised, and toward her questioning attitude, Al also responded with a, Al. What's that? Your reaction. Even if you have some complaint about my suggestion from just now. Then, Capella, do you truly believe that this lovely lady who came alone into enemy territory wouldn't have prepared measures against the troops you sent out? Capella. Muscle Daruma and Swordswoman were placed along the way. Even amongst our puppets, those two are quite something. Can your reinforcements really get away so easily? L.H.K. The unforeseen development drew a sound from Al, who looked at the large hole overhead, as if seeing through his helmet to see his expression. Capella continued with a, By the way, Capella, the conversation mirror you had on you is sealed, you know. So even if you hurriedly tried to establish contact with anyone else, you wouldn't be able to reach anyone. Al, how did you do something like that? Capella. That magic device, the creator seems to have been a witch. Rumors about such legends have long been passed down in the witch cult, including things like disrupting the wavelength of the conversation mirror. Due to the nature of this unorthodox annoyance, the goal that Al had spoken fell empty, although Al had no way of ascertaining the truth of Capella's words. In truth, the two who had been sent from the city hall to take on Lust, Wilhelm and Garfiel, will sooner or later clash with her minions. The possibility of returning from a battle between monster and man could only be said to be extremely low, which was to say, Capella, lacking a means to fight back at a time like this. Isn't this about the end? Al, not having anything. Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. Al's vague answer. Capella revealed a faint trace of a small smile, and in the moment after, the faint smile melted. Once again, the form of the young girl became an amorphous piece of meat. And like this, Capella's mass grew exponentially. With a gurgling sound, Capella's form broke the limits of a human form, growing huge. Delicate maiden. Seductive woman. stern young man, serious warriors. Her flesh grew enormous with a momentum yet unseen, the underground space echoing with laughter. And then, appearing after a moment, was a dragon of black, whose body blended into the shadow. Al, I see. You could even turn into a dragon. Considering the fact that there were no divisions of rooms, the underground was much more spacious than the city hall had been. However, even a space like this could not accommodate the black dragon's huge body so easily. Hearing Al's low voice, the dragon narrowed its golden eyes, and Capella opened her mouth as if to respond to Al. From that mouth came a merciless, scorching breath. Shay. The breath of flame seemed to ignite the very air of the underground, as a white light forced its way close to Al. An incantation completely overpowered by the roaring sound created a wall of earth in the scope of that breath. However, faced with the overwhelming temperature, the wall failed to mount even a momentary defense before crumbling under the heat. However, Al's purpose did not lie there. Kahu. The jaw of the black dragon which had released the breath was hit by a suddenly rising wall of earth. The mouth that generated the breath was forced shut, and instead the black dragon scorched its own throat with its flame. Even so, the flame that the black dragon had spat out before its interruption continued to burn. On his back, which tried to escape the range of the heat, the green flame approached. Al. Damn it. Dona. Incanting alongside the stench of burning, a wall of earth suddenly slammed into Al's side. Using this momentum, Al, with a backside full of flame, was launched into a nearby waterway. Then the instant that his back brushed bottom surface of the waterway, another incantation brought a wall of earth, sending him flying out of the water. Al. The completely soaked Al flew from the waterway. In an instant, the razor claws of the black dragon had swept across the waterway's bottom, tossing up foam. The wall which carried Al out of the water burst into pieces. Although an evasive maneuver, the ferocious attack on Al continued as he endlessly avoided, using miraculous movements to evade in such an extremely small space, withstanding attacks from behind that should have been unforeseen. His body's lack of ability was supplemented by his own magic, as he continually avoided fatal injuries. Al. Dona. The now impatient dragon rotated its enormous body, mowing down with its tail. Faced with this battering wind that drew an arc, Al used multiple incantations to create 5 earthen walls toward his front. After reducing the threat of this attack as much as possible, he used his blue dragon sword to fend against injuries, swept up, and hitting the ground to roll several times before staying down. The dramatic rolling movements lessened on his body, and Al stood with the blue dragon sword as a crutch. However, the damage had not been completely offset. Hurriedly through the gap at the bottom of his slanted helmet, a large quantity of vomit spilled. Al. Damn it, on the victim's side this time. Really out of luck here. Capella. Doesn't seem that way, though. Considering your abilities, there's a kind of incomprehensible stupidity in staunchly standing with allies. Toward Al, who sighed over his current situation, the black dragon Capella gave a rather uncomprehending praise. Even from her perspective, Al's desperate defensive battle held an inexplicable sense of bothersome violation. Attacks that should not have been seen through, pursuits that should not have been imagined. Al had all along been using his own ability to survive as long as possible, as if he'd long known all those choices. However, neither had the leisure to pursue those idle thoughts for now. As for why, Capella? Isn't this rather a bit too much? The reason why Capella, who raised her head, would say so were the faint vibrations transmitted from the surface of the ground, and then were fatal sounds coming from the city hall that had continually suffered damage. The foundation of the structure, which had seen too many large battles, had already suffered a great deal of damage, and then the battle that had taken place underground had given the foundation one final blow. The result was the gradual widening of the hole that had been the trap to send Capella down, and the cracks spread through not only on the floor but even through the entire building. The development after this, even a small child could draw a conclusion: collapse. Al, stop kidding around. If this territory comes undone, I'll actually die. Seeing part of the floor fall away from above, Al stood through the pain, with labored steps like this leapt into the flowing waterway. Along with the sound of water, his body grew distant with the underground waterways, and then Capella, seeing him off, maintained the form of the black dragon as she gazed upon the gradually collapsing ceiling. Capella. Yep. Interest is wilting. Tired from playing. So forget it. With murmured words that seemed listless, the black dragon yawned. Like this, the rarest sight in the world went unseen by anyone, buried under the rubble from the collapsing architecture. Ooh! At the scene of the collapse, echoed a low humming sound. The sound accompanied the shoving aside of rubble. Several slightly larger stones rolling down from a mountain of rubble. Thanks to this impact, the mountain collapsed, and from an opening caused by this collapse, a white hand protruded. As if searching for something, that slender arm hurriedly attacked the mountain of rubble and made it cascade bit by bit, and then, several minutes later, finally succeeded in breaking free of the mountain of ruin, was Ferris, whose clothing had become ragged. Felix. Curios. As he coughed, Felix spat out vast quantities of soil and blood. Was it sand or blood that remained in the gap between his tongue and teeth? No matter which, it didn't matter at all to Ferris. Right now, he just wanted to rinse his mouth. Ferris didn't expect the city hall to collapse. Isn't this another death for nothing? Ferris used the inside of his dirtied clothing to scrub the blood from his face. Wiping away what dirtied it like that would return his face to neat and cute. It was nigh unimaginable that a human being could be in this condition, just a few minutes after being caught up in the collapse of a 5-story building, having been crushed, unable to do anything. Felix. Something like that is... That's right, Anastasia-sama. Cat ears pointing upward. Ferris shouted that name as he looked about him, volunteering to appear in Crush's stead. Assisting in this dangerous battle by acting as bait was Anastasia. Having successfully met Lust's ambush as anticipated, although the results could only be described as a tragedy. But a collaborator was a collaborator, and in the necessity of determining whether she lived or died also resided a level of emotional obligation to Julius. Felix. If, like me, she'd been directly crushed to death, looking around, starting the search among the nearby rubble. In the moment that the building had begun to topple, Anastasia and Felix had been in the same room. A sudden collapse from beneath their feet. If she'd been caught up in it without any preparation, she'd end up the same way. At least if she hadn't died instantaneously, as long as she could be subject to Ferris's healing magic, she'd be safe and sound. Felix. With just a single reply, this search would be that much simpler. Anything like search and rescue was not what Ferris's slender arms were suited for, even if helping the injured was Ferris's especial specialty. But Ferris was ill-suited for the work that lay before healing. Even for the lack of information received from Lust, Ferris felt an unprecedented sense of toil, and precisely at this moment. Anastasia. Ah, Ferris, you too are safe and sound. The sound of footsteps that kicked away rubble approached. Ferris, who jumped as if startled, turned to see a solitary figure, tugging on the hair that had been dyed green. Smiling slightly was the Anastasia he had been searching for all along. Hem of her clothing which seemed difficult to move in swaying, she approached Ferris with careful steps. Felix. Anastasia-sama. Are you unhurt? Anastasia. It's as ya can see. In fact, we here should be saying that. You, Ferris, thank goodness you emerged unhurt from that collapse. Felix. That's... Although strictly speaking he hadn't been unhurt, Ferris suppressed his instinctive reply. There was no obligation to reply. Any it would not merit a pleasant topic. Closing his mouth without reply, Ferris across from Anastasia surveyed the rubble and scene of collapse of the city hall. Anna. Telling everyone to leave for the shelters in advance truly was too correct of a decision. This was quite the grand happening. Felix. A grand happening? Anastasia frowned as if incredibly troubled, and Ferris as well surveyed his surroundings. Anastasia calling this a grand happening. Was this a circumstance to be able to say so with peace of mind? Although calling it a grand happening wasn't incorrect, it felt as if missing a touch of seriousness. Not to mention that the cause of this collapse was precisely Anna. Seems to me that the cause would be the underground battle between Al and Lust. Anna, being completely buried, digging them out like this would be a bit difficult. If they successfully enter the waterways underground, seems to me there would be a possibility of escaping alive. Of course, in that case the possibility of Capella's survival also needed to be considered. As Ferris had observed, Capella's capacity for regeneration surpassed human imagination. Having half her face destroyed by Anastasia's magic, and not giving any regard to it, was truly beyond strange. Just as Ferris's life continued after fleeing, it shouldn't have been the result of some unnatural constitution. Felix. Speaking of which, where did Anastasia-sama learn such magic? Anastasia. That got anything to do with this? Felix. Since I had heard you couldn't fight, a little bit of surprise can't be helped. During the discussion on how to distribute the combat forces, she herself had been the one who'd said she had no combat ability. Whether Anastasia herself, or the artificial spirit accompanying her, had been the case. However, if that had been the case, what was that magic that had ruined Capella's face? Ow. This topic, I'd also like to hear a bit about it. Anastasia. Anastasia kept silent in response to Ferris's question, and just at that moment the voice of a third person chimed in. Before the two who turned their heads was the soaked owl kicking at rubble. Twisting his head so that water poured from the opening in his helmet, he approached. Anastasia. Seeing you safe and sound is nice. A successful leap into the waterway? Al. Though about 3 times I felt like I was dying. Not like it mattered in the end. More importantly, we've got something to talk about. Anastasia faced forward to welcome the laborer's meritorious return, but Al unsheathed his blue dragon sword as he spoke. Pointing the tip of the blade as well, she too frowned. Al and Anastasia stood facing each other, and Ferris was caught in between the two. This is where the three stood formed an exact triangle. Anastasia. For this, what exactly do you intend? If this is a joke, then I ain't laughing. Al. Not like I'm in a kidding mood. Setting aside that cat-eared bro for now, I really can't rest easy at your survival from this destruction. In addition, Anastasia, it's merely that there were backup plans. Hiding those was indeed my fault. But as for that, I can't exactly explain it forthrightly. Al. Indeed, that could be said to be. The problem here is your attitude. Barely managing to escape from the collapsed building, then chatting idly with a familiar face atop the ruins. From your attitude, it feels like your expressions and feelings are completely out of place. Do you know what we call people who can chat like that? Anastasia. Regarding the owl who persisted with a hail of questions, Anastasia stopped replying. However, her expression now froze into a sly smile. And then, right before Felix, Al spoke a definitive clarifying line. Al, those kinds of people, we refer to them as witches. Anastasia. Really now, isn't that turn of phrase a little excessive? An incredibly philosophical tone of response gave an impression of quite the sense of exhaustion of feeling. Sly smile falling away. What emerged afterward was an empty smile that was only an appearance, as if that movement of skin was direct not toward another, but toward oneself, in a self-deprecating manner. Anastasia. In my experience, which is by no means a term used in good conscience. Al, could it be that you're under the impression that I'm lightheartedly dropping a greeting? Your first impression is right, Swindler Fox. Felix. What is it? The impression of two people who had reached an understanding. Watching Anastasia, who had changed her tone, and Al, Ferris sought an opportunity to interject. Al blocked Ferris with that attitude with his armless left shoulder, his gaze still fixed in Anastasia's direction. Al. It's something like, the miss still looks like the miss, but it is different on the inside. That fox with wicked character dangling from her neck. Echidna is inside her. Echidna. This is a result that prioritizes Anna's survival. It's just that the result ended up like this. This affair being spoken of with such sincerity, as if I have some malicious intent, is really rather distressing. At Al's hostile words, Anastasia. Echidna revealed a troubled expression as she replied. Then Al harumphed into his helmet with a hell. Al. Someone replacing another shouldn't speak with such a righteous tone. Echidna. Replacing or whatnot is really quite a misunderstanding. From where did such a notion come from? Al. Right down to that fake Kararagji accent of yours. Pretending to that miss should serve as evidence. Unfortunately enough, The nature of a witch that can't comprehend humans was seen through by me. Felix. Act a bit more properly. Like this, no matter how long you talk, the topic won't progress. At Al's systematically detailed responses to Echidna, Ferris finally exploded. Although for information of the situation at hand Al did have a degree of reliability, what mattered most right now was the affair of Anastasia's body. Her body right now had indeed been taken control of by Echidna. Felix. First of all, is Anastasia-sama fine? It isn't something like merely protecting her body, but her consciousness flew off somewhere? Echidna. That's not the case indeed. Anna not being healthy in body and soul wouldn't do, because if that weren't the case there wouldn't be a need to use the forbidden technique. Felix. Forbidden technique? Echidna refers to this condition here. Since Anna's gait is a little bit complex, it can't be used by itself. Even with me acting as a proxy, the burden is still incredibly heavy. It's like that. Stroking her meager chest, Echidna made Anastasia's expression turn gloomy. Although Al still propped up his sword with a demeanor of intolerance, Felix forcibly stepped in front of the tip of the blade as he continued discourse with Echidna. Felix. Then why did you pretend to be Anastasia-sama? To converse with us? Echidna. Isn't it more unnatural to abstain from a greeting when seeing your ally safe and sound? Pretending to be Anna herself was to keep you from spotting our weaknesses. Exactly as I just said, Anna's body is quite unstable, so I wanted to hide the fact that she'd become one with me, and then was seen through too. Felix. Julius is also unaware of this ability. After all, he hadn't even known about your existence before this. What do you intend to do about this? Echidna. That's an issue between Anna and Julius, and the Iron Fang as well. For your questions, I don't feel as if I have an obligation to offer speculation. Everything had been smoothed. The sense of incongruity that Felix had felt from Anastasia atop the mountain of rubble as well, all stemmed from the differing interior of Echidna, whose replies were insufficiently intuitive. In addition to the fact that her magic had been her protection, was the fact that Anastasia's body had indeed been protected from the collapsing building. With these 2 points, Ferris' previous doubts came undone. Felix. Although, that one over there still gives an impression of being unwilling to lower their weapon? Al. Tchutch. As Ferris had asked, Al clicked his tongue as he reluctantly replaced the blue dragon sword within its sheath. Upon seeing this, Ferris once again looked at his bruised and battered body. Burns and scrapes gave a look of being truly injured. Felix. All right. Let me take a look, and it'll be healed soon. You caught here is, hiya. This slash, it's miraculous you didn't die from it? Al. With my ability, turning a fatal injury to a serious injury is the limit. Though it'd be better if I hadn't lost the gamble. Well, whatever. Felix. The palm of Ferris, who tilted his head, fixed even the fact that Al had been wounded. All that could be said was thanks to the healing properties of the blue and white lights. In the blink of an eye, the numerous wounds on Al's body had been healed. Al, having confirmed this, gave Ferris his thanks. Al, myself, as well as Miss 2 ended up surviving. Without doubt that lust bastard also has to be alive. One can't rest easy even with how much she'd be buried by rubble. Echidna. About that. At Al's voice, which raised a warning, Echidna lifted her hand. The conversation mirror held in its palm. With her other hand she gently knocked on its surface. Echidna. As a matter of fact, until the building had collapsed, the conversation mirror had stopped making a single sound. Al. I'd heard. Lust. Or rather, the witch cult? Within the witch cult there seems to be some way of crippling magic devices. Presumably that suppressed communications with anyone on the outside. Echidna. That's what I'd thought. It's just, if it was the Sin Archbishop that caused that she should have fled by now. Al. Talking in circles. Echidna. Apologies. It's a habit. That is to say, the function of the conversation mirror has been restored. Hearing those words, Al and Felix were simultaneously shocked. Al was surprised that the conversation mirror could reach others, but Felix was surprised at the cause of the conversation mirror's malfunction and the elimination of the possibility of the cause. Felix. What do you mean? Lust's interference ended. Which is to say she's dead? The monster who had ceaselessly boasted of her regenerative ability, dying from being buried by rubble, was truly too unbelievable. Just as Al had said, after all, the three people present were all still alive, toward the undying monster with a special vitality. Believing that she'd die like this was truly too difficult. If any possibilities aside from this could be considered, Echidna, receiving a wound to the point of interfering with work, or the interruption itself is meant to induce carelessness in us. Felix, that feels a bit incongruent with that awful character. Echidna. Indeed, I think so as well. Should be more daring than just hiding, such as taking the form of one of the three of us here, with the original having already died, completely supplanting that existence. That is precisely a tactic that Lust would enjoy. This speculation of Echidna's caused Felix to shiver, remembering that before the collapse, that monster had assumed a form identical to Crush. Directly watching that transformation, there was no room for doubt that she had been a fake. Of course, even she'd become Crush. Ferris was confident he'd be able to see through her. But these two were another matter entirely. This possibility made Ferris feel ill at rest. However, Al, don't get your kicks from saying disorienting stuff. What a wicked nature. The lack of reaction makes it obvious. Of course she turned tail and ran, leaving after becoming bored of playing. That one is just like that. Echidna. To say something so without basis or reason, Al, before being crushed, the monster wore completely a disinterested expression. That would be the reason. Facing off against Capella all the way to the end had been Al. If the opponent had been another human, such a conclusion would have been astounding. But if their opponent were a Sin Archbishop, standards of common sense couldn't be upheld. Of course, even assuming that cautions couldn't be dropped. Al, more importantly, if the conversation mirror is functional, couldn't contact with the princess be established? That's what's most important. Hurry up and help me connect. Teams that had left the city hall with conversation mirrors had been Team Wilhelm Garfield and Team Priscilla Liana group. Thought. Originally, Al, who should be part of Priscilla's team, had at his master's order remained with the left-behind team. The thought of wanting to confirm his master's safety could practically not have been more understood. Echidna. I see. You don't need to be in such a hurry. Placating Al like this. Echidna, who held the conversation mirror in her hands, frowned. Just as Ferris glanced over intending to ask what had happened upon seeing that reaction, the conversation mirror in Echidna's hand gradually began to radiate a faint glow. This was an indication of establishing a connection with another conversation mirror, and shining from the light within the conversation mirror was Chapter 62, Comment of the Warrior. Is thou? Gorgeous tiger? Garfield's consciousness was shaken harshly the moment he heard that sound. He coughed out the volumes of water he'd swallowed, shook all the moisture away from his body, sight beginning to return to his brain, drowsy from oxygen starvation. This place was an underground space, both dim and frigid. The rigid stone ground was still submerged by volumes of water flowing in. It seemed that the turbid flow had flooded the room from an indentation in the wall behind him, which had allowed a breath of fresh air. He was currently showered by a great number of gazes. In them lay unease, vigilance, dread, opposition. From the number of people before him and the myriad of feelings in their gazes, Garfield blearily came to the conclusion that this was one of the city's shelters. The waterway he had plummeted into connected to the shelter, crashing through the wall, led to this place. As a result, he'd been swept in along with the water. Garfield. At that realization, Garfield's blurred consciousness received a shock. Jerking his head up with a start, remembering the events that had transpired before had been sweat him erected the hairs on his body. He hurriedly spun his head around, rapidly searching for the giant who had plummeted into the water with him in a tangle. Garfield. Ah. His gaze overlapping with a young blonde boy's green eyes. He remembered this face. This face made his chest tighten, followed by memories which agonized his spirit. He'd come face to face with him again. That boy who had a connection with Garfield's mother. He was a little brother, remaining where he'd wanted to be, accepting the love of a mother. Garfield. Ooze. The sense of being startled away was once again buried under an excess of feeling. And then, an enormous splash swept the water surrounding Garfield. The form of a giant who'd a splash flying, standing up in the shallow water. This enormous figure waved his arms, mercilessly slamming toward the blankly staring Garfield. Facing this attack, Garfield's reaction was a beat too late. and this beat proved fatal. The momentary carelessly offered the opponent a flaw, and from the war god facing Garfield came not an off-color attack. In total, 8 attacks swept toward Garfield. 1 or 2 were blocked. However, the remaining 6 slammed straight into Garfield. The face was hit and 2 attacks squirmed the body. Then the floating body was beaten to the ground by the fist, hitting the head of the water and eating the fist from the top, taking a blow to the face. 2 attacks to the side, leaving his body in midair. And then his floating body was slammed to smack into the ground, his head which slammed into the water taking another hit from directly overhead, his face slamming through the water into the hard ground, his nose and teeth taking serious damage as well. The surface of the water stained with crimson. A string of blood flowed from Garfield's mouth and nose as he leapt to his feet. "Garfield, stop kidding." A roar coming from the mouth which had teeth knocked loose, shaking away the ringing in his ears from blows to the head. A momentum of anger sweeping through this underground space. The war god positioned directly forward stepped forth as if this were the reason. Fists overlapping. Garfield turned his head, using his teeth to scratch at the fist which scraped his head, tearing it from wrist to elbow in one motion. His head and used his teeth to smear his fist across his face and tear it from his wrist to his elbow, extending his right arm to grab his opponent's neck in the same instant, digging all the way to the lower abdomen. Fresh blood sprayed from the sharp incision, causing no small amount of damage to the war god's body. However, the war god's 7 remaining hands continued to strike. In order to avoid them all, Garfield needed to do his utmost to respond. In one exchange of blows, he needed to use one hand to deal with 8 overwhelming disadvantages, overwhelming differences in ability, overwhelming differences in battle. This, in fact, ignited his will to fight. Garfield. Nanchum. Why? Attack. 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 Block. Deflect. Avoid. Meet head on. Fist to fist, generating shock waves that evaporated the sweat dripping from the two. Unyielding and steel facing off in collision. The staggering sound made it difficult to believe that this was flesh on flesh. The pair's bodies were unable to withstand this, and flew outward in opposite directions. Ferocious Tiger and the enormous body were both tossed aside to cause giant splashes. Kurgan's back collided with the wall, and Garfield once again became intimately acquainted with the water. He immediately raised his head, his gaze overlapping with Kurgan's, who was looking directly toward him. Although without a single word spoken, mutual understanding was established in but a moment. Garfield stood, stepping into the water that now reached his ankles. Garfield could feel the divine protection of earth spirits beneath the soles of his feet, cutting a quadrilateral from the floor beneath his feet, allowing it to float upward. Kicking aside this floating piece of floor, the huge holes caused much of the water in the underground to flow into it all at once, drastically reducing the water level. As Garfield conducted the draining of the water, Kurgan approached the hole where the water flowed in. The holes that had sent the two underground was enormous, vast amounts of water pouring from within. Left alone, the underground space would flood in a matter of minutes. Kurgan yanked out a demon cleaver. Minus the one Garfield had bitten to pieces, there yet remained 3 demon cleavers. Kurgan removed one to aim above, his target hanging directly overhead of hole. He hefted the exaggerated piece of iron at the ceiling, shattering it. Using the vision of a warrior to see through the collapse, with roughness he filled the hole in the wall in with rubble. Of course, even blocked water would still leak in, but not the extent of instantaneously submerging the underground. The hole was plugged, the water was drained. Water would no longer flood submerge ankles. Checking the status of their surroundings wordlessly, the two warriors returned to their original positions, face to face. Fists lifted with shields, demon cleavers drawn. The hero 8-arm Kurgan, the challenger Golden Tiger Garfield, subduing an opponent at peak condition. This was the implicit agreement between warriors. Garfield knew that this was not the time for such a thing. His duty was to return to the high-rise city hall that was likely under attack, to rescue those who could not fight. However, before any matter of facing or not facing about what to face, Garfield had long ago already faced this problem. This sentiment was out of place, but Garfield felt excited. His pitiful loss against Reinhardt, sealing memories and feelings both for a mother, unable to avenge the kind girl who had protected him, leaving an ally in a dangerous situation when faced with an ambush. So many important things snatched from his hands, leaving him to feel powerless and empty. Leaving Sanctuary, seeing the world, Garfield had recognized his own weakness. The him that had remained in Sanctuary would certainly have remained strong. For certain. Because then his metric of comparison was only himself, holding no doubts to the martial abilities he'd trained. Leaving Sanctuary, seeing the world, Garfield had recognized far greater strengths. Compared his time in Sanctuary, his own power had not decreased. However, his metric of comparison was no longer the him of his imagination, making him weak in relativity. In a mere 2 days, a shift in consciousness made him clearly recognize this conclusion. Powerlessness and loss had exposed Garfield's inner self, forcing him to recognize he was merely a bluffing brat. His inner self had created hesitation, doubt, regret, the wavering of his heart turning him weak, and injected life into his wilted soul was precisely Kurgan. The hero, Adom Kurgan, the Valasian Empire's hero, the strongest man of the multi-armed tribe. He'd readied his demon cleavers, regarding Garfield as a warrior to face. How important this was to the Garfield, who could not find his own value. The two entangled men plummeted into the waterway, where Garfield had lost his footing due to his inexperience in aquatic combat. The magically resurrected Kurgan had no need to breathe, and if he had wanted to decide the outcome, could have merely waited for Garfield to drown. However, the war god had shattered the wall of the waterway, connected to a shelter, had let Garfield survive. For what purpose? Garfield thought initially that TT was your show of mercy. Kurgan. Before Garfield had determined his epiphany, Kurgan had not regarded him as a warrior. Flinging aside an attacking child, kicking aside a crybaby was not what a warrior would do. And thus facing Garfield, who had been throwing a tantrum, Kurgan had completely sidestepped him. But that was wrong. Precisely because he'd stood, raised his shields, being regarded as a war god by Garfield. That was why he'd seen the famed demon cleavers being drawn, had met with the stance of greeting a warrior. After seeing this demeanor from him, what he had shown to Garfield was certainly no mere mercy or pity. What Kurgan sought was the result of a decisive battle for victory against Garfield. The battle between warrior and warrior can only accept a mutual blow as a conclusion. Garfield, yo, ya fuckers. How long are you going to keep staring? Garfield checked the shields on his 2 arms. These words directed not toward Kurgan, but meant for the onlooking audience. The ones who, after the 2 men had been swept in, had silently regarded the battle between warriors. The refugees, gathered together though differing in clothing and even race. All they had in common was their inability to fight. They were a group of non-combatants who would be sent flying with a single attack. If Garfield fell here, there was no one here who could deal effective damage to Kurgan. Although difficult to imagine Kurgan committing atrocities against non-combatants, but likely the only one who knew this was the Garfield facing him. And so Garfield should be able to tell a glance, even if you spectate from over there. Absolutely nowhere that you send make a move. Hurry and take the chance to seek shelter outside. Fred, gorgeous tiger. Garfield. Garfield's words urged them to leave quickly were overwhelmed by a loud cry, calling out to the Garfield whose brows were knitted in pressure. Using this phrase to call out to Garfield happened to be one of those onlookers. The boy's eyes filled with tears, both cheeks crimson, gripping the hem of his clothing tightly. Faced with Garfield's astonished sight, the boy's watery eyes stared back. It held a will strong enough that Garfield found it difficult to reply. Garfield, hey, lil' brat, what you sayin'? Fred, gorgeous tiger. Garfield, Fred, gorgeous tiger. The quavering voice of the boy called so to the silent Garfield, as if unaware of how else to express his feelings, calling out this name. This was the name of the golden tiger. This was the name that Garfield Tinzel yearned for. The name of the strongest tiger. Why now was he calling this name? What did he want to convey? Tears dripped down the reddened cheeks of the boy, spreading through the entire underground audience, were the cries of the boy. So everyone shared this share of passion that was injected despite being inexpressible. Garfield. Enough, you said. Already, now go. Gorgeous tiger. Garfield's sigh was buried under their cries of calling for the golden tiger. From behind the boy, a girl with the same blonde hair embraced him. That was the boy's sister. As if to protect her younger brother, her gaze trembled as it found Garfield. Her lips also trembled without pause, in a voice without sound of silence, calling the name of the tiger of gold. Win for sure. Not from the boy, not from the girl. Of course, not from Garfield. Another man in the underground space called out while raising a fist. Garfield, wait. Told you to run. Fight. And then win. Don't lose. Even if we can only watch on. Garfield was speechless. The voice he used to urge them to flee was repeatedly buried under other voices. Directing his attention back, the enthusiasm in the boy's voice reached the hearts of everyone underground. Not a single person watching Garfield and Kurgan's duel making a move to flee. If using common sense, if calming down to think, how could anyone think staying was right? Everyone was overwhelmed, solely for the sake of this meaningless determination and faith, reaching a conclusion that was likely to end in self-sacrifice. Garfield. The hell does this count for, was what Garfield thought. What was the point of staying here? What was making noise? Showing support supposed to mean? It would be much better to hurry to and run. He himself wouldn't have to worry about involving them. The likelihood that they'd be sacrificed even if he himself fell would reduce. This was much more reasonable. But not a one of them fled. Why was this? Garfield. Capon. Sure. Enough, your speech delivered effects too strong. From his mouth, Garfield called out his name for Subaru, remembering the words he'd conveyed to the entire city. Subaru had touched the hearts of everyone in the city. The powerful broadcast that had been proclaimed as weak, pulling together all the people that felt submerged by unease and horror. A flickering candlelight had been lit with the last bit of hope, and fire burned out to leave heat in the people's hearts, waiting for the next change to reignite. And for them, the moment of ignition was now. And the same went for Garfield in this moment. Gorgeous tiger. The solidarity did not stop. The first to call out to the golden tiger was Garfield's little brother, whose birth he had been unaware of, and in order to protect her littlest brother, was the little sister whose birth had been equally unknown to Garfield. Little brother and little sister were looking directly at Garfield, the city that had accepted his mother after she had lost her memory. Its residents were looking right at Garfield. Garfield. For a duel between warriors. Compared to the usual, it's a bit too noisy. Kurgan. Garfield. Really? Sorry. Been troubling you all along. Especially most troublesome are my amazing self's lil brother and sister. After this, they'll get a proper scolding. Kurgan. Garfield. And so, wordlessly, the war god readied his fighting spirit. Needless to say, his attitude was one of utmost power. Garfield clenched his fists, knocking the shields on his arms together. The sound of the steel striking steel lit a spark. Through his fangs, Garfield took a deep breath. Garfield. Shield of Sanctuary. No. Kurgan. Garfield. Gorgeous Tiger. Garfield Tinsel. The announcement of a name that was meant to initiate a battle. To Garfield's announcement of a name, Kurgan remained silent, merely scraped his demon cleavers, showing his opponent the utmost of will to battle. This was enough. Garfield. Garfield kicked against the stone floor, rushing forward. Kurgan greeted him with the same, the distance between the two reducing to zero in a mere instant. To say hit would be too sharp. To say slash would be blunt. The attacks that Garfield made without pause, leaving little room to breathe. The air that demon cleavers touched was not whistled through or sliced so much as it was killed. Every blade only being caught by Garfield due to his warrior's instinct for danger. In one exchange of blows he needed to contend with 8 hands, and those 8 hands only needed to contend with 1. With the number of Garfield and Kurgan's hands differing, to win against him was to Garfield as difficult as scaling the sky reaching the heavens. However, without acting, he could not reach it, and so he initiated this battle, gambling his all. Faced with heavy blows which made his body their target, If hit directly, even a blunt blow would be enough to sever his blood and flesh. Without the slightest of hesitation, Garfield lifted his foot, shattering a demon cleaver speeding toward him with a single step. What? From directly overhead, the heel broke the body of the demon cleaver, the thick body of the blade piercing through the stone floor. The roar of the splitting, rocking, creating an illusion that the entire city was trembling. He'd first dealt with one but couldn't let his guard down. At the same time that the broken demon cleaver had pierced the floor, the second one cut an arc through the air from the direction of his opponent's left shoulder. Upon hearing the whistle of the demon cleaver with his right ear, Garfield immediately defended his head with the shield strapped on his arms. The attack hit exactly in the instant he raised his arms, shaking his attention for an instant. The impact from his right fractured his elbow, the wrist of upper arm shattering completely. Garfield gritted his teeth, to the extent that his teeth dripped blood. That was the second hand. The third, fourth hand were empty, striking in the same instant. The clenched fists of Kurgan with his giant form were no smaller than the size of a child's skull. Explosive power paired with explosive size. The power of a blow could be said to equate to that of a warship's. Not to mention that one first felt capable of piercing iron plate, approached Garfield, whose mind had blanked after the impact to his head. One toward his body and one toward his head. Either with a direct hit was capable of exploding a human. The blow concentrated on Garfield's body burned as it scraped across his abdomen. The fist seared as if scorched in flame, with unnatural power. Twisting across his body, this fist only scraped away the skin on the surface of his abdomen. The third hand, a feeling as if having half his body plaguing his consciousness. With his right hand, Garfield blocked the punch headed toward his face. The already broken and shattered right arm completely burst open under this tremendous force. Elbow to wrist to tips of fingers, this hand no longer looked like a hand. The shield affixed to the wrist was sent flying as well, but losing a hand was hardly a fatal wound. Garfield arched his body to meet the first with his forehead. Smashing Kurgan's fist with his headbutt, he avoided the blow from the fourth hand. Remaining were the fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. Still distant, too distant. Distant enough to make one laugh, to make one shiver to their teeth. Garfield, ah. The fifth, the sixth hands were empty as well. One demon cleaver yet remained, and a fatal wound had not yet been made. Both these hands were left hands, each protruding from under the shoulder and side of the body, attacking at the same time. The right hand that he'd blocked with was now useless. His left hand couldn't make it in time. Garfield unhesitatingly stuck his right foot forward, soles of his shoes drawing a splash, at the same time conveying his will to the earth. On occasion the earth lent him strength, on occasion aligned with his whims, and this time too offered him its own power. From a tilt under his feet, Kurgan's lower body lost its balance. Even so, without pause, the war god righted himself. His movements were without a trace of hesitation. However, in his unwavering attention there appeared a break. In the instant that Kurgan's attention had shifted below to his feet, seizing this break, Garfield rushed forward, lifting his foot with a twist of his body, shoving his head between the two approaching fists. As if in the eye of a storm, the two fists both swept behind his body. The instant his feet were in place, Garfield felt a shudder for his own judgments. He himself unsure of why he would have made that judgment. A thought and a decision accomplished in a fraction of a measure of time. Brain-scorching, heart-scorching, life on the verge of bursting. The fifth and sixth hands were thus dealt with. Afterward, the seventh and the eighth hands. Suddenly, Garfield's hair stood on end at a chill. Kurgan, whose 6 hands had been dodged, would want to use the remaining 2 to finish Garfield. A fatal blow approached. Skipping over the 7th hand, the 8th and last hand attacked. He stopped an attack with one hand, using it to wield the demon cleaver. Right hand holding the pommel of the demon cleaver. Right shoulder's hand tightly gripping the body of the demon cleaver. A blow that surpassed powerful was about to welcome Garfield from the ground. Surrounded on all sides, such overwhelming presence that one would believe that they would die no matter they tried to hide. This was a sight that made the wretched attacks of the previous 6 hands seem almost a waste. Avoiding was unimaginable. Backing away, leaping aside, or rushing forward would all result in a direct hit. An image of being turned into a slab of meat as the result of this attack appeared before his eyes. Escape was impossible. Attacking would be even more reckless. There was only one option. And so, Garfield placed his unbroken left hand on his head, dropping his waist. In this moment, there was a voice that still remained audible, the sound of little brother and little sister, and a large crowd of people cheering. Estimating was only in a moment. Moving was only in an instant. The result was right there. The instant when the demon cleaver moved, Garfield had entirely left this world. All-encompassing silence, all-encompassing formlessness. Extraneous surroundings vanished in an instant. In the attention of Garfield, whose focus was sharpened to its absolute limit, remained only Kurgan. With abnormal sluggishness, with the demon cleaver he slashed downward at Garfield. Garfield raised his head. The movements he met the attack with equally slow. In a world so stagnant as to induce anxiousness, all Garfield could do was tightly clench his teeth. Wrong. There was still time to revolve around. He saw Subaru, saw Ram, saw Mimi, saw Frederica, remembered Louis and Emilia. Otto appeared too. Thought of that bastard Roswell. Saw Beatrice and Petra and everyone in Sanctuary. And then his mother Recia and his little brother and little sister. The battle that had happened at Sanctuary had allowed Garfield to realize his own weakness. Realizing the breadth of the world. When Hand lost to Reinhard, Garfield had adopted the wrong impression that he was weaker than he'd been before leaving Sanctuary. That was impossible. If embracing more meant more weakness, then for what did people live on? Being strong enough to protect everything you embraced was enough. Garfield, feel refreshed. Suddenly, the irritation plaguing his heart fell away. That instant, the demon cleaver struck the shield on his left arm, sending a jolt which felt like lightning throughout his entire body. The defense mounted by his left arm was in an instant cut through by the demon cleaver. Just like his right arm, wrist, elbow, bicep, even shoulder were all twisted beyond repair. Feeling the familiar pain of a shattered arm as if in a nightmare, agony dyed his vision red, thoughts sinking into complete blankness. Garfield opened his mouth to form a howl. The fangs that had been clenched all along loosened, beginning a chorus of despair for each accumulated wound. The demon cleaver's assault did not end. After shattering his left hand, the momentum that remained slashed at Garfield's head. Such power would be enough to shatter Garfield's small body, leaving him nothing but minced meat. Just how did the war god regard this young warrior who keened agonized wails as if dying? In his heart was compassion, or pity, was neither. Unless one side stopped drawing breath, the principle of a warrior pitying a warrior existed not. Garfield howled from agony as he lowered his head. The sound of that heart-rending sound persisted for a long time. And then, Garfield... The howl stopped. Garfield clenched his jaw. On the teeth that he clenched down on again shone a radiance of silver. That was the silver shield that had fallen from his ruined right arm, which Garfield had caught in his teeth. Garfield. Gay. Whipping his head around, biting the shield, Garfield had met the demon cleaver slashing toward his face. Biting the shield had mounted his second defense, slamming it into the side of his face the instant the attack had reached. Blood sprayed from Garfield's nose, his teeth sent flying, but his knees did not kneel. He supported the weight of the demon cleaver with biting strength and the strong neck. The spark of the collision between steel and steel created a flame, causing Garfield's consciousness to flicker. Even though the whites of his eyes had begun to show, just what kind of willpower was still even now supporting his neck? Was it fighting instinct, or rather a beast's vitality and survival? Suddenly, blood spurted out. Vast volumes of blood poured forth, crimson flowers of blood pooling in this underground space. It sprayed from Kurgan's right hand. That last right hand that clutched the demon cleaver. On it was a wound persisting from the last time he'd attacked Garfield, deep enough that bone was visible from hand to upper arm. From this blow just now, the wound had completely split open. Kurgan's face bore no shock, nor did his expression change due to the pain. That was a matter of course. He was a corpse. Pain existed for the sake of urging people to live, to ensure that the candlelight of life still existed beyond the minimum limit. The deceased did not need such a tool, and thus, Kurgan had ignored the effect of the injury on his right arm. If truly wishing to perform the most perfect attack, the last blow should have been given up to his still functioning left hand. Success or failure determined here at once was not the right place to say. However, Garfield, withstanding attacks from 8 hands, Garfield heaved a sigh with a bloodied face. The shield clenched between his teeth clattered to the ground. Kurgan's front was wide open. Yet Garfield's left and right were completely useless. Muscle in both legs torn from insufficiently withstanding heavy blows. Even so, he could still leap one step. After leaping over what to do, hands could not be made use of. Then remaining was Garfield. Garfield let out a cry, opened his bleeding mouth wide, rushed toward Kurgan. Garfield's teeth sank into the neck of the stationary war god. Teeth piercing through tight muscles with easy severing at the base those organs so vital to life. Biting down like this, Garfield twisted his body, teeth shredding through muscle and sinew, tearing away a large chunk of neck, crunching with force. Garfield, utterly, defenselessly, Garfield collapsed on the ground, spitting out shredded flesh. He turned his head as he vomited, watching Kurgan's figure as blood gushed from its neck. Garfield's hands were gone. Several teeth were missing. Body remained stained in blood. Having been mortally injured by the Garfield covered in wounds, heroically Kurgan's body remained yet standing with chest upright. This was a hero's spirit, so moving as it was of the human heart. Finally, Kurgan turned slowly, facing Garfield, facing the warrior who lay on the ground gazing up at him. The war god crossed his arms over his chest with calmness, and then, Kurgan, magnificent, in a baritone, low and heavy, commended the victor. Garfield, without even allowing him time to reply, Kurgan's body collapsed right before Garfield's own 2 widened eyes. Collapsing like sand was the figure so large one needed to crane their neck to see, alien face becoming stone and ash. Such an end inspired such grief, the deceased dying once more. This was the result. This is ultimately the sadness of the people. The deceased once again changed back to the dead. This is the result. Garfield. What pleasant words. Watching the war god crumble to ash as he died, Garfield sighed discontentedly. Not that he wished for him to live on so unnaturally, but after a mutual duel to the death, a feeling of emptiness at the end was natural. And so, this was merely a grief that Garfield had nowhere else to express. Garfield. Damn it. Fuck, screw it. The flow of blood was too much. Laying on the ground, Garfield used his entire body to channel the divine protection of earth spirits, into turning his gathered mana into healing magic to repair his body, his hands especially, and his face was a disaster too. Wounds that had yet to be healed above ground, immediately followed by such a number of attacks. Being left with heavy injuries was not such a surprise. Oh, gorgeous tiger. Garfield, who had been putting his all into healing, heard a sobbing cry. Treading puddles to approach were the figures of little brother and little sister. Others approached as well, but in Garfield's eyes were only those 2. Both looked to be on the verge of tears. No, they were already crying. It couldn't be helped. Even as seen by others, Garfield's condition was disastrous, and to someone familiar with this sight that he remained alive was practically unimaginable. If looked at by a healing expert, their faces would surely be a terrified white, determining that emergency treatment would be needed. This also served as proof of just how many hellish trials he'd overcome. Of course, although he wanted to feel proud of it, Garfield survived, but couldn't buy a bit F-time. Even having defeated 8-armed Kurgan did not mean he'd succeeding in delaying. This had been Garfield's battle, but it was not solely his battle. Right when he'd been dragged into battle, perhaps an ally had sunk into danger. Needing to return to the city hall, Garfield sat up. Hearing his words and seeing his movements, the expressions of the little brother and little sister who had rushed over changed. Little sister especially wore a look of rage. Sister. Are you stupid? Nah. All right, lie down already. Right away. Yes, right away. I'll go call a doctor over. Garfield. There are other guys needin' doctors. My amazing self's got other things to do, kiddo. Garfield nodded at the little sister whose face had turned bright red, but his face full of fresh blood perhaps didn't look very convincing. Little sister ceaselessly wept anguished tears. During this time, wretchedly broken bones in his arms reconnected, although the flesh had yet to recover fully. Running a few steps wouldn't have him passing out. Garfield stood after having reached this conclusion. Sister, why, wait a minute. Are you really going to go? Garfield. Broadcast, do you hear it too? Sister. Garfield, with fingertips still dripping with blood. Garfield's words received a response. The voice on the broadcast had given little brother and little sister courage, giving Garfield his last shove here. And so, Garfield needed to repay that voice on the broadcast. He said it would be fine. Subaru said it would be fine. And so he had to make it so. Garfield. And so my amazing self. Sister. With a stagger, his blood-deprived body knelt to the ground. Little sister hurriedly supported the body that appeared as if it would fall any second, and Garfield clicked his tongue. And then, standing before Garfield now was little brother, Fred. Gorgeous tiger. Garfield, what's up? But, sorry. You'll say to stop won't work. Fred. That's not it. Gorgeous tiger. Your clothes are glowing. Hearing little brother's allegation, Garfield looked down and finally noticed. At the waist of his own ragged clothing, a piece of cloth gave a gentle glow. Stowed there was the conversation mirror. Because it hadn't been able to connect with the city hall, he'd shoved it there, determining it was useless. Its shining right now meant Garfield thought was broken. Sister. I'll pick up. Garfield's breath came quickly. Little sister reached toward his waist, pulled the conversation mirror out before she could be stopped. The surface of the mirror shined, which allegedly meant that another conversation mirror from elsewhere was calling here. In other words, this was either the city hall or the other group calling his side. Sister. What should I do? Garfield, bring a tea here. Who's TT? Little sister carefully brought the mirror close to Garfield. Garfield looked at the mirror's surface, called out. The conversation mirror slowly began to flash. Chapter 63. The Passion of Liliana Masquerade Priscilla. There seems to be some sort of unrest. Not following will certainly bring regret. Emilia. Tugging on Beatrice's hand. Sobaru's Sama, for some reason, left the park in a hurry while muttering something. The opening words were said by Priscilla Sama, who saw them off with her gaze. Because they were so sudden, Emilia Zama too widened her eyes. Beautiful woman, and beautiful woman meeting gazes create a beautiful sight. Allow us to savor the atmosphere, as we admire the aura they give off with levity. In their clashing gazes grew sparking petals of flame, red eyes slim and elegant, and gently sloped eyes of pale amethyst. Immersed in Emilia Sama's gaze, Priscilla Sama's graceful nose gave a huff, crossing her arms. Her chest was emphasized. At the sight of that large chest, bouncing aggressively, I quietly stroked my own chest. What? Emilia. What does that mean? Priscilla. Nothing. The meaning is literal. Something inconsequential to this degree you should be able to see, though. Or is your intent truly to question? In that case, it's laughable to the point of hurting one's sides. Emilia. Priscilla. Even between master and servant, secrets are natural. To believe so is comedic. Servants need only hands and feet. If something like this is permitted, they will reveal attitudes unbefitting of the desires of their master, which is precisely the situation you are in. Razor tongue, lashing out without pause. Faced with that, Emilia Sama revealed a pensive expression. That dismayed gaze and silver hair swaying with the wind together inspired a truly indescribable emotion. In truth, although rather shameful, this was beyond comforting. Liliana. Anyway, Emilia Sama's thoughts were in accord. She nodded toward Priscilla Sama with, understood as a response. Emilia. Right, though that's true. Although I believe what you've said is correct, my thoughts on being a master and servant are a little different. Priscilla. How truly presumptuous to raise objection to mine decree, and dullness and foolishness are of equal demerit. Leisure for disagreement does not remain. With haste, take your leave, Emilia. Thank you. I'll be after him at one. Though, sorry to leave Liliana behind. Liliana. In the middle of quietly listening to this story, Emilia Zama gave me an apologetic blink. Pondering what it meant, I raised a fist at Emilia. Liliana. Please, don't worry, Emilia Sama. Songstress Liliana here believes in Emilia Sama and Subaru Sama's return. So relax and leave protecting this park from harm to me. Although energetically saying words about being a songstress, naming myself in this manner was truly embarrassing. More embarrassing than had been previously expected. Emilia, although unsure of what exactly you mean, but I'll leave it to you. Priscilla? Don't bully Liliana. Priscilla. Refrain from carelessly calling out mine name. Mine intent is all conveyed. Leave at once. Find that clown to play with. Emilia. Really. Rather unfriendly turns, but Priscilla Sama seemed unbothered. Right until vanishing from the range of gaze, Emilia Sama continued to watch me with concern. Ah, farewell, Emilia Sama. Although there were many more words that should have been said, merely being able to survey you from all angles was enough. Liliana. A flash. Please listen. To look up from under your feet. Priscilla. You fool, if there remains time for levity, use it to seek the supreme melody. This world cannot match your talent, but the limit of one's lifespan is equal amongst everyone. The value of one identical second differs greatly between you and one of the masses. The leisure of squandering as one pleases is the prerogative of wealth, but lacking the discipline to better yourself is the equivalent of flinging yourself into a sewer. Liliana. Shamed by your praise, my spirits are rising rapidly, falling rapidly, too much for me to keep up with. Was it praise? Was it scolding? Smart people are always disorientingly, exceedingly incomprehensible when they speak. I'm a wandering bard. Rarely do I feel shame. Without education, without family, and without grave. Wandering without end and without boundary on this earth is my ideal. The path of song. Priscilla. Others being incapable of understanding your quirks, living in another world entirely, cannot be helped. Even so, to be ignorant is undeserving of pride. This affects the quality of your beloved song. Liliana. No, not in the slightest. Priscilla. Oh, Liliana. Eek. At the instinctive retort, Priscilla's voice lowered in pitch, her narrowed eyes beautiful and terrifying. Either one would have this Liliana immediately yield. Liliana. PP, please stop, Priscilla Sama. Define Priscilla Sama wasn't my intent. Priscilla, refrain from acting in a deplorable manner unbefitting of your talent. To have your value decrease would be an insult to myself who has praised your song. You are forgiven. As with lines on one's palm, paths to happiness are not shared. Uncertain of why Priscilla Sama would care about something like this, asking a little shouldn't be such a big deal, right? Liliana. So, to Priscilla Sama, one's education and their song are related? Priscilla. Indeed, Liliana. Well, I believe that a person's education has nothing to do with the quality of their songs. Priscilla. Oh. And why would you think so? Liliana. Because there is no requirement for a song to move people's hearts. Songs are powerful. It would be very arrogant of me to believe that my song possesses such power. I am still inexperienced, and though I am confident that my goals are lofty, and that I am on the right course, I still have a long way to go. Immature song, immature performance, but the heart that had been full of passion since youth was mature indeed. Liliana. Using song to express joy doesn't require much learning. Using song to express sorrow, merely a hard eye's enough. Using song to express rage. Naked rage is enough. It's like this. Illulir and this tiny body are more than enough for use in song. Complicated words were unnecessary. Desire to learn is precious, but being unable to enjoy song without it was not the chosen path of a bard. A bard lives for song, but the song does not choose an audience, and so, neither should the bard. Liliana. To have my song contain my feelings is enough. I don't intend for it to express anything complicated. As for what's left in the heart of audience, is for the audience to determine. That which is called a song brings joy in such a way, lingering in the heart from time to time, unconsciously giving a sudden hum. If something like that were to happen in my song, then this life was not lived for naught. Priscilla. Liliana. Ha! Pure bard full of energy. king candidate whose aura could strike a flying bird down in mid-air. Between them, Priscilla-sama was especially famed for her troublesome character. With only a relationship of singing and dancing together, to attempt to get closer to her was too arrogant. Liliana. It's fine. At this moment today, I'll agree with you. This is an exception. An exception. Although sorry for intending to ignore. Priscilla. Excellent. Thou art truly a good child. Liliana. The legs that had been intending to apologize and run were caught by Priscilla-sama's words. On that note, did Priscilla-sama smile just now? In other words, just Priscilla smiled? A pure smile without hostility. Something like this. Somehow felt cute. Priscilla, mine self was the unreasonable one. Thou merely followest thy steps forward. Approach mine self should thou find trouble. For you have value enough to receive mine regard. Liliana. For some reason, this was a evaluation far higher than imagined. Priscilla-sama, then unexpectedly and unhesitatingly, sat on the edge of the park's fountain with leisure, boldly crossing her legs. And what long legs, or not. Liliana. I can keep my life. Priscilla. Even should this world come to meet its end, mine self will guarantee thy survival until the very last. Liliana. To live on with confidence, even should the world be completely destroyed. Inspirate has come. Please listen. The woman of utter despair. Priscilla. If this song is dedicated to mine self, surely it must be noble. Liliana. Bringing forth a classic called The Record of the Evil Dragon Conquest. This refreshing atmosphere of being killed amongst the joyful sounds and laughing words. How lovely it felt. Priscilla-sama sat before the rushing water, before a fountain that seemed as if it could swallow her up, as I tried my hardest, as if stepping on hot coals, playing the strings of the lyre, focusing to the extreme of that well-memorized piece, raising focus to the limit. This feeling of casting the world aside, I call it singer's realm. Come, be immersed in it. Come, immersion. Forget unrest and terror, along with every trouble. Yeah, all those troubles. Priscilla. Stop the performance. Liliana. Can't be done. What did you say? If there were too many troubles, singer's realm could not be relaxedly entered. But just now the immersion had come without issue. Then, even though the song had been executed perfectly, Priscilla-sama stood with a serious expression. Why? Did the song sound unpolished? Liliana? Priscilla-sama? Priscilla, hast thou yet to notice? Something about the streets is strange. As mine's elf relaxed, something malicious began to foolishly stir. Liliana. The words that had left Priscilla-sama's mouth were confusing. What exactly had just happened? Priscilla. Seems that Pristella is facing a disaster. If it goes on like this, that clown's intuition's surprisingly accurate. How unpleasant. The one called clown was probably Subaru-sama. But what about intuition? What did it have to do with leading Beatrice away, and with Emilia-sama, who chased after them? Subaru. Loliman, sir. Beatrice. Loli. Emilia. Amazing. Lovely girl, with magic. Liliana. What happened to Pristella? Priscilla. Truly, unless thou art in the midst of song, blood isn't circulating within thy head whatsoever. Unlike mine self, who is exceptional in all regards, thou art only exceptional in one. But mine self does find it likable. Priscilla-sama, who was closed with eyes, with the fan she'd taken out at some point, began to fan herself as if she had a headache. Truly, to exchange more words with that Priscilla-sama, but this wasn't the right time. Liliana. Indeed, everyone who was in the park vanished. Priscilla. That was because thou revealedst an uncouth attitude during thy performance. I do hope you can forgive me for lying on the ground and playing with my teeth. Liliana. However, should any incident occur, the magic radio in the city hall should immediately broadcast through the entire city. Kiritaka-san reminded me too. This morning Priscilla. Is that which can spread sound to an exaggerated degree? Indeed, listening to thy song throughout the city is enjoyable. But what about it, Liliana? A broadcast every morning had become commonplace. Watergate City Pristella contained a large Watergate, so it was a place with high attention to safety. Shelters were located all throughout the city. The citizens should have been well aware of this. So why, Liliana? What's this? Chest. For what did it suddenly start to ache? How strange. On my chest was nothing so dashing as an old wound. So, this feeling, Priscilla. Don't approach. My smile tight. I gave an of consternation. Priscilla-sama sudden raised her head to look toward the sky. Following immediately was the sound of the awe of the city's broadcast. Gala. Well then, all you trash-rotting meats, please take care to pitiably die off rot away Kiaha. Deigning to make this broadcast here is witch cult Sin Archbishop representing lust. Capella Emerata Lugunica Sama. Kiaha. Sharp piercing voice, cutting off all of a sudden, quietness, coming afterward, leaving only the sound of water flowing from the fountain. That appearance of that sound was far too sudden, filled with unreality as if a dream. Priscilla. Really now. Quite the conceited words. That wasn't a dream. Seems that wasn't a dream. The nearby Priscilla-sama's tone grew terrifying, scaring me into turning my head to confirm her words. My keen survival instincts were informing me. This turn of events is no good. You, Liliana. So. Priscilla-sama. So. Perhaps it's simply just activities. Or maybe a malicious prank. That possibility exists as well. That's what I think. But, Priscilla, desire and speculation are from their nature different. If this were a malicious prank, who would call upon the infamy of the witch cult's name? And in addition, the opponent claims to be a Sin Archbishop. Know that those lunatics a group who give no thought to time, place, or means. Liliana. Priscilla. And within this city is that clown who could kill that lunatic. With that they would grow more frantic is a matter of course. Who knows how many people are completely hopeless like thee. Priscilla-sama's words were difficult to comprehend as ever, but right now she seemed to be taking great pains for me to be able to understand. With that, even someone like me with holes in their brain could understand. The attack of the witch cult led by the Sin Archbishops had already become reality, and in addition, the city hall had been captured already. In that case, Liliana. Is Kuritaka-san okay? Priscilla. Well, that's an unknown name. If he's someone relevant to the city and furthermore dwells in the city hall, there is no way to assure his safety. Seems that now is no longer the time to remain here and enjoy music. As soon as Priscilla-sama finished speaking, she took up her fan, marching forward with unflinching will. But that was in the opposite direction of the shelter. Liliana. Then, don't you want to find a shelter? Show. Like this, choosing a path differing from what's expected in an emergency will lead to disaster. Priscilla. Hiding in a shelter with head bowed, waiting for the trouble to pass, as if a stream is indeed fine. But the issue, this time, is a different matter. For if mine self does not act, this situation will not come to an end. Liliana. Which is to say, intent to kill an archbishop? This king candidate who intended to slaughter her way into the city hall, looking at it from any angle revealed as a matter of course, to allow her to throw herself into a battlefield like this without calculations of victory would end only in tragedy. Speaking of which, with Priscilla-sama so full of confidence, could it be that she was capable of engaging in battle? Responding to my words full of doubt, Priscilla-sama covered her mouth with a fan as she looked back, tilting her head slightly. Priscilla. No. First, Schult must be retrieved. Al is fine either way. It doesn't matter what becomes of that fool. But Schult's adorableness is without substitute. If mine self does not take care to retrieve him, surely he will be crying somewhere. Liliana. Priscilla. As for the other one, presumably he followed my decree of this morning, and is wasting his time at a tavern. A stroll in that area would perhaps locate him. Truly. What a troublesome man. As she rambled on, Priscilla-sama strode toward the park's exit without hesitation, though clearly occurring before my eyes, dazzling as it was. What to do? was all in a fog. Then, Priscilla Sama turned back. Priscilla, though mine request was not for thee to follow, if thou strayest too far, the sun disk's range will no longer reach. If wishing to refrain from mingling with frantic fools, thou would do well to follow mineself. What is this? It's terrifying. Just what had happened. Liliana. I say, Priscilla Sama, what's happening after finding the ones that need to be found? Wait. Priscilla Sama, hurriedly chasing the silent shadow of her back, paying no mind to those who fled for the shelters. With dignity we walked about the city. The shadow of her back gave off such a sense of security that perhaps even Sin archbishops didn't need to be feared. Thinking so was a mistake was that I realized soon after, moving forward through the city according to Priscilla Sama's words. What was miraculous was, despite being unaware of where exactly her destination was, at every amongst the canals and streets Priscilla Sama chose her path without hesitation. Because of those correct choices, the I who should have been guiding her had no chance to give my performance. Liliana. Isn't this Priscilla Sama's first time in Pristella? Moving with such ease is startling. Priscilla. No. This is the first time. Because its name is similar to mine own, and the sights of the capital of water are famed, mine decree was to visit one day. This development was not expected in the slightest. Liliana. Is that so? This really is a shame. It was supposed to have been a much more tranquil, lovely city, without need to rush like this. Watergate City Pristella was certainly a place worth touring. For a bard, a long stay, a leisurely stroll through the city was happiness. Even the Muse Company headquarters that had been built here, the likes of Kiritaka-san were quite inclined in this direction. Well, rather than to say Kiritaka-san is troubling me, it should rather be said that I'm the troublesome one. Kiritaka-san, please be fine. Liliana. Speaking of which, there's no one. A city where people on the streets, where water dragons visible on every street with a canal, where singing lead to meeting Kiritaka-san, is in such a strange situation. Ever since the witch cult had first made a broadcast, nothing had stirred. In addition to the people and water dragons all going missing, the only sounds that stirred were the flow of water and wind. How quiet. But it felt like more than just quietness. This stillness, wasn't it too ominous? Priscilla. Don't wander off. It should be a right turn here. Do you understand? Follow mine directions. Liliana. Don't you want to take this path? It's clearly a shortcut. Really. How scatterbrained of Priscilla Sama. Priscilla. Oh, Liliana. Eep. Apologies. I misspoke, wanting to decrease the distance by telling her of a shortcut, but it was a failure. Speaking of which, that, was too scary. The gaze of a beast. No, the gaze of a carnivore. Priscilla. Follow mine instructions and nothing will go wrong. Liliana. This lowly one will now completely obey Priscilla Sama. Following Priscilla Sama's directions, after this we took several winding routes. For some reason, during this not a single person was encountered. Time was running out. Liliana. Let's be cheery as we walk and sing. Priscilla. Thou hast no sense of a stage. Even if thou choosest a partner to listen, that person has the right to choose otherwise. Liliana. Priscilla. About time to allow thy throat rest as well. It won't be long until thy opportunity to sing arrives. Liliana. Tot. Like that. Priscilla Sama's eyes held a hint of having predicted something. That twisting and turning manner of talking, to the me who took straightforwardness as a duty, felt suffocating. Closing my mouth and keeping silent. And so, this odd and silent tour through the city Priscilla. Here, what Priscilla Sama who'd paused her footsteps was regarding, was one of the shelters in the city, the convention center of 2nd Street. If the city hall at the center served as a place of assembly for the entire city, then the convention center of each numbered street was where each of their standpoints would be discussed. Kiritaka-san was not only the manager of the 3rd Street Convention Center, he also had influence in the stirrings of the city hall. Liliana. Oh, being unexpectedly taken somewhere safe, where all the people went, quite honestly, I was even a bit scared. Priscilla. What sayest thou? Hurry and get inside, scaredy cat. Since this was a convention center, inside were probably several extraordinary people, and was at the same time a shelter close by, So as if the reunion of lovers long separated, this was soothing for the heart. Yes, you. The fuck are you saying, Dai? This lovely daydream? Dissipated like fog after being met by a cry of rage, an enraged roar filled with the scent of blood. Contained in those sharp words was a keen sense of killing intent. Those uncouth men had cast aside their usual frivolity to exude genuine killing intent. I'd say I was still a bard, having wandered through so many places, taking not only safe paths, but having traveled dangerous ones as well. This was what was known as rage, that which could not remain unfaced, the wrath that accompanied violence and murder. Liliana, P.P., Priscilla Sama. This is... Without realizing, I fell onto Priscilla Sama from beside me, but she avoided my outstretched hand, glancing around the convention chamber with an extremely listless gaze. My kneeling self, with disbelief, surveyed the scene that Priscilla Sama had examined. The sound of a scream. In this convention chamber, the shoving crowd flung insults, making sounds of disgust as they jostled each other. They must have numbered 50. No. 100. 200? In summary, a mass of people bowled over those beside them indiscriminately, male and female and old and young together, insulting each other. Those insults tinged with hostility and malice, violent mannerisms full of intent to wound and kill. Those who had fallen to bleed were many. In the corner of the convention chamber were the quivering forms of children. What on earth was happening? Priscilla. In the midst of such a mass of random people, finding just Schult is indeed difficult. Casting aside the confused me, Priscilla harumphed, face calm as ever. No, but... this situation was a disaster? Why that unaffectedness? Priscilla. Discord to this degree has certainly permeated the city by now. The slow thee has perhaps not realized, as we did avoid a path of trouble. Liliana. Avoid. Finally understanding the meaning of those words. The reason that Priscilla Sama had gone out of her way to take a winding path was to avoid any discordant ones. I alone had failed to notice, leisurely complaining about things like the lack of people. Liliana. Writhing and fighting like this. Does this have to do with the witch cult? Priscilla. Were this a mere disagreement, to go to this extreme would be utter foolishness, isn't it? These people... No. The perimeter of this entire city has been overcome by foolishness. This is the result. The most important parts of Priscilla Sama's words were incomprehensible, but at least it was understood that the people hurting each other right now were not doing so of their own intent. Liliana. Why am I untouched? To uniquely have the ability to fight something like this off? Or rather, did I awaken in this moment? Priscilla. 'Tis the majesty of mine sun disk, but thee alone should be able to escape it. More importantly, Priscilla Sama narrowed her eyes, surveying those who shoved at each other, with the same gaze that she'd given me a ho with, which was to say, it was terrifying. Looking at those two eyes, her next words will presumably be equally terrifying. Yes, right. Priscilla. To find someone in this commotion is practically the dream of a madman. With a small display they will shut their mouths. Liliana. Eh? As her words fell, Priscilla Sama casually drew a sword from the air. No. To say it like that was wrong. To be more precise, the light became a sword. Priscilla. Fall into the light of mine yang blade. The sword, which Priscilla Sama held aloft, was decorated with a beautiful floral pattern, dyed in red from pommel to blade, a sword of crimson, radiating sunlight from within Priscilla Sama's hands, illuminating the entire convention chamber. How dazzling, how wondrous, a degree that regular light was incapable of reaching, scorching the eyes as if the sun. Kaya, from up close. How damaging to my two eyes. Ducking away to keep the distance, planning to make some retort against Priscilla Sama. Before noticing it, the convention center had grown quiet, those fighting people focusing on Priscilla Sama. But of course, if such a blinding light appeared, it was only natural that everyone's quarrel would end. And just when that hand fell, and everyone's voice stopped, Oh, I saw you, Nanjo Soy, Teasy Sore. Nanfura. Roga DST. And Priscilla Sama. A sobbing boy approached at a run from the wall, with cheeks reddened as he flew toward Priscilla Sama. Priscilla Sama caught the boy directly from the front, stroking his peach-colored hair with gentleness. Priscilla. To be so troublesome, only you alone could receive mine attention like this. Schult, have you realized what a fool you've been? Schult, I had thought I wouldn't make it. But, Priscilla-sama? Priscilla-sama? Priscilla. Well, crying easily is as expected of children. They shouldn't be blamed for it. The sight of the boy whose hair had so gently been stroked made me jump. Rather because Priscilla-sama had come especially for this child. So I'd assumed she cared very much for him. But witnessing this showed that it was not so. The sense of violation was keen, because Priscilla-sama's attitude was frigid. Thinking about it nearly made my neck twist. However, it couldn't be assumed that with such a spectacle, it would be easy to escape. After all, we'd become the target of the attention of this convention center. The spearhead of the enraged crowd had been directed toward the radiant Priscilla-sama. And in addition, it had just been noticed that the shining blade had disappeared. Liliana. Priscilla-sama, where did the sword from just now go? Priscilla. Its consumption is high, so when not at use it must fade back into sunlight. Responding to my question, Priscilla-sama looked toward the ones who gazed at her. That gaze was calm as always, which was to say, apathetic. Priscilla. What are you lot staring for, you fools without reason? Worshipping mine beauty is human nature. But understand time and place, and your own position. First, kneel. Ileana. Why are you provoking them? Pressing Schult into her chest, with a fierce expression, Priscilla-sama pointed at the ground, ordering everyone present to kneel. Although, as expected, the crowd, who was more irascible than usual, moved with violence and rushed forward. A ripple of insults echoed together, and I hurriedly dropped my bottom to the ground as I tried to curl up. However, Priscilla-sama remained standing there. No. Wait. This woman. What kind of joke? Priscilla, first of all, is you, at least soar with more grace. The large man, in a fit of rage, attempted to grab Priscilla-sama, but she immediately dodged aside, shoving his broad chest away. A man whose weight is double mine flew away like a leaf. Truly, this ease was without exaggeration. The body of the man that flew away collided direction with the mass of people, causing a dramatic, pitiful sight. One after another, being knocked over, rolling over like dominoes. And so, due to that initial loss, the crowd's momentum came to a halt. The one lined in front trembled upon seeing Priscilla-sama's power. Priscilla, as you can see, were it mine will, all of you could be cut down with ease, although HA would be bothersome if, desiring to approach in turn. Today mine self will spare the time to thoroughly respond to your desires. Priscilla-sama spoke in a regal voice, glaring at those surrounding her. That said, there was no one who would approach after hearing those words. The enraged demeanor of before went who knows where, or rather, the rage lingered on in everyone's hearts. It was merely that its spearhead was not directed toward Priscilla-sama. Priscilla. Seems there are none. Where then? There's no longer meaning in remaining here. Mine attendant has been found safe and sound. You lot are free to enjoy yourselves once mine self has departed. Liliana, eh? As soon as Priscilla-sama finished speaking, she took the hand of the crying Schult, striding toward the exterior of the convention center with lavish steps. Liliana. But just leaving everyone here like this. Priscilla. After my departure, the quarrel will start anew. It would be surprising if it became slaughter in the end. However, does mine self have reason to terminate it? Liliana. In that case? That was so. But was it really fine like this? No matter how you look at it, just leaving them behind was going too far. Liliana. Priscilla-sama is a candidate for the royal election. Priscilla. Even for mine self. there is that which cannot be accomplished. Without question, myself is indeed immersed in that annoying position. But to use it as an excuse is too forced. Ileana. Goo. Forcibly having my mouth blocked, no longer able to raise voice to any retorts. But, if we left, the quarrel would start. Escaping. Could I really do something so ruthless? Something like this Priscilla. Or is that to say you'll solve it? Liliana, eh? Where do I say? Well, just as I was hesitating, Priscilla-sama murmured in a low voice. What was that to say? That rather appealing proposal. Priscilla, thou hast said to myself before, to enjoy song requires no qualification. Not selecting place or audience is the essence of what thou callst song. If so, why dost thou not use thy miraculous song to save that lot? Liliana. Priscilla, thou art immersed within mine self's sun disk. In addition, as previously said, thou art to approach mine self should thou find trouble. Although perhaps early to play this card. But this is still a pleasure. To be able to hear thy song, remaining here a moment, is acceptable. As if provoking, Priscilla-sama folded her arms over her chest. Was it a quirk to raise her chest like this? That violent cleavage could be seen with ease. Brushing hand over chest, I stared down at the hand that had just touched my chest. On that palm lay cold sweat. Liliana, is it possible? Priscilla, it matters not even if it is done. If approaching it like this, then it will merely be wasted effort. If thinking that songs had no power, such a line of thinking was not wrong. Although saying that, this was not the case. Taking up the lyre from my back, gripping it tightly with both hands, those had yet to become my audience, who had stored all their rage in their core, were truly without reason, when clearly from now I would say, as I sang, to hope that when everyone savored the sound of song together joyously, that they wouldn't fight. Priscilla, Schult, wait for a little, you will see an entertaining sight. Understood. Priscilla-sama and Schult stood behind the back of my figure with the lyre. With what kind of expressions? Despicable, obvious without looking. Liliana, wandering the world with only a lyre. A bard who forever held heroes in her heart. Liliana. Inspiration flashes. Please listen. Ripples on the surface of the Watergate City. Return to your senses, then show me a frenzy. If this takes away time that would be spent fighting, it's all the more meaningful. Chapter 64. The Despondence of Liliana Masquerade. Fingers sliding across the lyre, fingertips tightening with familiarity. Having been for many years, for many tens of thousands of times, fingertips which played these notes for as long as they can remember. For me, to sing was as natural as drawing breath, as natural as exhaling laughter when encountering amusement. Throat opening, diaphragm, inhaling, intertwining rhythm with the sound of the melody, trilling out all the words, emerging in my mind in this moment, all the feelings, and equally, giving voice to the melody that surfaced in my mind, along with the song. When creating a new song, although I would say inspiration flashes, to truly say that it was inspiration flashing was rather absurd. In other words, it wasn't a sudden flash, but a discovery. To call it that would perhaps be more suitable. In this instant, melody and words emerging in my mind were from their origin things hidden within this world. Discovering a melody forgotten by the world, stumbling across by serendipity, taking up by fortuity, as if a gift descended from the skies. A tune concealed in the corners of the world. I have all along viewed it like this, and thus I had told Priscilla-sama, even without learning anything whatsoever, music could be enjoyed. To completely give up all wisdom, all knowledge, would be the same, because it was the song rather than the human which sang. Ever heard birdsong? Ever heard a chorus of cicadas? Ever quietly listened to the wind sweeping across a stream? Felt it raise a murmured voice? Did they also have humanity? Perhaps, or rather, no, they shouldn't have. At the very least, I think they don't. From the sun that illuminates all, the moon that waxes and wanes, the earth that diffuses its aroma, the firewood that crackles. Have you ever felt music? I have. I've felt it. Proof that music permeates this world. The world is constructed by music. This world is filled with music. This world is connected by music. This is the proof. Us bards merely borrow songs from this world filled with music. Music that is, in itself, present everywhere, which, with just a little attention, can become visible, that we capture in song is, in fact, unnecessary. Without shyness, without apology, we enjoy this exquisite melody alone. To do so is fine. That, we think so, is fine. However, isn't music something lovely? To share something lovely with others brings greater joy, and with greater joy, ringing laughter has greater elation. Music is as such. If it's music, it can be done. Since the entire world is singing, who would scold those who sing? Come, devote, devote, devote all. Come, immerse, immerse, immerse. Submerge in joy, fill with glee. Be imprisoned by happiness. Ears, eyes, nose, skin, spirit, soul. Present all. Join with the music. Frenzy swallowed audience, washing away the extreme wrath in one wave. Swaying in dance, their sound became one with the performance. Should their gazes overlap with those around them, the phenomenon of sharing feelings would be felt. Of course, music has always been by your side, a ever-present comrade from birth to death. Seen it, heard it, felt it. We are always here, calling for such music. Liliana. So, hell yeah, not at all quiet. Thanks for the attention. Singing on wah. So how to put it? Sorry for gleefully forgetting myself. After the end, an extensive performance like this, recalling the passionate demeanor I'd worn, my cheeks reddened. Schult. Wan-Yi-san was amazing. I was very moved. Tae-hee. How cute was Schult-kun's cluelessly pure gaze. Heart aching. Aching. Undirtied, wholesome, watery red eyes made blood drip drip in my heart. Right. This kid was completely without malice, nor was it sarcasm. He merely expressed with earnestness his childish feelings. Though aware of this, but because he was too cute, his praise couldn't be accepted comfortably. What a pity, Schult. As an adult, this purity would be dirtied. Schult. Some of it couldn't be understood. Apologies over my lack of studying. That dejected expression was unfairly cute. Is this some kind of malicious prank against me? This child? A little. Just a little touch. Priscilla. Liliana. That performance just now wasn't bad. You deserve praise. Liliana. Gyobi. Priscilla. What was that horrendous sound just now? A girl, especially you, shouldn't be making such noises. Just about to reach out an adult sinful demonic grasp, I was caught up with a trickster like Priscilla-sama. No, I had no plans to do anything deplorable, really. None whatsoever. By the way, the moment Schult saw Priscilla-sama, his demeanor became open, sticking close to her waist. Though saying so, it wasn't tight clinging, merely lightly holding part of her red dress, the modest demeanor of an angel. And next, to welcome this precious Schult-kun, attempting to turn this brutalized convention center into a festival, Liliana. This result was unexpected. At some point when I wasn't paying attention, it seems I reached the heights of music. Indeed, a goddess of music without parallel. Priscilla. Foolishness. To be aware of your own worldliness and caliber is imperative, but to evaluate oneself so highly lacks elegance. Your song was indeed worth enjoying, but 'tis not yet time to call yourself without parallel. You were merely lucky. That they immersed so early was solely because they were suggestible. Liliana. Suggestible? What did that mean? With a listless expression, Priscilla-sama fanned herself. As she scanned the faces in the convention center, I hurriedly followed her gaze, seeing a great many people. People who had finally been freed from an air of insulting, attacking, fighting, had recovered their cool. Some extended their hands to those who had been shoved over. Some offered apologies. Some responded constantly with "it's fine." Some silently gave treatment to those who had been injured. Oh well then, My song was pretty amazing. The ones who had been arguing such earlier had in fact sunk into such a warm state. Practically the talent of a master. Priscilla, do not forget yourself with glee. The influence of unrest which played these commoners as if marionettes still persists. The sound of your song alleviated the commoners' distrust and fear. However, without solving the root of the cause, the situation will devolve to what had just been. Liliana. Beth. No, but think about it. Every time they're pulled into the same act, I'll wash it away with my fervent unpapa. Priscilla, in theoretical terms, that works. However, the root of the problem remains. Not only here, this commotion is not occurring merely at this convention center. Liliana. What? This was the first time hearing of... No. Earlier on the way here, Priscilla Sama had that such a disruption had been avoided. Could it be that such disruption was occurring all throughout the city? Liliana. Stella. Should it have something be done about it? Priscilla. Well, that's how it is. To be frank, my mood does not align with saving the city. Schult. Priscilla Sama. Fickle emotions, cold blood, iron expression. With trembling gaze, Schult looked toward Priscilla Sama as she spoke. How to put it, obvious upon a glance, was that Schultz next to Priscilla Sama seemed so normal. Perfect wholesomeness. This child is hopeless, completely in line with my preferences. Not receiving a response from Schultz-kun. Not knowing whether or not he shared my feelings counted as my loss. Priscilla Sama shrugged helplessly, breasts bouncing with violence as she placed her hands on her waist. Liliana. How old is Priscilla Sama? Priscilla. 19 Tar. Liliana. I see. By the way, just to mention, I'm 22. Priscilla. No one asked. I just wanted to mention it. What was this difference? Something in diet. Is this merely what wandering bard must be resigned to? What suffering? Priscilla. Without even mentioning having Schultz be trapped here, daring to display such disrespect during mine stay, mine self is hardly such a forgiving coward. Without regard of which cultist is involved, their heads will roll. As my hands tightened, Priscilla Sama's decree seemed to have been determined. Although much remained to be said to, I well understood that Schultz-kun's feelings needed to be respected. Liliana. Really, towards Schultz-kun, Priscilla Sama is truly too overprotective. Priscilla. Liliana. Yeah. Oh. Burning. It's all burning? On fire? Caught on fire just now? In the instant that I jabbed Priscilla Sama in the side with my elbow, fire burned over my head. The tips of my hair curled from burning. Without even an incantation. And sudden brutality, genuine panic, unforgettable nightmare. Schultz. Oh, Wani-san. Are you okay? Hey. Toward me with my head on fire. Schultz ran over in a shock. Perhaps to try to extinguish the flame immediately, he withdrew a bottle from the parcel he had, intending to tip its contents into me, removing the hardships forced upon my body. In the instant, my head had once again been surrounded by flame. Priscilla. Halt. Schultz. But, Priscilla Sama. Priscilla. This is mine evening wine. As it belongs to mine self, even a slight drop would turn a spark into a fireball. These sound like joking words, but this is the reality. Liliana. Before I could be ignited, I rolled back and forth on the frigid ground. Schultz tilted his tiny neck to ask, can wine catch on fire? Or, despicable, master and servant who collaborated to have me perish in flame. But, even were I to die here, the soul of a bard would not rest, performing a nightly song by your bedside, because song was everywhere in this world. Priscilla, if you wouldn't mind, doing so is fine as well. Speaking of which, kicking up such a fuss over singed hair, hurry and stand. Liliana. Where'd the cursed flame go? I should be enclosed in scorching flame and turned to ash. For real, there hadn't been any burns. What was that? Scared me to death. laughing with embarrassment while removing clothing, while the stares of everyone nearby, walking to Priscilla Sama's side to begin negotiations. Liliana. Well then, Priscilla Sama, in order to save Pristella, please attack with a bang, gracefully giving your regards to the Sin Archbishop. I'll offer support to the best of my ability. Priscilla. Do not speak as if it were another's affair. Mineself has already decided to take you as well. Liliana. We. Oh. Earth-shattering. Sky overturning. Beauty-stealing life. Why point toward me at this moment? Liliana. Someone like me who's a bard only knows how to be cute, sing, and be cute. A bard without any specialties. Taking me could only satisfy your eyes and ears, you know. Priscilla, that candidness is not unappealing. As said before, mineself is fond of you. That song, T would be ashamed to lose it. Not to mention casting you aside in the masses would perhaps lead to misfortune, since you would have left mine Sundisk. Liliana, which is to say, I'm so cute you want to protect me. Priscilla. Oh, Liliana. Wow. Having thrown a tantrum, Priscilla Sama is truly kind. Compared with the attack of setting my hair aflame without indication, how kind was the Priscilla Sama who only set me on fire after giving warning. Chest tingling. What kind of feeling was this? Heartbeat quickening, sweat dripping, breaths toiling, blood vanishing from face. Priscilla. There are other reasons to take you. That irritating foolish commoner's declaration. Was it to say that there is a magic device in the governing building? Liliana. Who? It's in the city hall. Every morning getting early. Rubbing sleep from eyes to do as duty asks. That isn't to say I wouldn't sing because I wanted to sleep in. Indeed, rather than to call it collapsing from exhaustion halfway through a song, it's sleeping for more than half. As soon as I sing it wakes me up, rousing immediately. Priscilla. Knowing the location is enough. Mineself requires that magical device. And you. Liliana. You want me, Priscilla. Your throat. A change in phrase. However, thanks to this, I finally realized exactly what Priscilla Sama meant to say. That was, she wanted to say, Liliana. To have what happened just now in this convention center spread across the city from the magical device's broadcast. Priscilla, Liliana, and Priscilla Sama. What is it, Priscilla? Daring to be so ostentatious before mineself, you fool. What have you done with the real Liliana? That person couldn't possibly be so intelligent. Liliana. A clever and cute me being treated as an illusion. What kind of impression she had of me, in truth, was very disappointing. However, I understand Priscilla Sama's thoughts. If commotions similar to the one of this convention center were occurring all throughout the city, then it would perhaps be my turn to take the stage. To be able to tour the city to give performances would be something wonderful, but there wasn't enough time to travel around like this. It's too late to tour around like this. In that case, my mind was made. Liliana. All right. Understood. In this case, I do indeed agree that thoughts of Priscilla Sama who wanted me to accompany her were authentic. In addition, to approach the city hall, the place where the thinking power in the city would be concentrated. Surely Kiritaka-san would be there. In an emergency like this, he could be counted on. Priscilla. Of course, within the city hall there certainly await Sin Archbishops. Exterminating those pests is unavoidable. You would do well to avoid being caught in it. Liliana. I'd forgotten. Right. Dosh. Right now, Lust occupied the city hall, which meant, if the city hall were serving as a base, the battle plan could be imagined. Liliana. No boot, no boot, no boot. That Sin Archbishop might have emptied out the city hall already. There are lots of rooms in there which are inaccessible for secrecy, so maybe they unexpectedly took no time. And Lust is long gone. Fufun indeed. A burst of divine reasoning. This was an idea belonging to the me who was left every morning from work. In truth, that place was where everyone hurriedly rushed to work, so there was no one who would acknowledge me. Children who don't understand numbers will be told to leave, was what it felt like. And thus, certainly the city hall would be completely empty. Capella. Yahoo, yahoo, Yahoho. At this moment, the broadcast sounded a second time. After listening to the second broadcast, we left the convention center feeling depressed. Priscilla and Schult did not look depressed. Leaving the convention center took a little time, since after the second broadcast the people became anxious again, and I had to calm them with my song. Frankly, this performance could only be called unintentional. No matter what was sung, any behavior lacking reason could not be included. However, at its basis, adding extraneous impurity to the song was not permissible. Become intoxicated by the song, become immersed in the song. To sing with these feelings was what I intended. But to use song as a counter to this psychological attack which unsettled people was something I was unwilling to do. But in the end, singing did become this kind of measure. If I'd wanted to sing like this, if authenticity for the song had been lost, the song could still reach the hearts of others. Perhaps these thoughts would not be there. Priscilla, taking over the control towers and the main water gate, and then listing a series of requests. After leaving the convention center, with steps which were as always self-assured, only I shakily followed behind. Rather than calling it a loss of assurance, perhaps it was a loss of identity? Without doubt I exist for singing. But in these circumstances, was it myself asking me to sing? Or the song to sing? Or is it a song? Or the result? Although all three were given by me, I didn't understand a single one of the three. Couldn't figure out which it was. Priscilla. A third broadcast has to happen before we retake the city hall and the magical device. Schult. Why is that? Priscilla. The witch cult needs use of the magical device, and they'll send out a third request. Afterward, it'll only be a matter of overseeing the 4 control towers, far away from any situation in which they may lose their advantage by revealing their location. However, for the sake of playing their twisted game, there's a possibility of being able to seize the magical device. Schult. Can't we use it? Priscilla. As long as the one operating that magical device is lust, there's this kind of feeling. Although she wears quite the vicious skin, what lies beneath is quite cunning. What a clever lunatic will become given the opportunity. Looks exactly like that. While my expression was still heavy, Schult took the lead in asking Priscilla questions. Schult had instantaneously figured out the secret behind not enraging Priscilla Sama. Perhaps the person himself was unaware. And because he was so genuine, Priscilla Sama seriously answered everything she'd been asked. Because it was an explanation meant for a child, I understood it easily as well, which was to say, would the situation progress as the witch cult willed? Priscilla. And so after the third broadcast, when their requests have been made, if the magical device is operable, your song will join the playing field. Should the city be in a state of unrest, who knows where the pests among the lions will gather? Schult. Before something that complicated happens, is there no chance Priscilla Sama used that glorious sword to finish off the witch cult? Priscilla. The control towers from all 4 sides, should any of them open a single water gate, the city would be flooded. Even myself is a lone person. To raise a hand in counterattack is ineffective. In this city are a few capable others. They too will try to recover the magical device. The capable others Priscilla Sama had mentioned were those capable of meeting the witch cult in battle. As far as I knew, people who had experience in defeating the witch cult did reside in the city. Indeed, Lolimansa Natsuki Subaru-sama and silver-haired witch Emilia Sama, who accompanied him. Liliana. Oh, I get it. We're waiting until the third broadcast, before going to the city hall. Fists clenched, breaths involuntarily growing wild. In all honesty, to be unable to protest against this was a bit dispiriting. However, not going to the city hall would mean being unable to assure Kiritaka-san's safety. Or rather, even being assured of Kiritaka-san's safety would not yield usefulness to the battle. However, if only for the sake of that person alone, however, couldn't help but sing, Liliana. So then, before that, Schult. Go with Liliana Sama and get to a shelter. Liliana. Yes, take me to the shelter and... Wait, Schult answered with frenzied enthusiasm. What was this about? Priscilla Sama nodded with satisfaction. Seeing this, with his entire face bright red, Schult grew happy. although clearly I had been named, leaving me to go by himself, clearly by my side, but somehow still feeling lonely. Priscilla, although aware of how your song has an effect on this unsettling wave, but first your mood should be calmed before asking you to perform. Although just then you had been at a loss, the you of right now has no leeway for such troubles. Liliana, but does this have anything to do with the shelters? Priscilla, although using the magical device to dispel the curse is your duty before retaking the city hall, that time will be cleared out for you. And during that same time, the commoners' hearts will be set aside, during which they will sway with unease. Liliana. Ah, Priscilla. Before you can take your place before the magical device, those who need your song are countless. To prevent this, you must meet their needs. Priscilla Sama's proposal could finally be easily understood. Before my songs could reach, countless cases of people hurting each other as they had in the convention center would occur. By then, perhaps the delivery most valuable saving grace of song might be too late. Certainly, they could not all be saved, but to extend a hand to those who could be would prove to be no futile task. Priscilla, in mine regard, you have no small amount of courage on the stage. However, that wavering just now is dangerous. Perhaps it will show its face at a critical moment. Thus, you must increase the number of times you experience upon the stage. Liliana. Times on the stage, is it? Times on the stage were already at a number that was countless, although the phrase, courage upon the stage, had never been used. Never before had the stage brought any feelings of shame. What Priscilla-sama actually meant was, Priscilla, your troubles are unknown. However, what is needed is not a song for yourself, but one for others. Understand that your songs are for the sake of others, and thus you must increase your number of times on the stage. Liliana, Priscilla, to be prompted by mineself to such a degree truly is arrogant. Repent with the results you will bring. Saying so, as if having made a decision, Priscilla-sama folded her two hands over her chest, vigorously sticking out her chest. Those large breasts bounced violently, her hands moving to be placed on her waist. Song was a presence different from the self. To sing in such a way, Schult, Priscilla-sama is as gentle as expected. I truly understand. Priscilla, too noisy. Schult, an exchange that couldn't help but feel a bit facetious. But with this I'll make up my mind, beginning a battle of touring every shelter to perform. Foremost, to live up to Priscilla-sama's words. Secondmost, to live up to a bard of song and dance, Liliana's future. Well, while visiting the shelters with this passion, checking up on those who had succumbed to frustration and despair, there would be a third broadcast, Priscilla. Someone else went first. How annoying. Priscilla-sama lifted her head to regard the pale sky, murmuring to herself like this. As for what those feelings were directed toward, I had of course heard as well. Natsuki Subaru-sama had made a broadcast with the magical device. Although those words had not been clumsy, they could not be called inspiring. But perhaps in the hearts of the people within the city, aside from unrest and fear, something else could be drawn. The same thing as our desire to sing. In this case, whoever did it was fine. Liliana. Even if someone else went first, just as he said, the city hall seems to be clear. For now let's meet up with everyone, and begin the battle to retake the city. I will sing my best. Priscilla, don't display such an insouciant attitude. Liliana. No. This isn't anything like arrogance. To some degree there was a sense of assurance, but what was greater was a sense of shame. A chance being taken away, missing an opportunity to be the songstress. But taking its place was, to be able to stand in this place where a hero was born, gave me such a satisfaction. This satisfaction where this hero mindlessly decided to engage with Priscilla-sama, was it going to dissipate like this? Yay! There would still be a chance to sing. Well then, Chapter 65. The Regret of Liliana Masquerade. Hey, this is Liliana live on the scene. Isius, Currently we're in the north part of the city of Pristella, engaging in a battle to take one of the control towers. The 4 control towers taken over by the witch cult. In order to recapture the tower, the most capable ones in the city have made their move, conducting a large-scale battle which hit all 4 at once, amongst forces who each did not pale in the slightest. For some reason, a mere cute musician like me properly joined the battle as well. How unexpected. However, retreat wasn't to even be considered. Well then, next is to introduce the crazy face, who is going to be participating in this operation together with me. Liliana Masquerade! Hey, Priscilla. That face is just about sickening already. Present your neck beneath mine self. Once that head has been severed, that skull will serve nicely as a candle holder. Alright, Hera. Merciless words and vicious tactics. But if that's used, we'll be finished too. I'll die, so please have mercy. Light dancing in those slender red eyes. Figure turning back akin to a flame. Even that difficult character was like the ever-changing form of flame. Obviously dangerous to the touch. Wielding the Yang sword in one hand was the champion of our offensive, Priscilla Burial Sama. Priscilla Sama crossed the ignited waterway by the side, in one breath waving the dazzling Yang sword. Waving! Waving! Impact! Radiance! Sound! The one receiving it was knocked back greatly, but then, catching their step, and then glaring at Priscilla Sama. Really? Why is it that whether this one or that or all of them are all bunched and coming together? Do you mean to prevent me from meeting that person? Agonizing. How agonized I am. Heartbreak rends my chest, shaking those desperate feelings within the heart. Such agony can't be held back. Appearing was one who cried out while tears flowed free. A sobbing, enraged lunatic wrapped in bandages, face covered in white bandages which looped and looped and looped and looped to cover eyes. Body completely covered in a cloak. In all honesty, their gender was indistinguishable, though from the voice was probably female, with that manner of dress which gave up the identity of the woman. With dangerous thoughts, swinging chains that looped and looped and looped around her arms, was one who, whether I or anyone else, had already lost track of what she was saying. Witch cult Sin Archbishop representing Wrath Sirius Romani Conti, who had announced herself just now. The covered face of the lunatic Sirius flowed with tears. Those tears were as if on fire, allowing tongues of flame to tumble in the courtyard beneath the control tower. Such a connection was inexplicable. In addition to this, there was the presence of a white hand of flame in the waterway, clinging to the people outside, who found themselves unconcerned. People who should have been hiding in the shelters of the north. A majority of them had, in order to see this battle, gone out of their way to rush here. But not really, since right now everyone was tumbling about on the ground and crying out, sobbing, with the same feeling as the lunatic Sirius. This was the power of the wrath that had spread chaos throughout the entire city. In the eyes of everyone who was sobbing and screaming remained not a trace of awareness. Should they be said to have been poisoned by feeling, or intoxicated by feelings, or manipulated by feelings, or tormented by feelings as playthings? Well, it was this kind of feeling. It's incredibly clear, water, crystal. What would happen if they're left alone? So, trying a little harder here would be good, wouldn't it? Liliana. Ooey. Come. This certainly constitutes a large stage, atop a high platform. From above I surveyed what lay burning below this stage, and the still sobbing audience, and the actor who spread flames as if driven mad, raising her voice to take the stage as well. In all honesty, due to leaving Priscilla Sama's very powerful feeling vicinity, from just now my chest had been pierced endlessly, as if attacked with sorrow and despondency and loneliness. But don't think that due to that kind of reason I'd stop my steps, smooth my fingers, or lose my breath to the burning flames. If you are forced to feel something like agony, if a song were to be directly experienced, at least something would be done. So if the light came at a greater wavelength, I would not be defeated. In the end, I would introduce every last one of these people who had lost their senses to the one who played a leading role in. Liliana, come. Those far away listen to the sound. Those close by watch the dance. Those even further away I'll raise my voice. so you can hear. Liliana Masquerade is here to sing and dance and perform for you, so listen well. Come, sky which transcends the break of day, placing delicate yet bold force into the fingers which played the lyre, throat opening to reach as far as possible, to have echoes reverberate close by, borrowing from the world sounds and rhythms, beginning to play. But well before that, let's take only a little flicker of time to recall how this situation came to be. Liliana. So, Priscilla Sama. So, is this really fine? Priscilla. To what do you refer? Priscilla Sama's steps did not slow in the slightest. Chasing that figure, I hurriedly tossed my words forth. Well then, it was obvious, when clearly the next step was to contend with a Sin Archbishop. The only one who had been brought alongside was in fact me, wasn't it? At the beginning of the beginning of the beginning, this wasn't what I had planned on. After the witch cult's third broadcast, Natsuki Subaruzama had made a, how to describe it, not firm but leaving imprints in the heart. Well anyway, a broadcast with that kind of feeling. And we had regrouped with those in the city hall. Around then, hearing that Kiritaka-san was perhaps in a state of unrest, something resembling worry had formed in my heart. But at that moment, a shocking reality had surfaced. Somehow or other the Sin Archbishops who'd come to Pristella wasn't just lust alone. Sin Archbishops where one would have been enough of a disaster. There were in fact 4, and the 4 would each occupy on tower. Was already strange enough. Who was it that had spread some news like the witch cult was a group of deviants without commander couldn't function as a group? Wasn't this a perfect example of teamwork? And wasn't this the result of doing so? Was the only part in accordance with this? The part about them being deviants? It can't be. That leaves only fear. But gathered on our side were candidates of the royal election. Though some of those valuable people present had suffered injuries in a prior battle, but no cloudedness lay in the eyes of those who were faced with the prospect of retaking the city. No matter how you looked at it at this time, all that remained was to send all those people filled with energy off. Priscilla. There is nothing to fear so long as myself and that musician are there. Suddenly, with ears that flashed with Kiritaka-san's requiem, I heard a decree which came from Priscilla-sama. The midst of the battle against the Sin Archbishop of Wrath. Wasn't that in fact where I'd be brought? No. Isn't that too forced? Please reconsider. Although I'd bravely argued thus, with a frigid attitude as if she'd forgotten those hours we'd just spent together, Priscilla-sama stabbed at me with provoking words. To receive words to such an extent, how could this be? I am merely a woman, a bard. And then hearing that this Wrath had been the one who had sent the agitation throughout the city, with that shrinking back, wasn't an option. Originally, Priscilla-sama had brought me to use the magical device in the city hall to spread my song to all those in the city. But since that goal had been overtaken by Subaru-sama's speech, I hadn't taken the stage, and had been left with a feeling of defeat. Should there be another chance to face Wrath, that would make the perfect opportunity to do battle once again. Rather, this was the reopening of a war that had ended without battle, a battle of revenge that the opponent was unaware of. Something like that. Wouldn't it practically make someone ignite? Liliana. Excellent. Miss Liliana. On the stage under Priscilla-sama's order, with the lyre in this throat, will sing with beauty. Tada. Done with grace. As Priscilla-sama and Al-sama focused on the battle with Wrath, I would, from behind, wreathe those who had been affected by Wrath's incomprehensible power in song. A perfect setup. That was what I thought. All right. With that, the scene returns to the exchange from earlier. To Priscilla-sama responding to my shameful voice with, "To what do you refer?" Right, of course that would be said. Liliana. Why did you leave Al-sama back at the hall, with only 2 women, one being the adorable me and the other being the beautiful Priscilla-sama? Isn't this a bit uneasy? Priscilla. It isn't. From the start, myself alone would already be surplus. After all, this is a state of affairs so lacking in personnel that even myself must act. When myself is pressed into making a casual effort, those of the witch cult must have believed themselves to be on the verge of victory. Liliana. I really don't understand what you're saw. Priscilla-sama is amazing. Having only received a sideways glare from Priscilla-sama, the place that was glared at seared with pain. An optical illusion? Was it an optical illusion? And Now, was it from being too close and feeling Priscilla Sama's burning passion, and my body thus having been conditioned by her? Priscilla, it should be as thou heard saint. As long as a signal is sent to the control tower, certainly a cultist will take the empty base as a target and act. And when that happens, those left there will be free to be toyed with. Although that merchant seems to have realized so. Liliana. Ah, and so you spoke to Anastasia Sama before leaving. Priscilla, although it seems that the option of taking only the magical device and hiding in a shelter with the other non-combatants was considered, since the witch cult is coming either way, to choose to greet them with battle would be positively satisfying. The one to return will presumably be Lust, but if it's Al who is there, he can manage something. Liliana. So that's how it is. Al-Sama does indeed seem trusted. Hearing Priscilla Sama's words, after nodding while trying to follow, another glare was given. But just then I hadn't done any wrong. Because something like leaving an ally at a place where the enemy would try to force their way in, that was certainly something that couldn't be done without trust. Priscilla, do not carelessly speak of trust and reliance, although mine self will not deny being supported by Al and Schultz. Although that man does indeed play the part of a fool, he is in fact a useful man. Although he is a card drawn for his exterior particularity, placing him beside mineself does not serve as an impediment. With a derisive sound, Priscilla Sama spoke so in a low voice as if bored. In truth, such words should not have been directed toward Un's foremost Knight Sama, and in the end the degree of warmth in the evaluation of a trusted partner was 0. Why was this? Those words clearly containing only its superficial meaning and feelings. But for what reason would it have felt as if just that were enough? Liliana. Because evaluations for others are beyond low. So those evaluated as normal feels like they're evaluated well. An issue of distribution. Priscilla. For thou to understand mine mannerisms is unnecessary. Regarding solely the results is fine. Nor does mine self expect thou to understandst such. What mine self expects of thee is solely what mine self acknowledges. Liliana. Something of mine can be regarded as useful to the point of acknowledgement. Priscilla. It can be said to be useful to the point of having value of being brought alongside mine self. Thou hast an obligation to respond to mine expectations. Oui, merely being regarded as such makes this duty heavy indeed. Or, well, that is, in any case, setting that aside, I had just noticed something. In the meeting in the city hall just now, Priscilla Sama had indeed been referring to me as you. There, you there, you there, leading to a feeling of distance suddenly being drawn. But now her referral had changed back to thou. Could this be? Liliana, a special side you show only to those you deem amiable, Jewist kidding. I clutched at my head, hiding from Priscilla Sama's searing gaze. I had learned from these past several hours. How should it be put? That it was Priscilla Sama's, or something like the atmosphere. Such subtle changes in Priscilla Sama were all keenly caught by my sensitive ears, skin, etc. Liliana. The anticipated sharp rebuke did not strike? How is it possible for this Liliana's expectation to be off, Priscilla? Despite still being in the middle of this small play, interest in your farce extends only so far. Liliana. Back to calling me you. Had distance once again been created with that? As I held such slightly despondent feelings, I raised my head to understand. Understood. This wasn't a time to play around with me. At some point we had reached our destination of the control tower. Well then, that control tower that had become a problem had some slight conflict with what I knew. Liliana. Did you know, Priscilla Sama, according to my report on Pristella, the control tower shouldn't be something that would randomly go up in flames. Priscilla. Indeed. Despite being a decoration mine self approves of, the design of this hopeless performance is beyond crude. This burning, scorching searing would indeed raise spirits, but enjoyment cannot be derived from relying on foolishness. Although Priscilla Sama was the very picture of composure, I could not regard this so coolly. The northern control tower, that stalwart tower surrounded by various waterways, the entire structure was at this moment engulfed in flame. Since the tower was built of stone, this material wasn't supposed to be something that could be so easily set aflame. Seems a flash is about to come, Liliana. A flash, baked stone tower and baked yams. Would you like to hear it? Priscilla. If you would like to have only your footprints remain in this world, then, by all means sing it. If there is one slip-up that will become reality, mediocrity, banality, commonness. If mine glory is being relied upon, then treat it with proper care. A group of fools can accomplish nothing. Do not expect mineself to be so merciful as to treat fools who harm themselves with mercy. Suddenly showing a mien of severity, was this an indication that Priscilla Sama had entered a state of preparing for battle? That's right. That's right. Watching the burning control tower made the pressure increase as it grew. And then, welcoming the two of us, the one welcoming us, was a freak who stood before the tower consumed in flame with arms spread open. With this, there was no possibility of having the wrong person. Serious. Apologies. But would you mind perhaps being troubled to step forward? Thank you. The bandaged freak's first sentence was unexpectedly placid, as if being considerate of us. That combined with hands that had been spread from the beginning, and the manner of bowed head for some reason gave off a rather cute air. Was it due to the contrast with that appearance? Perhaps it came from that feeling. Serious. Although this is perhaps a little too much for a landmark, but since the functions of the city were halted tonight, it feels as if there's a lack of light, doesn't it? To become lost in the dark, or to slip into a waterway by losing your footing, would be quite dangerous. And thus I tried to light a fire for light. As if considering this to be an excellent idea, the bandaged freak. No, that was rude. Let's go with Bandage-san. Bandage-san informed us of the reason for that fire. So that was it. Feeling touched couldn't be helped. The city known as the Watergate City of Pristella was certainly filled with waterways, and to be reminded to be careful when making nighttime expeditions was common, especially when leaving to go to somewhere like a back alley. The main roads were for this reason of nighttime travels kept with backup illumination, but even so the waterways held a high degree of danger. That a master from elsewhere could in fact recognize and take into considering something about Pristella like this would lead to some lingering feeling of happiness. No, it's not at all that Pristella is some kind of hometown to me, but to stand as a representative of Pristella and feel grateful would be rather strange indeed. Since I'd seen Kiritaka-san do a lot of things related to the operations of the city, seeing the efforts of someone you're familiar with, payoff wasn't dissatisfying in the least. Matsume. Serious. But everyone within this city is pretty amazing. Although this perhaps sounds like an arbitrary opinion, but the reaction to an emergency situation arising was truly excellent. Adults helping children, men helping women, husbands helping wives, elder brothers helping younger sisters, elder sisters helping younger brothers, even strangers helping those weaker than them. This spirit of mutual aid is ingrained deep in the bones. Upon seeing those figures rushing into shelters, I couldn't help but felt that sight of mutual support truly is excellent. Clang clang dot. Upon closer inspection, those were sounds made by chains wrapped around Bandage-san's two arms. According to Subaru-sama, those seem to be Bandage-san's weapons. But looking at like this, aren't they rather fashionable? The oversized coat that Bandage-san wore over her body. Think of it as a deliberate dress sense, and it wasn't bad. Wasn't bad at all. Bandage-san's tone was very polite, but that voice was a little, what was it? Discomfiting. High though it was, there was a subtle feeling of fakeness that someone who worked with voices for a living couldn't overlook. But that didn't detract very much at all. Looking at it holistically, well, couldn't it be said that saying more was unnecessary? Liana. This is a relief, Priscilla-sama. Seems that this is an opponent who can be communicated with smoothly. Regarding the situation, if this goes poorly, Priscilla-sama would have a harder time. My eyes, my eyes were burning. Fire spun into my eyes. My eyes would melt and become incapable of seeing the lovely sights of this world. Liliana. Damn it. If I'd known that this would happen, I would have burned the look of those beauties in the city hall thoroughly into my eyes. Priscilla. Fool. Dodo. Raise your head. Do not become so casually engulfed and lead mineself to disappointment. Hearing Priscilla's warm that was not warm at all, I tightened my face, blinked, and raised my head. Ah, wonderful. Eyes were still intact. I could still see the world, could see it all, could see the red Priscilla-sama and the white Bandage-san. Really now Priscilla-sama, giving her usual severe expression toward Bandage-san. Bandage-san, with gentle movements, tilted her head toward that gaze. Come now. In this case, Priscilla-sama was absolutely in the wrong. Liliana. Priscilla-sama, you can't treat everyone, no matter who, with that manner of regarding them as if they were an ill-bred dog. So on account of my flat chest and face, on account of my flat chest, put on a manner of negotiation. Why was this? For some reason, tears felt on the verge of falling, but it was fine. If I used this attitude of facing the reality of my flat chest, becoming a bridge which connected Priscilla-sama and Bandage-san's spirits was possible, those tears would be swallowed down. Liliana, come. On behalf of my flat chest, reach out your hands. Serious. Indeed. This is something lovely. I am in accord with that, Mrs. Warmth. People and people are able to mutually communicate, mutually understand, mutually experience. Face warmth with warmth, kindness with kindness, love with love. Doing precisely that will yield happiness. Liliana. Tito. That's what I was thinking too. Indeed. This is in fact love, isn't it? Priscilla-sama. It's love. Even though I can't deny that going along with it was due to influence. But going with the flow has its own flavor. Hey, this is the Watergate City. A city filled with flowing waterways. Hey, Priscilla. Bandage-san's speech word by word moved the heart. It would pierce into the spirit, would pierce into it. Seeing that Bandage-san and I shared the same thoughts, Priscilla-sama's stubborn determination accordingly disintegrated, revealing to us a taut expression. Priscilla, to reach such an extent, mineself must admit that that was an underestimation. There's no other way. Liliana. Who? Priscilla-sama. Why would you have that expression? Priscilla-sama, who had placed a hand on her brow as if thinking, sighed. That sighing figure could have made a lovely portrait, but she immediately moved in front of me as if having figured something out. Since my stature could be considered rather petite, so, after Priscilla-sama, who wore tall heels, stood before me, I could only gaze upward at her. Annoying. Why this sudden closeness? Liliana. Priscilla-sama, who, didn't. Priscilla. After feeling Priscilla-sama's chest shoving from the front, those white fingers firmly grasped my neck and chin. Then, Priscilla-sama's face, which drew closer, met mine. Or rather, lips met lips. Liliana. N. Slap, slap, beat, beat. With face bright red, I resisted with all my might, but the approaching force was overwhelming, and the pressing lips were too soft. Really, what was this? Wait a sec. Flowing in from Priscilla-sama's lips was something searingly lewd. Hooch, Liliana. The heat ceaselessly flowing forth led to dizziness. Once noticed, I had already collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Priscilla-sama gave at me not a second glance, as her crimson tongue ran over her lips. Priscilla. Well, that should be sufficient. Like this. Speaking to provoke. I forcefully rubbed my moist eyelids, placing force onto my waist that had been stripped of all forcefulness to stand. Really now, Priscilla-sama, just now. I'd express mutiny. Liliana. Priscilla-sama. Just now. What was that? Please take responsibility. To have been forced into such a thing, I can't be wetted off now. Priscilla, allowing mouths to touch, didn't mineself concede this as well, although using the first time as an excuse is your prerogative. But isn't it thanks to this that you could restore your sense of reason? Liliana, Restoring reason referring to? After trampling upon the purity of another, Priscilla-sama truly still wore an unrepentant expression. Did she think that doing whatever to a bard was fine? So be sob. Doc. Priscilla. How poorly behaved. Well, raise your head. Look at that person. Liliana. Sub. Eh? With the weakness of a woman who would obey those words, I raised my head and saw in their original positions Priscilla Sama and Bandage San. No. Huh? Bandage San? No. How was this possible? Why would I have felt no discomfort so kindly calling that person Bandage San? Inexplicable. Utterly inexplicable. Serious. Both women, and yet they... Although there are those of that form. Although the form of everyone's love differs, even if they take different directions, they will still love the same amount. That in fact better expresses the beauty of humans loving humans. Priscilla sees this ridiculous farce. How unseemly. Watching Priscilla Sama and I was that bandaged freak who pressed her hands to her face as she droned on. But those words rapidly made me feel discontent. Up until now, seeming to be trustworthy without condition were those words. That attitude. That manner. Upon becoming able to accept with normalcy the conditions imposed by the bandaged freak, suddenly this reversed. No. Setting the tower alight due to the darkness to serve as a light couldn't have been. To regard those lightly red, dark, and dirtied chains as fashionable was entirely an error. And at the end, the evaluation of those in the shelters truly evoked. Just who was it, do you think, had made this happen? No, sir. Priscilla. Although in this world, extreme love and diffuse superficiality, aside those immersed in pleasure, are many, but even amongst those your self-absorption is extreme. To call you a clown wouldn't fit your overpowering repulsiveness. To call you a fool grants you too much power. Value in your continued survival is impossible to find. Serious. Oh my. Is that so? Thank you for your consideration. Apologies. With gratitude, apologies. My words seem difficult to communicate to you. But this does happen. Priscilla. My. Rather reasonable. Willing to hurry and present your neck yet. Serious. Indeed, of course. To exhaust speech for the sake of mutual understanding. This too is an important ceremony in relationships between humans. Similarly, not long after hearts will soften and merge into one. Love will thus become one. Will become as one. Will work hard to become as one. Love is exalted. All along I have been taught thus, and all along have lived as thus. Liliana. Wah. Although the realization was a bit delayed, I just realized. But for the first time I shared a kiss with someone else. Priscilla. Solely the existence of this burning tower to welcome mine self is deserving of the merit of praise. Wow. Although to me it was a little bit... But now, dialogue hadn't been established in the slightest bit. Calling to the bandaged freak who all along felt as if incapable of listening to reason, Priscilla Sama who strode forth to make her own way, and I who had been disoriented from the attack on my lips. Hey, wasn't I completely unnecessary? Priscilla, where thou art needed is after this. The mouth-to-mouth was for that reason. Liliana, please stop reminding me of it. Also, please try not to glance this way. It kind of feels like when Priscilla Sama looks over, my chest goes badump. Priscilla. That the result was too effective can also be considered a problem. Mine beauty is indeed as sin. From beside me who tried to endure the thumping, Priscilla Sama sighed as if plagued by worries. That profile felt lovely to the point of being painful. It's not the time to say such things. Priscilla Sama had from the start been filled with tenacity, yet the opposing bandaged freak showed no signs of backing down, and thus a battle was certain. And were I to stay here, I'd be a liability. Liliana. Isn't it best if I back away a little? Priscilla. Well then, hey. Why are you messing with someone to such an extent? And then, as soon as I'd thought that this happened, my keen and sightly ears caught sounds. Were those footsteps? Those were footsteps, without doubt. And not only without doubt, those footsteps were not only one pair. They were many. No. They went beyond many to excessive. Excessively excessive. Priscilla. So that's it? Gathering all the humans nearby and converging them here. Serious. All of those people are ones that are in accord with my love. Although, sometimes there are stubborn people like you present. But as the saying goes, once rainwater falls into a waterway, all differences vanish. If your hearts were to be consigned, the perspectives will change as well. Or something like rainwater were to be mixed in, unexpectedly there would be contamination. Although the proverb meant something like this, now was not the time for such idle leisure. The burning control tower, surrounded on all sides by the waterways. Us in the courtyard facing the control tower, and the large crowd peering over at us from the other side of the waterway. It truly was very large. Certainly not like the likes of the convention center, which had 100 or 200 people. This was 1,000 or perhaps even more. Indeed, that many people did surround us. And although saying this is very impolite, they glared at us with disastrous gazes. Was this to say, this was the state of having one's soul completely overtaken by wrath that Subaru-sama had described? Ah, no. Priscilla. It should first be mentioned that the you of just now was wearing the same expression as those over there. Liliana. We, really? How terrifying. Ah. But, in that case, if Priscilla-sama were to kiss each one of them, everyone would recover their consciousness, isn't that right? If Priscilla-sama's lips aren't taken care of, they'll swell. Priscilla, who would give charity without regard to who is receiving. Would you like to be burned away, starting with your rear, you? A turn of events that resulted in burning from the rear. To choose the wrong response would mean death. This condition was ridiculously unsympathetic to someone like me who often spoke without thinking. Priscilla. In any case, that's your role. For what did you think Mindself brought you here? To forsake your own duties and beg assistance from Mindself should yield shame. Liliana. No, but, I understand the reason, but what with this volume of people who have lost their sensibility, without sufficient preparation a song cannot be sung. And if the performance took place before her, that bandaged freak would presumably try to put an end to it. Priscilla. Thus. Mindself will take the stage. As I retreated while squirming, Priscilla-sama spoke as if showing disgust. No, although I would admit that Priscilla-sama was incredible. Against such a crowd. Wait. Until now I had bore the idea of Priscilla-sama is incredible. But was Priscilla-sama truly so incredible? Although I had seen the sight of her palm slamming away a fairly fit young man with a POW. But aside from that, there weren't any such memories of such feats. Yea. On that note, even if Wrath were the only opponent, had following along truly been the right decision? Serious, you mustn't. Clearly the relationship between the two of you is close to the point of sharing a kiss. Efforts should be extended to reach mutual understanding to achieve greater closeness. As long as desires become one, thoughts will be able to connect. Just like those surrounding this courtyard, like the majority, become one. As the bandaged freak took a step back, so did everyone surrounding the courtyard. Behavior that 1,000 people repeated without a sliver of disorder could only have been described as resounding. That was a force which made the courtyard tremor. The surface of the water sway. The already ignited tower seemed to tilt. Although whether or not this was love could be contested, but this was without doubt certainly a threat. If that large gathering were to approach to attempt to capture us as one, Sirius, come, you too, will be enveloped by love. Experience the ecstasy of becoming one. Hey! Yeah! As soon as it had been said, it was actually happening. It's over. 1,000 against 2. This was a disparity in numbers that even a true hero would be unable to overlook. With a sound as if a roar of rage as one, the crowd swarmed forth, ignoring anything like the waterway. Like a horde of corpses they came for our virgin bodies. Father-sama, Mother-sama, Kiritaka-san. Apologies. Places aside from Liliana's lips would be deflowered as well. Liliana. If I'd known this would happen, then unrestrainedly with Kiritaka-san. Priscilla. Whether the pessimistic you or that optimistic crowd, each and every one of you, just who do you think Mindself is? Liliana, eh? Before my despairing self, Priscilla-sama moved. Before it had even been noticed, wielded in Priscilla-sama's hand was a crimson blade. The Yang sword. That which had already been radiant enough when seen at the convention center during the day, in this nighttime with the sun extinguished, exuded a shiver-inducing beauty, almost as if it had revived the sun that should have fallen. Priscilla, To tremble from mine arresting blade is right. This is the flame of the origin, the flame which first lit the seat of the Emperor. Although mine belief is that this scarlet radiance is the same as what you lot recognize. Priscilla Sama, solemnly dictating thus, flew upward while wielding the yang sword. That was an action which could only be described as flight, although clearly appearing as if only a light leap, yet with such agility as if becoming the wind, seeming to approach the edge of the waterway before the crowd that surged wildly forward. Priscilla Sama directed the tip of the yang sword to the water's surface, and following right afterward. Before my eyes, the wall of crimson which rose, no, that was flame. A wall of flame. Ascendant flames traversed the barrier of crimson, appearing even as white, as if to reject any description of wavering mournful light scattered forth, a testament to the terror of that heat. Scorching was the waterway, even the water itself, water which should have been effective against fire, water which was fire's natural opposing enemy. This was a sight which overturned such natural notions. The flame of Priscilla Sama's yang sword could ignite even water, and in addition, all of everything which surrounded the waterways around the courtyard. Serious. This is, before the sight which belonged not of this world, the bandaged freak. No, let's stop that after all. Wrath, indeed. Even wrath was lost for words. This couldn't be described by words like smoldering, a flame which but existed, stopping the steps of the crowd attempting to cross the waterway, nailing them in place. That was a matter of course. Although moths crowding around a flame was nature's decree, humans bore a wisdom and instinct yet capable of resisting thus. Priscilla, even if solely in form, your use of love as an excuse to name this, not as dominance, became a critical weakness. If this is a force that even obedience of instinct can overcome, something of this degree could never stop someone in their steps. Taking a new stance with the yang sword, Priscilla Sama ridiculed the silent wrath, thus. Ridicule, mockery, derision, contempt. This was that which could only be termed a malicious expression of beauty. Something so important that I had overlooked. I had long only been watching Priscilla Sama's dashing expression of severity. Although that was beautiful in its own right, indeed it could not compare, when clearly there could be nothing more beautiful than this malice that yielded only a beauty which caused shivers. Priscilla, even if free will is curbed, if instinct is not restrained as well, this is precisely what it will look like. Seems as if no one is willing to go to the extent of being consumed by flame. A testament to the love that you speak of. Serious. Priscilla, this is the result of your cheap love that you cried of. Such a scene is precisely what ridiculous defines. Sin Archbishop. How truly incapable of measuring up to that exaggerated title. Yet, revealing ridicule. With momentum, Priscilla Sama continuously chastised the silent wrath. My hands couldn't help but moisten with sweat. Gaze flicking over to the scene. The thought of whether or not Priscilla Sama was truly so incredible that had persisted until now had been completely swept away. Priscilla Sama is incredible. Priscilla Sama is powerful. Priscilla. In the end, words like love becomes one is merely superficiality. Mine peerless self is at the very peak. And thus, no matter how much you struggle, commoners like you could never become one with mine self. Priscilla Sama is amazing. Although she was amazing, but, wasn't this situation weird? Priscilla, even if capable of approaching mine self, to catch up with mine self is absolutely impossible. The love that you speak of is already defeated, isn't it? And thus, speaking of to become one, is not, but wild words. Liliana. Priscilla Sama. It's about time. Priscilla. Even as a misconception, to become one is too erroneous. Born as something else, and wanting to become one is a denial of the self. Why would something you yourself lack have any value in proximity? What is flawed is the entire premise, and to act upon this incorrectness is to exist in commonness. Something so vulgar. Liliana. Why such an absolute rejection? Something like this, clearly due to blood rushing to the head. Clearly, although even if Priscilla Sama's blood had rushed to her head, perhaps there was still some margin of movement. But for someone insignificant like me, the preference would be for your venerated self to refrain from doing so, and end it as quickly as possible. Perhaps she saw it, for Wrath, who faced Priscilla Sama's words, had wordlessly bowed her head and was immersed in silence. Well, to have been met with so many arrogant words, anyone would be infuriated, because to talk back felt like it would bring a multitude of words in response. So even infuriated silence would be kept. It could be said to have been turned entirely uncomfortable. So if possible, if Priscilla Sama could just beat down on Wrath-san and call it a victory, that'd be a relief. Priscilla. Fool. To do so would mean everyone but myself would be bisected, isn't that right? Although the sight of a city stained red with blood would be appealing, but there is no need to bring it about in mine country. Well then, this opportunity should first be delayed, and you should fulfill your use as well. Ah, right. That was the case. In the end, my duty was just this. To receive the influence of Wrath would be sharing the pain and even wounds inflicted on that person. Precisely for being rid of such a condition was why my song was required. Liliana. After seeing the actual scene, I have actually become quite unsettled, so who knows if my song will actually work. Priscilla. If unwilling, your head and those of that crowd are free to fall alongside that creature's. If that scene is best avoided, without fail place your heart into song. I continued to clutch the lulier, shrinking back now that such heights of responsibility had been cast upon me. The burning waterway kept the crowd away, yet the crowd remained as hostages, and the method to free them was my song. Priscilla Sama's duty was Liliana. So that's to say, until I've used my song to sway the captivated crowd, Priscilla Sama's duty is to keep me from dying. Isn't that how it feels? Priscilla, if you die, well, all that's left is to sever their heads as soon as possible. Best to think of it as all their lives being wrapped around your throat. Liliana? Ukia? Priscilla. Such slow understanding. Now then. After I had covered my face with a sharp cry, Priscilla Sama's expression changed. Priscilla Sama regarded the Wrath that had maintained her silence until now, frowning her brows. With an uneasy premonition, I snuck a peek in that direction through the gaps in my fingers. Serious. How amusing. Liliana. Serious. How amusing. Such joy. Perhaps this should be called delight. No. Perhaps it isn't possible to name this ascendant feeling in my heart. Saying so with a low voice, languidly Wrath raised her face. On that face, obscured by bandages, impassioned declaring eyes swept back and forth, gazing at Priscilla Sama, at the wall of flame, at me. Wait, no please, don't look at me. Serious. Apologies. I was scattered for a moment there. However, thank you. I have awoken. It's like this. Words such as to desire to effortlessly achieve understanding were far too selfish. Was that a laugh? The monster's mouth split open horizontally, revealing a smile which showed white teeth. The monster laughed, intimately, as if welcoming a friend or family to be denied as such, and even so. Serious. Please allow me to once more introduce myself. I am the Witch Kul's Sin Archbishop, representing Wrath. Sirius Romani Conti. I do hope my affairs can be taken to heart. She bowed, politely giving a greeting. And then the bandaged freak, the monster Sirius, undid the chains on her arm, rotating wrists, untying bondage, lengthening the reach of the chain. The chains rotating, slashing through air, sound layer upon layer of metal becoming malice itself, cutting through the atmosphere. Even so, the monster wore a smile. Sirius, this is trial. Indeed is without doubt trial. For this city in which my husband was encountered once again, to meet him once more. To express love in words, trial descending upon me. A testimony of my love which was fated to meet that person once more. You are such a trial which stands in my way. With a ringing voice, with the flourish of a maiden in love, the monster ceaselessly waved her chains, shortening the distance to hear in one breath. Oh no, just being brushed would mean death for me. Priscilla. After quelling the crowd, that creature's opponent will be mine self. Do not make any unreasonable movements. Liliana. Uwe? Priscilla Sama? Nah, Priscilla. You are to prepare your song. Should a shadow fall across the Yang sword, Mine self will no matter what sever that abomination's head. Before that happens then, even being given an arbitrary limit by you is, as if not hearing a trace of my words, Priscilla Sama and the monster Sirius exchanged opening blows, beginning their battle. Listening to the fierce collision of chain and sword, I thought that I had to at least do something. Rather than calling it a sense of responsibility, more like being urged onward by some indistinct feeling, I began to run toward the wall of flame on the waterway, hopelessly. Run faster, damn it. Wasn't this being unable to think of anything, Liliana? And so for now, please listen for a moment. Hushin of the wasteland Huuhat. Nearing the boundary of the waterway, I prepared to whisk those in hearing range into a whirl of song, but immediately upon drawing close, my face had been destroyed by flame. It can't. Really can't. Although forcefully trying to put on the air of a performance, Priscilla Sama's wall of flame was beyond hot. Extremely hot. Hotter than was normal, but without drawing close to this extent, in truth, no one would be able to see. Liliana. Ooh, Hotho thought. My hands will be scorched. If my throat or lungs are burned, this will be a battle lost. Wait. Being licked by a tongue of flame, while cursing my precipitousness for the face that must have been scorched beyond repair, I discovered that the hands which should have been swallowed by the flame were unharmed, or rather even the wooden liuliwire hadn't been destroyed by the flame, which was to say, Liliana, this is no ordinary fire. No. From the start it had been evident that this was no ordinary fire, but this seemed to be one which did not ignite, although of scorching heat, it would not burn? In that case, then this would be crossed through in no time, wouldn't it? The hell was this? This was a bluffing imitation of a fire meant to scare people off? Following along was indeed a failure of a decision. Chapter 66. Liliana Masquerades. Stage, Liliana. Gah, what a disaster. This fire is way too hot. Way too hot. 7 times hotter than normal fire. Being burnt by this will mean dying with 7 times the agony. The white wall of flame erected before my eyes, since it was a flame that would not burn if touched, but seemingly only miraculously give heat waves. In truth, being able to withstand the pain would mean that it was not impossible to breach. Thus, in order to keep the truth hidden from everyone who were too scared to rush forth, with desperation I pretended to be someone who suffered from having been suffered a fire blast, which meant I conveyed everyone surrounding the waterway of the dangers of the flame. Well, even with everyone's mental state being a tad risky, it seemed that instinct had left them with the notion that the flames were dangerous. So my desperate act was perhaps not of much use, but even so, not performing it was something I couldn't justify. Liliana. Although it was easy for Priscilla Sama to say, to sing and dance to snatch the people's spirits back, in all honesty, taking snatching spirits back, as a mood to sing with, would entirely serve as an obstacle, and from its basis goes against the principle of song. As a result of frantic singing, to say that something airy was left within the hearts of those who listened was a natural intent of the heavens, and to feel something in that intent off the heavens, and giving a tip because of that would be such a gentle world. To begin with the attitude of wanting to earn a tip, in that case, such a desire would make its way into the song, but a song with such a desire contained within was not what I wanted. And so couldn't this plan be said to be a losing battle from the very start? Liliana. Recalling back, although this life was short-lived, but days filled with tumultuousness had been experienced. Father Sama and Mother Sama, although there had been resentment when being casted off into the cruel world at 13 after declaring independence. But now remaining is only gratefulness that I was born so cute. Although I have all along been quite the unfilial daughter, the gratitude and wrath I felt toward the two of you, respectful, was something integral to my every way. Hot. A never-ending summer. While speaking of gratitude toward parents and various other whims, I felt as if those on the opposite the wall of flame were about to approach, and once more put on an act of overheating. Really hoping you'll react appropriately, you bunch who can't read the atmosphere. But, no matter how realistic my performance was, it would fall through, sooner or later. And then, if it were exposed, there would be no way to continue suppressing Priscilla Sama's extreme endurance tactics. And there we go, it's done. It's over. Serious. Oh my, oh my. Do you have the leisure to see that the child who you have expectations of is wearing an expression as if there is no path forward? I can with clarity feel the sorrow and exhaustion plaguing that child's spirit, aching back and forth. Isn't it rather pitiful? Priscilla, not in the slightest, without regard to the me who had begun to clutch my head and count down the seconds to the end. In the center of the courtyard, surrounded by waterways that had been set alight, an exchange of dialogue between Priscilla Sama and that freak, Sirius, was in progress. That said, the dialogue was entirely composed of Priscilla Sama mercilessly striking Sirius' steady tone with a deaf ear, and setting aside Sirius's manner of speech for now. That figure that rotated chains with both arms could not be called steady in the slightest. Air being slashed, atmosphere being sliced, the path of metal chains being swung through the air meandered freely, tumbling, prancing, front back, left right. It struck toward Priscilla Sama as if a metal snake. The extending and retracting chain made an ear-piercing level of sound, continuous to the point that it seemed to me Priscilla Sama had been enclosed in a cage of iron, to the point of becoming a prison. The stone steps that took direct hits from the chain exploded mercilessly, caved in, the pairing speaking volumes of that power. If direct contact with the skin were made, the result would be unsightliness caused as if by a snake's fangs and tongue. If the recipient were someone like Priscilla Sama, whose skin was white and delicate, to call the torment the most extreme would not be enough. But Priscilla Sama, in fact, ferociously attacked that metal chain. Priscilla, tumultuous and yet tasteless noise, heedlessly exerting every which way without the slightest trace of release. A base weapon from which even a hint of elegance cannot be felt, superficial and yet unseemly idle talk. How truly fortunate that such a number of measures to diminish mine anger were prepared that mercy may be shown. Toward this profanity, there in fact remains only admiration. Liliana, Priscilla Sama is awesome Nioru. Priscilla Sama yet wore an expression which spoke of listlessness, waving the yang blade to welcome the chain that forced its way close from every direction. Forget front up down side. How could a blow from somewhere unseen like the back possibly be intercepted? In addition, perhaps this power was unique to the yang blade. But whenever the yang blade deflected the chain, the point of contact would be scorched white, with firepower that seemed not negligible. And yet the chain would burn and become gradually shorter and shorter. If this were repeated, the chain would certainly lose its volume. Liliana. Priscilla Sama. Please be rid of it. Priscilla. Regard thus. 'Tis what is known as candid thoughts which forget to cover eyes. Although exposure of this level for a commoner is presumably difficult, it certainly inspires more pleasure than boring theory which ceaselessly contorts. Well, although merely one person in this world would be enough. Liliana. Just now was a praise for me. A praise, right? Nah. To consider that praise would be fine, right? I'm about to feel happy, you know. Yeah. Amazing, truly amazing. Yay. Even if I were to be told that that hadn't been praise, I'd already felt happy, so it was too late. Accepting my support, Priscilla Sama also accordingly raised her dignity. She continued to advance, ceaselessly burning the chain away. The imposing atmosphere seemed to overwhelm even the Sin Archbishop freak, and was now entirely just waiting. Was a yam on the oven. Liliana. No, wait a second. Priscilla can't solve this so effortlessly. If it's done like this, we'll also be offed effortlessly. Anda. Josh. Priscilla. That's indeed the case. Too fun a time was being had. How dangerous. If just now I hadn't stopped her, that person would have been offed so effortlessly. The overwhelmed Sirius took this chance of Priscilla Sama stopping to leap far backward. Perhaps it was better to say, although Priscilla Sama's non-compliant attitude was rather difficult, but the opponent who could match her was fortunately none other than a Sin Archbishop. Perhaps it should be asked whether or not humans could move in such a way. Sirius, mouth clearly having been worked so hard, And yet a master so stubbornly refusing to open their heart is rare indeed. For what reason is your soul so tightly closed? After gaining some distance, Sirius flickered her gaze to her two arms as she spoke thus. That chain had already been shorn completely short, but as the freak spoke she rotated her wrists to restore its length. It seemed that many chains were wound firmly on her arms. Whether or not they were cutting off circulation was unknown. Sirius. All hearts, regardless of whose, have a space. To live means to have feelings. Yet no matter the color of the feeling that peeks out from there, it's something every person has. Even to say a feeling you've staunchly bore all along. As long as it's revealed, it can be understood. Priscilla. Sirius. You too have a soul that can anguish. Feelings that disorient, although unwaveringly keeping weaknesses hidden from others is a condition to living strongly. But that is not merely a destination to reach on one's lonesome. What one person can achieve on their lonesome has a limit. After becoming one with other people, there are occurrences that can be discovered for the first time. In order to allow other people to see that place, mutual understanding and shared feelings are necessary. Sirius swayed her body, saying thus to the silent Priscilla Sama. That voice was as if wanting bleed into the soul. That attitude was dear, as if flesh and bone. That manner was tender, as if dissolving the guards of others. The content of those words was as if enticing others, clearly as if a sweet poison melting with languor. Yet even my extremities felt numb. Sirius, could you allow me to help you reach understanding with others? Truly, your love is so deep and loving of the world. Looking forward to being able to be loved. I can understand this, and hope that those other than me can come to understand, in order to keep you from spending a lonely night on your lonesome. Priscilla. Truly a shame to rely only on delusion and conjecture, and prattle on without rest. If no doubts are held toward your own words, you are precisely what is known as a lunatic. Sirius. Oh my, thank you very much. That is a title commensurate with my husband's. A criminal who cannot comprehend in the slightest how outstanding that person is. Toward that person spits wild words of admiration, envy, jealousy. Priscilla. Not worth a mention. What belongs to mine self belongs to mine self. The narrative-like manner of your soliloquy are the wild words. For people like you, even the surface of mine enigma cannot be skimmed. Priscilla Sama with self-assurance rejected that sweet enticing proposal with clarity. However, in terms of self-assurance, Sirius did not lose. The freak's head tilted, as if having expected Priscilla Sama's rejection. Sirius. To say that even the surface cannot be skimmed, this is the epitome of stubbornness, isn't it? In that case, how does such insignificance sound? Iris and the King of Thorns. Priscilla. Sirius. Or perhaps the Rose Knight of Tyros. Maglitza's guillotine. I didn't understand the significance of Sirius's words. Same with the intent behind the freak saying such words. However, it prompted an immediate effect. Priscilla. Better off dead. As I thought I'd heard a low murmur, Priscilla Sama's figure vanished from sight. As I expressed my confusion, the distance that had once existed between Priscilla Sama and Sirius became zero. Priscilla Sama swung the yang blade from above, arc mercilessly tracing toward Sirius's neck. In an instant, the world slowed to an extent that yielded incredulousness, and even I was able to see the path that Priscilla Sama's blade followed. Just aiming it would be as if caressing Sirius's slender neck. If that were to happen, my neck, and the necks of everyone nearby, would break in the same way. Could it be that it was because I understood this that it seemed to happen so slowly? Say, if a life-threatening danger were to approach, humans would, with an intense focus, slow their perception of the world down. Although, even with that, when the celestial scales of my own life were being tilted by others, what could I and the many people around me do about it? The crimson radiance of the yang blade, just like that, with imposing manner which sliced through the atmosphere. Liliana, eh? Due to being unable to understand the sight before me, I couldn't help but let out the voice of a dazed fool. The neck of I who had made that noise was still firmly anchored upon this small body. That was a matter of course. My neck had not been severed, whether my own or Sirius's. In substitution, Priscilla Sama's body, which should have leapt at Sirius, was flung backward forcefully, enduring Sirius's metal chains from the front, whose attack had served as a welcome. In a dangerous manner was flung backward. Liliana. Priscilla-sama? I let out a cry toward that figure which had obviously not leapt of its own will. If Priscilla-sama were to be killed, the situation would become an irreparable wreck. I could scarcely even think of such a notion, crying out solely because a sense of disaster dawned. And yet, Priscilla-sama from midair suddenly spun back, halting the impact by stabbing the yang blade into the cobblestones. Priscilla, seize the racket. The true damage is yet to come. Replying thus to my wail, with a resounding step, Priscilla-sama landed. However, immediately following that, Priscilla-sama's necklace began to change. It had originally been a necklace with 3 jewels of green, but one of the jewels had disintegrated into ash, almost as if taking Priscilla-sama's stead in the attack from just before. Priscilla, the repayment of my necklace has a rather high cost, you know. Serious. So that's how it is. Is it that wounds you suffer transfer onto what is valuable to you? That is truly a manner befitting of pride. No. Couldn't be. Couldn't possibly be. Priscilla, a deliberately demeaning speculation, is malicious to the extreme. A crime of ludicrosity reaching this extent cannot be redeemed with even 10,000 deaths. The manner of your death is best fitting as a scorching heat that burns and burns yet never dies out. Toward Sirius, whose manner of accordance had not wavered in the slightest, Priscilla-sama's rage shone. Rather than to say that the yang blade in her hand had increased its radiance, perhaps it should be said that the heat was increasing. Priscilla-sama's regal attire, even to me, appeared as if it swayed under the sweltering sunny day. Though gazing at it, there truly was no way to think that Priscilla-sama could stand at a disadvantage. But there were also that incomprehensible happening from just now. Sirius, with her inexplicable words, appeared as if meant to taunt Priscilla-sama, although Priscilla-sama had seemed to rush forward as if falling for that provocation. Since that movement had been so predictable, it had been welcomed from the front, was not the case. Rather, this was the opinion of an outsider like me. In my regard, Priscilla-sama's movements had appeared fast to the point of disappearing from sight, but perhaps to Sirius this was not the case, although this possibility could not be denied. But that shouldn't have been, because when the yang blade had struck out, Priscilla-sama's movements had stopped, appearing as if suspended, although such words did exist to convey the general idea. But this was on a different level of meaning from that. More precisely, it was as if it had been completely frozen. Freezing in such an unnatural position, I did not assume to be Priscilla-sama's desire, nor that humans could consciously do as such. In that case, that stopping should have been connected to some kind of incomprehensible ability. But what could it have been? Sirius, please do not rage like that. Although you appear as if constantly raising your temper over something. But such a thing yields exhaustion, and will only parch the soul. Something like wrath is the tomb of the feeling that should be most shunned in this world. If that's the case, constantly welling in the heart should be feelings of ecstasy and joy. Liliana, see, clearly holding such a philosophy, everyone outside doesn't look very happy, do they? Serious? Just now, could it be a voice had been audible? The freak Sirius looked directly at me, eyes that were visible from a gap in the bandages coiling tightly around my body. What a disaster to have done to myself. Sirius, indeed, within the hearts of everyone who is outside, unease and lament reigns. Although this too is something tragic, this is merely the result of human hearts overflowing with tenderness and compassion. Liliana. What are you saying? Sirius. Once within my sphere of influence, people become capable of opening their hearts to one another and resonating. And so, feelings that cannot be condensed into words can come to light. To be human is to be able to empathize, a precious existence from which feelings can come to be. If tender love is felt for the hearts of others, when sorrow is witnessed, in one's own heart sorrow will also bloom, and sorrow will also sprout in the hearts of those who witness that sorrow. As the cycle repeats, the drops of sorrow will become a pond, become a lake, become a river. This person began to speak of such heavy things. This was to say, the more people gathered to be by this person's side would yield increasingly disastrous results, such a thing which could rile up and spread suffering to everyone in the city. and it didn't stop at creating unrest. This person referred to it as a connection of the heart. Priscilla, if this seems a tragedy, by all means take the lead in saving everyone. Choosing not to do so and only sighing is but an irritating noise for the commoners, you know. Serious. I can understand those words. I'm merely a victim of a one-sided attack on my helplessness. However, I possess a means to save all those enveloped by sorrow. Sirius clapped her palms together with the demeanor of going as far as to declare, "What a wonderful idea!" Although it was doubtful that the freak's notion of a good idea could make the situation take a turn for the better, but neither I nor Priscilla Sama spoke up. Although I didn't know about Priscilla Sama, rage boiled in my heart. A feeling that could not be described with words surging within my chest was igniting. Serious. A means to offer salvation to all those enveloped in sorrow is to use delight, use joy to sweep away that sorrow. Which is to say that the I who is to be a conduit for such salvation must find happiness. Serious. My. Within this city is the husband whom I've been separated with for quite some time. To confirm that love with my husband, with that person, to have it returned. A happily married couple is the emblem of happiness. If my heart is filled to the brim with such joy, all those who cry out in lament will be saved. By mutually enjoying happiness, the hearts of everyone will be saved. Sirius spoke her discourse. Priscilla Sama wore a completely disinterested expression, and I who flickered glances at her was thinking of a great number of things. I could understand that this was the one time when I could not escape reality by wearing a pretense of a disconnect in understanding. Or rather it could be said, I understood, thoroughly and completely understood, the fact that this freak Sirius Romani Conti was our enemy. I raised my head, gazed across the surrounding waterways engulfed in flame. On the other side of the white-tinged wall of flame were the figures of people who stood in place without a means to cross the waterway. They had all fallen under a charm of feelings, lost their awareness of self. I could hear the sound of their corpse-like voices. Thanks to my peculiar ears, which, as a bard, only sound and hearing were my specialties, to me those voices seemed to echo without cease. So terrifying. So sorrowful, save me, how painful, why? Don't. Resentment swept up as if in a vortex. Wails drawn out as if for eternity. I could hear those kinds of voices. Was this to be the result of that so-called empathy then? Was this to be the result of that so-called becoming one then? That so-called unity? Was it something like this? Liliana. Have to. Free. To become one. And to have everything of everything become identical. Couldn't be the same. Men, women, adults, children, infants, elderly, humans, beastkin alike, were clearly all different. To condense all that together, whisk into disarray, and call it like this, everyone will understand each other and become one. Such words were certainly no joke. No joke at all. Priscilla, no need for you to be happy. Shut that pettily clever mouth of yours while you can, and die on your lonesome. Serious, don't insist on using the loneliness of disconnect to comfort yourself. If you are one who cannot recognize the form of happiness, taking a look at my happiness and giving it a chance isn't so bad, is it? Or perhaps if you understand the joy of connecting with the one in your heart, then you'll come to understand the joy of being a bride. Isn't that so? Priscilla. Unfortunately, myself has already walked the aisle 7 times, and each was nowhere approaching something like happiness. Apply not your paltry standards to mineself. T.S. nauseating. Serious. 7 times. Priscilla Sama treated Sirius' words as a jest and brought the yang blade down from above. However, Sirius also commenced her own ferocious attack with chains of steel. Sparks ignited and scattered. The severed chain flew away, and the figures of the two were pushed away from the center of the courtyard by the clash. Cleft in two, the chain, tinged with white, the inextinguishable flame. In a state of being unable to give voice, the people who wailed in agony. Within me, slowly, it came together. Could it be accomplished? If the theorized situation was indeed reality, was correct, in that case, it shouldn't be unachievable. Serious. Even though I've clearly expended so much time on this for only the sake of that reaching the heart of that one person. You had 7 chances and wasted all of them. Priscilla, don't pin the blame for your own lack of allure on myself. In this situation, even that pitiful man who has been imprinted on by you would refuse to meet you. Sirius. I am intimately connected with that person, and thus are deeply in love. Name-Alls, Anka. Am I? Gossip. That, do you? This was fury that inspired a jolt of terror. Immediately after, bisecting the courtyard was a snake of flame which burned red. In the instant that Priscilla Sama blocked chains striking from Sirius's arms, the flames followed the chains to race up Sirius' arms, and the surging flame swallowed Priscilla Sama's body. The snake of flame reared open its maw, consuming Priscilla Sama's slim body head first. Without a means to counter that fiery tactic, Priscilla Sama was swallowed and tossed outside of the courtyard now seeped with flame. Just as she was about to plummet, she suddenly breathtakingly stabilized herself with her sword. And yet, after being submerged in such flames, Priscilla Sama's body remained completely unhurt. But with a sound, the necklace's jewel once again shattered. The 2 clasps of the necklace came undone simultaneously, landing on the ground with a resounding noise. Sirius, I share a deep love with that person. That just and sincere person just can't help that he hasn't yet finished what he began. To misconstrue that person's sincerity as pure love is just too obscene. How irritating. Priscilla Sama had once again survived at the cost of the necklace, but her demeanor toward facing Sirius had changed completely. The freak opened her mouth as if bearing fangs, spitting ugly words as she violently expressed her temper. Her arms had swept up a vortex of red flame. Sirius, why is it that you so inconsiderately shake my heart to this degree? These violent shakes of the heart, another way of naming wrath, is passion. The trembles will give way to heat, scorching those who are sinners. Is this what you want for yourself as well, you pretentious lonely wench? Ah! Priscilla, with that mouth, with those eyes, such fabrication. The seething wrath was igniting herself, a vortex of flame building overhead the Sirius who was slowly raising her arms. What had struck just now emanated from her arms, a pair of slim twin snakes, and as those arms crossed, the forms merged into one powerful snake. The arms struck vertically downward, and the enormous snake of flame rushed at Priscilla Sama. Rather than evade it, Priscilla Sama took a stance of meeting the attack. The yang blade flew from down to up, tip lodging in the head of that giant snake. With a sound that was not one of chain-meeting sword, the snake missed its target by a wide arc. However, Priscilla Sama was sent flying by the impact and could not make a follow-up. After Sirius had summoned the snake in a fit of agitation, the flow of offense and defense had swerved sharply. Priscilla Sama had been forced on the defensive, and the metal chain and flame chased her retreating figure. Why was that? Although it was clear at a glance that Sirius's abilities couldn't be underestimated, but analyzing the fight would not point to Priscilla Sama being at a disadvantage. She had said that the yang blade consumed mana quickly, but was it that which was pressing her so? Or could it be that perhaps merely as a speculation? It wasn't that Priscilla Sama couldn't attack Liliana. Is it me? A quick end. Not just for me, but for everyone in the vicinity as well. In order to avoid such a result, was this a battle for buying time? Oh, wait, no, hang on, how could it be that the arrogant Priscilla Sama, who thought the highest of only herself, would do something like that? I said, you are to prepare your song. Should a shadow fall across the yang sword, mineself will no matter what sever that abomination's head. Before that happens then, at that time, something had shook in my brain. Right before the battlefield had truly opened, Priscilla Sama had told me, before the yang blade met its limit, I was to prepare a song, and she had added that, if that time were to approach, Sirius's head would be mercilessly severed and everyone else along with her. But that was to say, before that time had arrived, to just wait for it. Indicated that there was more to it than was initially suspected. In that case, Priscilla-sama was waiting for me to ready a song. At the very least, to take responsibility for the time before those words. Liliana. Goo. How bothersome. That person. So damn bothersome. If there are feelings, just confess to the feelings already. That person absolutely has feelings for me. No, because I had been told I was liked. It had definitely been said before. Ah, what a pain. Screw this. This was terrifying. Was there no other way? Liliana. Priscilla-sama. If the situation was as I suspected, then to be fighting at a bothersome disadvantage, she must have understood what I was thinking right now. I pointed toward the stone tower that had been ignited by Sirius's flames. Priscilla-sama turned her head at the sound of my voice, looked toward where I was pointing. Oh. She wore that terrifying expression with terrifying gaze, but with such a terrifying mien it inspired a feeling of reliability. She laughed. Too wicked. An expression which left it difficult to figure out just who the Archbishop was here. Sirius? Stop looking away. Priscilla, with the likes of you as an opponent, looking away is no distraction. Do not lecture Mindself's actions. Priscilla-sama leapt back, while at the same time parrying an approaching chain with her sword, her body gathering momentum, with speed that seemed fast than one motion would allow. She landed by the burning tower. Priscilla-sama gazed up at the burning tower as she directed the tip of the yang blade at its base. Priscilla. Such an unsightly flame. Truly beautiful lights are dazzling like this. Differences in aesthetic between the lights of flame and such were incomprehensible to an outsider like me. Although incomprehensible, even an outsider's eye could clearly make out. A decidedly different sort of flame now surrounded the control tower. The white-tinged flames that swayed there were of the same type that surrounded the waterways, even though the snakes originating from Sirius's chains also burned crimson and scorched with a bright, staggering heat. The flames emitted from the yang blade held a sort of sanctity that gave the impression of being untouchable. Priscilla, the stage is prepared. Ensure that you perform your utmost. Liliana. Right. Understood. After smothering the burning control tower with another layer of flame, Priscilla-sama spoke one sentence. I replied with fervent confidence, rushing over to the control tower, with an air of being set off by anything that happened. Sirius, who flickered her gaze toward this scene, extended both her hands in our direction. Sirius. The hell are you doing to the flame that I lit as an emblem of my love for that person? Liliana. Something like setting an entire building on fire to flirt. I think it's best you don't say such outlandish, ridiculous things. I said it. Wahiaya. Rushing toward my back as I spoke while running, I felt that Sirius Freak's chain descending in one smooth motion. Burning chains. A heat wave. In the instant of being attacked, I'd known from before the flame had been ignited that my head could be sent flying, but heedless of what was behind me, I ran. And the reason is, Priscilla, whatever that one will come up with, this is a situation where Mindself will not hold back until the very end. Liliana. Chi-e, as if taking the place of my fleeing self. Priscilla-sama landed where the chain would strike. The yang blade sliced downward as if licking, deflecting the entire tongue of flame. Hearing the intermittent sounds of Priscilla-sama and that freak clashing anew, I finally reached my destination of the burning tower of stone. Liliana. Ha. Although the distance covered hadn't been too long, drawing breath grew laborious, and my body felt fatigued. In all honesty, right now nothing would feel better than a drink of ice water before collapsing on a bed, although this was something not meant for a traveling bard. But after spending so long in greenhouse-like surroundings, anything but a soft bed wouldn't work. Liliana. Really? Isn't this all Kiritaka-san and everyone else's fault? Allowing me to reside in this city, offering me warm hospitality besides. Whether the White Dragon's scales or the citizens of the city, all expressed their love, and the likes of Kiritaka-san with such enthusiasm that even I was taken aback. It was all her fault, the fault of remaining in this city, that my ability to stay on the path of a traveling bard had been dispelled. Well then, just a bit of extra effort here. Recall the ruthless determination of your waist and legs from before? Liliana. Hi, Tatid. Epiphany realized, teeth clenched. I held my steady Lulire in my arms and rushed toward the flaming tower. So hot, so hot, so hot, so damn hot. Anticipation of the scorching pain sent a sharp jolt through me. However, although clearly enduring an overwhelming heat wave between skin and hair and Lyalir, none of them had been burnt by the scorching flame. Although the heat of the flame could be clearly felt, nothing had caught fire. As with the flames over the waterways, there was painful heat, but no burning, and thus I recognized this flame as the Yang Blade's fake. However, it was different. Different indeed. The Yang Blade wielded by Priscilla Sama had indeed burnt through the metal chains, a sword clearly using the same flames, but burning only select things. Priscilla Sama's flame could choose what to burn, which meant that it could also choose what not to burn. Liliana. Well then, the white flame enveloping this control tower would definitely not burn me, even though it was so hot as to be disintegrating, so agonizing as to seem fatal. A pain that made whoever experienced it want to collapse and roll on the ground. It would not burn. It would not injure. It would not be deadly. Eyeballs melting, tongue withering, hair alight, skin festering, Lyalir scorched, bones cracking, flesh burnt, consciousness eroding to nothing, was all an illusion. Not hot. So hot, so hot, so hot, not hot, not hot, so hot, craving death, not wanting to die. So hot, not hot, hotified even though it was so hot. Sprinting up the stairs of the control tower. First floor. Second floor. Just how many floors were there? Oh, where was the roof? Oh. The fire crept outward and extended its reach, looking left and right yielded only the sight of white fire. So hot, so how could such agony be? So hot, heat beyond heat. I wanted to wail about the intensity of the heat, wanted to shriek until my throat split right this instant. Absolutely not. If this agony were given voice to, it would desecrate my throat in one cry. This throat could absolutely not be spent. These fingers as well, wanting to scratch, want to express the suffering no matter how. But no, absolutely not. If these fingers were to be spent, they could not strum a melody. Whether eyes or skin or hair, if they melted, it couldn't be helped. But not this throat, not these fingers, and these ears as well, were not allowed, because they were all indispensable for what would come next. Forcefully ascending the steps, slamming open the incredibly heavy door with a kick. Appearing now was the night sky, the wind howling in frenzy, heat continuing to flow from beneath my feet. But there were no more walls, and sprinting to the highest point to glance down, the wind rose and fell, and below were a red figure and white figure waving dangerous objects, white flames surrounded by a wailing crowd. Although I was so hot, I felt as if I would die at any instant. Right now, the heat had not completely fled. The soles of my feet were still burning, and the white flames swaying in the wind were still slowly intensifying. Sorrow suddenly rose in my heart, and tears threatened to flow. Liliana. Eep. All right, this is a once-in-a-lifetime stage. Reaching the place I had dashed for even through heat and agony that inspired a craving for death. From here, everything was visible. Sound could be heard from everywhere. Even feeling drained to a deathly point, before I died, there was still something left to do. And so, Liliana, come. Gather around. Everyone far away, make sure you listen. Everyone close by, make sure you watch the dance. For everyone even farther away, I'll be even louder, so just listen. Liliana Masquerade is here to sing, dance, perform for you. So listen well. Sky transcending the light of dawn. Just gather all those scorching feelings and spit them all out at once. Chapter 67. Liliana Masquerade. It turned out that Liliana did not remember the words she had wanted to sing. Liliana's bloodline, from the time of her mother's mother, and even mothers beyond that, was a bloodline which had all along not settled in one place, and instead traveled the earth. The lifeless profession of a bard would of course inspire irritation, not remaining in any one place, but along with the winds, along with the heart's whims, continuously traveling with only 2 feet. Amongst the bards, it seemed that many of them would gather together, band together for performances. However, Liliana was not particularly fond of this nature of banding together. Although not disliking of being with others, their interests were different. There was a palpable difference in sense of music. Just like her line of mothers, Liliana trod alone onto a journey. However, even amongst this group of bards with such variance in personality, this independence could not be denied to have appeared rather early with her. She had been 13 when she had left her parents' nest. "Hey, little brat, how could you have such an idea? Wouldn't your parents agreeing with you be enough?" Although not over a trivial matter, but fleeing without question as a result of the argument was she. Starting from her tens, Liliana had always wanted to live independently. Those were the too heedless opinions of a daughter too deeply submerged in chasing dreams, and her parents and especially mother forcibly kept her. At around the age of 10, the feelings of the young Liliana were already a tad more mature than those of other girls of her age. That was more or less the result of her father's performances, her mother's poems, and the intimate influence of her relatives. To the young Liliana, the characters appearing in the music her mother sang were dashing. Following how their adventures, struggles, battles, romances, intrigues interacted with her, Liliana was forever unable to bear that her feet could not make their way forward. The people that had been come to know through her own songs could clearly so freely choose their way of living. To the 10-year-old Liliana, the heroes that had appeared in the songs were friends, walking the same path, seeing the same sights. Underneath the same sky they raised their heads to see. She too wanted to savor the same taste. Clinging to such a feeling, in those 3 years, she could in fact bear it. Liliana burned up the single-minded passion and single-minded sense of companionship, and from her father stole the skill of performing with a lyre. From her mother stole the sound of that song and several famed songs. On the eve of turning 13, mother had personally given her the traditionally passed down lyre, and after the grandparent-child argument, she sprinted away from her parents' sides, journeying away from home alone. Ha 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 ha. Wait and see, old lady. I'll be the ruler of bards. Completely evading the pursuit of her parents, the her who had become alone made a vow to the night sky. Liliana Masquerade's grand adventure would from now on begin. Since the age of 10, her parents had deplored Liliana's recklessness, complaining that her skills had yet to mature, that she treated not learning melodies as a joke, occasionally refusing her food afterward. A little girl like you thinking she can live independently is 10 years too early. An arrogant child like this, leave it to her to take care of the meat of the rabbits who've fallen into the trap. Oh my, you poor thing. How undercooked today's rabbit meat seems. But it's still being eaten. A child who doesn't listen to her parents really is pitiful. For better or for worse, parents with a nature of chasing their dreams. For a pair such as them, how heart-rending the departure of their only daughter must be. Surely leading up to the departure, arguments would have been aplenty. This lowers the consumption of meals. 3 meals a day from now. Ileana's gone. We'll just have another child. Surely, there must have been arguments. Surely it was painful, indeed. And a parental argument was the last gift she received from them. If Liliana's dreams were crushed, to return to her parents was not what she would do. In order to cut off a way out for Liliana, they spoke such words. To weaken at the thought of an escape route was human nature. As long as there existed a way out, the flames of determination could not burn until the very last. Especially for a traveling bard, who had no home of their own. Family and hometown were typically notions that were merged into one. Reliance on family was a subconsciously overwhelming tendency. The greatest obstacle standing in the way of independence was the act of cutting it off. Thanks to her youthful recklessness and her parents' shrewd manipulation, she had defeated such an obstacle. Liliana, sipping muddied water, munching roots of grass, overwhelmed by starvation and weakness, thought of returning. It was as she thought of this that she noticed their consideration. If her resolve had shattered then, perhaps she would have cast down her lyre. She thanked her parents. To part had been the best way. But years later, having encountered them in another town, They had yet to settle their differences. On top of that, held in her parents' arms was an unfamiliar infant. Liliana had initially assumed it to be her younger sister, but rather than speak to her parents, she merely stuck out her chest, straightened her back, and returned the way she had come. Years later, if she had achievements more worthy of pride, perhaps a reunion with her parents could even be one of smiles and happy talks. However, the her of today was sorely lacking, so for now it should be left at that. Of course, after this meeting today, perhaps she would never encounter her parents again, and there was an even higher chance that she would never be able to introduce herself as an elder sister to the little sister whose name she had yet to learn. However, this was what Liliana had chosen, a way of life which relied on song. In coming days, when Liliana had become a world-renowned bard, doubtlessly her parents would irresponsibly comment to everyone who would listen. The first to fall victim would no doubt be her little sister, and thus to gain another petty ambition was completely natural. What a heart-pounding vision of a future, which shouldn't have been too much to ask for. When Liliana was 17, she found her resolve anew. Liliana, who was now 22, had lived independently for 9 years. It was a given that it was an atypical life, riddled with tribulation. Most notably was at the age of 13, right after she'd begun her journey, when her declaration of intent to be the master of bards had been trampled upon the following day. If she hadn't been picked up by passerby merchants, and as a maiden hadn't needed to negotiate, surely she would actually have pitifully died alone. It had been a group of merchants, traveling across the lands to make their living. Liliana had been picked up and taken care of, acting as a serving girl. It was a way of travel much safer, much more comfortable than a true journey alone, as long as there would be meals and a bed. Reaching cities, Liliana would also take up the lyre, singing at the side of the road for coin. Having left her parents, the first instance of having her performance recognized was unforgettable. The merchants took care of her for around a year, but when their spokesperson settled in a town, acquiring his own store, the group disbanded. Amongst the scattered merchants, several groups invited Liliana to come along, but solemnly, she declined, continuing on alone, letting go of a safer and more comfortable journey, renewing herself as a person. The lukewarm days of the beginning had ended, and Liliana Masquerade's tale began. This was without question a tale of such vigor. Afterward, several years of toil were committed. As part of a group of merchants, or a respected house of bards, and forget that she carried a sign with her, the ruthless world had no consideration for a little girl separated from her family of musicians. It had been then that she fully understood the consideration had shown before she'd left. This was when Liliana had realized there was another great truth of this world. It was that the world she lived in, and the worlds the characters of her beloved stories lived in, were absolutely different, and she was in no way one of their companions. A beginning was hardly anything so unique. As always, she munched on roots of grass, consumed red fruits that she could not find in the mountains, and on her lonesome suffered the agony of a stomach ache and fever. And on that night she realized, the heroes of the thrilling stories she knew shouldn't have been like this, because those tales were done and over with. The everydays where they spat fresh blood, spoke their aspirations, cried out their hopes, and swung their blades were of the distant past. Liliana tread through their footsteps, wove their tales for others to witness. Only did merely that. Liliana loved them, but they had never loved Liliana. Her own thoughts had been completely one-sided, and were in fact akin to something which had stumbled into an old dead and lost their way. Then, just who was a bard? To become the master of bards. Saying so, Liliana had taken up the mantle of bard for many a year, before finally realizing how useless she was. For 3 days and 3 nights, Liliana's pains, fever, and vomiting continued without cease. As she lowered her head, Liliana wondered whether this was a cruel dream or reality. After the 4th day, Liliana awoke recovered, splashed her face in the stream, drank its water. The self reflected there wore a different mien than the self of before. Wind rustling the foliage, refreshing calls of insects and birds flowed across the stream, and there she had felt the song. For the first time. Tears seeping out, Liliana couldn't help but leap into the stream. The insects, birds, fish were all startled, their music flowing to the water's surface, where Liliana's head emerged, laughing heartily. She cried, laughed, cried out. Liliana descended the mountain, body caked in dried mud and dirtied water, and stood on the streets. Everyone found themselves disgusted by the young girl clutching an instrument, wearing a dirtied dress. The store owner's expression revealed disgust, and passers-by on the streets seemed uneasy as well. Merely standing like that for a few seconds would perhaps result in being knocked over by some thoughtless passerby. However, the Liliana standing upon the streets moved with agility. It wasn't that she was thinking she'd be knocked over if she didn't start soon. In this moment, she desired only to sing as soon as she could. As the lyre was plucked, a handful of people noticed a dirty, muddy girl, the aged and withered lyre in her hands. The hands that were touching the lyre had become breathtaking. It was a question how many people had recognized it. If something were truly happening, surely the people who noticed would have left immediately. Liliana's performance began, and in the instant that those graceful, charming hands wove music, the footsteps of everyone on the streets paused, as did their breathing. In an instant, everyone realized there had been some sort of vital shift, awaiting a tremendous wave to sweep through their hearts. The source of the sound stood upon the street, a dirtied young girl. Every gaze focused upon her. Liliana felt the weight of gazes upon her, and at the same time understood her elevated self. The stage had been prepared, and she dashed on it in one breath. As applause for her performance reached its zenith, Liliana's song began. Song flowed from her throat, to the extent of making everyone believe that the songs they had sung in the past was of the same substance. Their own knowledge, thoughts of famous melodies wavered back and forth, piercing. The pair who had lived for each other, friends who had thought themselves inseparable, with a clear heart watched them rise toward the sky. Song was a gift, and to the friends of the past whose tales she sang of, she was nothing at all. Liliana understood such that her own existence was one of a bard. With this foundation of understanding, from hereafter she could continue to sing by herself. Flaunt that in this world such exemplary people existed. With such exemplary people who she had once thought of as friends, flaunt that they had been amiable. Certainly there would come a day when amazing people would be befriended, and to be friends with such amazing people, to proudly do something like this. Finishing her song, Liliana shed tears. The people struck speechless, shed tears just as she did, wiping their noses. Applause echoing like thunder across the street. Liliana Masquerade became a bard. Since then, Liliana's acquaintanceship with music had persisted. Atop the burning control lower, Liliana recalled the first time she'd sung, the first time she had sung along, the first time she had sung as a bard. A feeling similar to the one from then danced in her heart. What she wanted to sing, wanted to express with words, wanted to voice, was too much. Equally so when in the midst of song. To the point that it could be called an obsession, choosing to burn to the end, still burning even now without heed of circumstance. Perhaps Liliana did not feel the scorching heat, but the consuming heat yet tormented her. Even now, consuming heat agonized her back. Body that had scaled the control tower wreathed in flame, continually letting out cries of pain, a pain that drove her to her knees, ached until she wanted to cry out immediately. However, something like wailing was just too unseemly. Before her eyes was an audience who wanted a song. This throat was not for crying. The song that emerged was not one that had been passed down by her mother or family. A bard's obligation was an obligation to inherit stories. And perhaps for a bard this was a misstep. But this was the song that Liliana had received as a gift when she had first come to understand the world. When the next dawn arrived, the sky would be dyed red. Chasing off the night was that morning sky that Liliana loved to see. The break of day stained red and yellow, bringing a true morning to all. A sky which surpassed dawn. No matter what the night held, morning would always dawn. A blue sky transcending dawn was the start of a new day. Right now, mayhem gradually permeated the city, and a great number of people had been overtaken by unease and sorrow, leaving them immobile. In the midst of a night where neither looking forward nor backward was an option, every single one of them was struggling. Struggling was the reality. But Liliana wanted to sing. Even so, because she wanted to sing, she wanted to sing. She herself would not survive the agony of holding back her song when she wanted to sing. And thus, right now was the perfect time to use song to convey what she wanted to. Liliana loosened the trembling throat that had been carefully tightened and continued to sing, fingers moving across the lyre as if in dance. In truth, she sang simultaneously as she danced, atop the peak of the control tower, wanting everyone surrounding to be able to hear. And yet how deplorable that her voice had no way of reaching everyone's eardrums. The problem was not merely one of volume. There was an issue of distance. The hearts of her audience were troubled. No matter how hard Liliana tried, the existence of physical and mental barriers was an undeniable reality. Liliana believed in the power of song. However, only devotedly spreading melody could be considered to become a true song. Spread every which way? Just how many people had been overcome by unease and sorrow? Perhaps there were hundreds, even thousands. Liliana had never had the experience of reaching such a wide audience without the aid of the magical device. Whether a means of diffusing sound or a means of spreading such sound simultaneously, a normal person would not be able to find it. Liliana's battle was too hopeless, her aspiration too distant. The Liliana who had once been 10 years old had been considered by her wicked parents to be too reckless. And right now, was it just as back then, still repeating the same things? The power of song was real. So was her transferring it the fake. At such doubt, her throat faltered helplessly. At that moment, Liliana, lovely songstress, with that singing voice, I want to keep you by side forever. A silly man with silly sophistry lingered in Liliana's mind. An odd man, doubtlessly strange. Perverted might be more accurate. Upon hearing Liliana's song, those who had been touched by malice yet remained. Liliana remained distant from it all. Something untrue to song, an attempt at wholeheartedness that could not be lent to others. That was the dedication of a bard. I fell in love with your beauty. Please stay by my side. And so, he was the first to try to become close to her from his heart. Awareness that Liliana was a bard was something that came after his declaration of love to her upon seeing her. When she had first performed in front of him, rather than her song, his eyes raked over her face, chest, feet, honestly rather uncomfortably. However, that wasn't to say that he didn't find himself touched by Liliana's song, and his feelings toward Liliana weren't covered with a layer of dishonesty. Showing attraction to her appearing, an understanding of her song, knowing that as a person leaving was impossible. The city of Pristella has 4 large gates, so within the city are a number of shelters as an emergency measure. This purpose of this magic device is so that citizens will be more aware of their safety on a day-to-day basis, and in the event of an emergency be prepared. What's what for? Let's try playing Liliana's song through that radio. Within this city are many people who have yet to understand your song. This is the perfect chance. Song amplified by the magical device was for Liliana a shortcut. A song should indeed be sung before an audience. Liliana had grudgingly refused, but he only laughed heedlessly. I want to monopolize your figure. However, your song absolutely cannot become something restrained. Songstress to everyone else, Liliana to me. Is that something that can't be? The weirdo had in fact laughed with such wicked intent. If he wanted to convince her like this, she wanted to snort. Liliana knew that many love stories of this world had been chronicled. In those love stories, their hearts swayed, became infatuated with love. He knew her, knew which words would be charming, which attitudes were exciting, and thus Liliana would not fall lightly for such words. Perhaps they weren't sweet, but they appreciated the voice of the songstress, so exaggerated that she couldn't straighten her chest and say it suited her. Because he had always been looking forward for Liliana to become the songstress. Because that person had turned her into the songstress of this city. To communicate, reverberate, tremble, this longing. No matter how dark the night, so pitch black that seeing forward was impossible. Even then, morning would still arrive. As always, more resolute than anyone, believing in it more than any way to sing for it. Songstress of the Watergate city of Pristella, Liliana Masquerade. From that sort of feeling, no pain could be gleaned. Everything of herself. All began from the wrists that strummed the lyre, feet that danced in synchronicity, throat that sang without rest, immersed only in this feeling. Singing, Liliana had not noticed. The lament of those whose spirits had been controlled no longer echoed by her ears. On the opposite side of the flaming waterways, those who had been sighing in lament gazed upward toward the empty sky. No, not empty. A sound was audible from the control tower wreathed in flame. A miniature figure from the peak continued to cry out from a great distance, eyes that could not leave her. Focus directed completely toward the ears. Everyone held their breath to listen in rapt attention. A song that should not have been heard was heard clearly by everyone. This was no miracle, nor was it a simultaneous hallucination, nor was it the Archbishop's power. Indeed, there was no shared emotion at all. A gift Liliana had been granted by the heavens, the true blooming of the divine protection of telepathy. A divine protection that had until now been subconscious. Only when it reached this moment could it exert the influence it was supposed to. Between her ability as a singer and the realization of casting everything aside in this hopeless moment to help, she had become a tremendous force, flowing into the city. Of course, Liliana was unaware of this. In addition, there was no one there to inform her of what the situation was. Liliana only sang with all her heart and soul, becoming a bard, putting her all into singing, turning everything over to this instant. Echoing here was the voice of Priestella's songstress, Priscilla. As expected, the arrangement myself had prepared came to pass. Within was a flaming crimson sword, and Priscilla, who held that sun, laughed out loud. The song had also reached Priscilla's ears. Liliana had taken center stage on the burning control, producing the most brilliant of songs. Although the flame was under the Yang Blade's control, the heat emitted by the IIT was no fake. The heat of the control was at a critical level, and the stone tower would feel scorching. Even at this instant, certainly it was so hot that she would want to leap off. Even so, from this song that transmitted all of Liliana's feelings, cries or complaints of pain were practically undetectable. It wasn't that the feelings weren't there, rather, undiluted pain had attained the purity of song. What a foolish conclusion, one which only a fool could reach. The height of a fool, the zenith of a brilliant fool that could yield a result which transcended reason. Priscilla, that one's idiocy is truly fascinating. Foolish is as foolishness. A fool does not deserve a life, but a fool has a unique joy. And even more, she has demonstrated a worth beyond joy. Thus she deserves mine reward. Before allowing Priscilla to finish her soliloquy, from overhead and from the left burning chains pressed close, the snake's jaw bore a flame, moving directing to target Priscilla's steps. The pinnacle of unsightliness. Priscilla snorted. Raising the Yang blade, the crimson blade flashed from a slant. From above, from the left, simultaneous orbiting of the approaching chains were forcibly severed. The crisp sound seemed to ring twice simultaneously, and the freak growled wickedly at the sparks. Serious. Both you and that girl are so damn annoying. What's so different about me and her? The methods are different, but the core is the same. It just goes to show that it's reason. Sirius shrieked loudly, drawing the burnt-off chains close, twisting her arms, angrily generating fire. The eyes of the freak, whose black cloak swayed violently, pointed directly at Liliana dancing atop the burning control tower. Liliana's divine protection of telepathy was incredibly powerful, enough that it could affect the freak's perception. To the freak, who was so perceptive to changes in the emotions of others, the effects of that song radiated without limit. The citizens had been freed from the wrath that had taken root inside their hearts. On the other side of the waterways, still burning with white flame, within the eyes of the people who stood there were no traces of frenzy. What filled their eyes was not fervor, but the gentle fall of tears. It was unclear from which emotion the tears stemmed, and the freak was incapable of taking up the formless feeling, because rather than condensing into one feeling, it kept swaying. Serious. That person, as long as that person is, it can be proven. Why are you appearing before me to intercept my path? Humans want to pursue, to become one indeed. The world continues on this way, and yet, Priscilla, us is the nature of song. The accompanying feelings vary. Classic songs are charming, and each description of lovely differs, crying out about the noisy feelings, but such a shallow understanding of what is most vital. This is what is referred to as foolish. Serious. That's enough already. And Sirius widened her eyes at Priscilla's merciless speech, and with a howl, her arms folded. The colliding palms rattled the chains, and each arm violently unraveling the curled chains, skin on arms peeling, flesh being scraped. Acting as if she were in pain, Sirius spread her arms, forcefully swinging the split chains. The flame revolves around the orbit of the swinging chains, swelling to where the vortex reached the peak of its arc. The scorching flame became a round disc, burning in the wake of Sirius's heat. Priscilla. Could it be that the bandages are for such wounds? The bandages were for burn wounds. If the reason was as what had just been witnessed, then truly it was mere foolishness. Faced with this greatest force, this greatest danger, Priscilla's did not waver. Two snakes of flame merged into a Thor. Their powerful flame. Priscilla gazed upon the vortex of flame with an expression of listlessness. Sirius. The trembling of feelings, consuming emotions, this intensity, this wrath, inspiring disgust. Feelings of disgust turned Sirius's flames into waves of heat. The flame spun as it approached. It had stopped being a metal chain. In the instant that the flame had blossomed, the role of the implements as chains had come to an end. The chain that done its job vanished in a flash, and only fire flew at Priscilla. A mass of heat as if enveloping the entire world, practically a cloud fallen from the sky, attacks without pause, utterly impossible to dodge. The only defense was to be swallowed thus. As for the flame itself, there was only one option. Priscilla. Should my decree be the decree of heaven, the light of the Yang blade will follow as one. Faced with the wave of flame pressing close, Priscilla lifted the Yang blade, not as if feeling uncomfortable with the situation, merely raising the blade high. Sirius. Disappear. Priscilla. In the instant of the collision, Sirius spat venomous hatred at Priscilla. Priscilla did not regard her fury. The only sound that reached her was the song. The instant when heat waves should have consumed her body, the Yang blade changed. Previously, on a sword where all the jewels shone had with light, the shine suddenly vanished. Only crimson light and crimson blade remain in Priscilla's grip. It was thus that the sword without its light met the flame. Without the radiance of the jewels, the sword became one of ordinary steel, and thus was unable to repel the approaching flame. If there had been an onlooker at the moment, perhaps they would have reported thus, but the result was the precise opposite. Priscilla. Utterly pointless. Priscilla, sweeping the Yang blade to the side, murmured, she should have been consumed by the flames and vanished. And yet, her existence had yet to vanish. Not only that, her body bore no traces of the heat wave's after effects. Beautiful, and constituted as always. Waves of fire renowned for their power were swept away without trace, almost as if the only Yang blade glinting with reclaimed light knew where the flames had gone. Priscilla. Gripped tight on the Yang blade, Priscilla's expression shifted. Where once there had been a confident smile, now cheeks stiffened as she hastened her steps. Right in her line of sight was Sirius, sprinting quickly. The freak's violent sprint pulled her far from Priscilla, clearly having run without checking the result of the flame, meaning that from the very start, Sirius's target hadn't been Priscilla. Sirius. Stop with that piercing song. The wrath I share with that person, don't arbitrarily deny it. Eyes bloodied, Sirius rushed straight toward the control tower where Liliana sang. The white flame surrounding the control tower was a flame which would allow Liliana to be free. When Sirius rushed in, she would surely be burnt by the fire. Something of this degree, even the freak would understand. Then the target was Priscilla, reprobate. Forcing mind self to, propelled with momentum, Priscilla's form tore through the courtyard. Although Sirius was fast indeed, Priscilla was superior. Sirius's initial advantage gone to waste, Priscilla swung the Yang blade at the freak. Even if she had wanted to, the freak no longer had a means to defend. Without the chains on her arms, she had no way to meet Priscilla's sword. Priscilla. Stop, commoner. Sirius. So annoying. Just stop already. Priscilla. Oh. What? Before the Yang sword could slash at Sirius, Priscilla's body had stilled in midair, her entire body frozen as if forcibly fixed in place. Priscilla's throat was caught by a sudden force. Sirius lifted her legs, and from the hem of her pants came the sound of the chain that was so familiar in this battle. Priscilla. Touch, rather than the arm. A strike from the chain wrapped around her legs had struck Priscilla and frozen her in her tracks. An attack after her entire body had been frozen in place was impossible to defend against. Accompanying the ferocious attack from the chain several times faster than the one from the arm, Priscilla's dignified face burst from the front. The sound of steel on flesh rang out, and Priscilla's bound orange hair came loose, beautiful hair scattering. Her face was left unmarred. However, her pride had been wounded. Although the power of the chain had been reduced, Sirius had pulled further away. During this time, Sirius had approached the control tower, using movements outside natural boundaries to shift her strength and body weight to the chain, and then released strength from her entire body. The serpent of flame swept the control tower with a violent momentum, and the foundation of stone tower collapsed with a howl. Fragmenting, collapsing, the stone tower's foundation was consumed by waves of fire, tilting from the impact of the huge flame. Liliana was in that stone tower. In one motion, the stone tower tilted and collapsed. Priscilla, with orange hair scattered across her shoulders, watched the tower collapse with widened eyes. Sirius's silhouette was visible, but atop the tilting tower, Liliana's silhouette was absent. And yet, Liliana's song continued. Even if the ground collapsed, even if she had been caught up in the destruction, Liliana fulfilled her duties, continuing to offer the people's hearts comfort. Priscilla, your devotion is for a great cause. And so, Priscilla strode toward Sirius without hesitation. If Liliana's voice were interrupted, sway over the people's hearts would return to Sirius. Making a split-second decision, the yang blade shone, and Priscilla split the ground with one kick. Sirius, merciless egoist, don't empathize using such arrogance. You who have no connections with people are defective. Mutual understanding. Merging is the natural state of humans. Sirius, who had destroyed the control tower, was caught in Priscilla's anger. The chain jumped. Rearing head knocked back. Rushing, the moving flames created a burst, reaching explosively for Priscilla's body and bounding her backward. A pause, and then continued steps. Bathed in the heat, Priscilla's eyes were unwavering. The same could be said of Sirius's frenzy. The freak could no longer hear any other voice. It would end here. Of the two who mixed like fire and water, there could only be one. The tilting control tower made a splitting noise. Broken stones scattered. Smoke curled and flames scattered, and the courtyard became a flaming hellscape. Those standing at the waterway where the tower had fallen shrieked with tears in their eyes as they fled, but not tears of sorrow. For something else, for the sound of song. Sirius, love is as one. No. Tolerantly accepting love allows for differences. For everyone to the same person, feel the same way, share the same feelings. If what is nauseating and disgusting. She bent down to sweep aside the chain, leaning to meet the rushing attack. The distances shrank, and the sound striking chain rang. The sound of steel colliding with steel was swallowed by the roar of the collapsing control tower. Priscilla's voice reached Sirius's ears. Priscilla, it's over. Sirius, did you think I wouldn't have known better? At the moment when Priscilla waved the yang blade, Sirius opened his coat. Around the freak's waist were tightly bound chains like her hands and feet, and wrapped around her body by chains was a young girl with curled blonde hair. What Priscilla did not know was that her name was Tina. Since the beginning of this turmoil, she had been held hostage by Sirius. Although Subaru had mentioned her during the strategy about wrath, this matter had not been remembered by Priscilla. However, without hesitation, Priscilla swung the yang blade at the hostage before her. The yang blade did not hesitate in momentum, and slanted toward Tina and toward Sirius' body. The sword's blade, renowned for its fearsome heat, soundlessly cut through the protective chains around her body, severed in half. Sirius. Oh my. Oh my. Priscilla. Mind yang blade can easily cleave through whatever it so chooses. The body of the bound girl was freed. The fallen girl lifted her face, which was stained with tears, meeting the touch of the sword that passed through her body. She could not help but collapse from surprise in the moment. But the result was, upon the body of the young girl, no cruel wound from a blade could be seen. Instead, Sirius was attacked and retreated. The freak looked down at her wound and slowly shook her while looking back to Priscilla. Sirius. This agony. You, Priscilla. What cause is there to speak of your pain? Mine self cares nothing about becoming as one. As long as you die alone, you will always carry your prattle. Priscilla waved the sword again. With a startling sound and momentum, Sirius's body convulsed on the cobblestones. Spilled fresh blood was swept toward the waterway and fell in. The sound of the water rang, and Priscilla looked at the yang blade. Priscilla, is it finally over? It's too troublesome. After she spoke, the collapsing control tower fell apart completely. Most of it became rubble, and the rooftop where Liliana had been also felt the collapse, becoming rubble. From the collapsed control tower, of course, no song echoed. Looking at the pile of rubble, a youthful voice called toward the squinting Priscilla. Tina. Her expression was still one of disbelief, and Priscilla lowered her head, only to see Tina's eyes tremble. As tears began to drip down, Priscilla released a sigh. The yang blade had already disappeared, as had white flame that lit the waterways, and many people were approaching. A few headed toward the collapsed rubble, searching for the buried songstress, Liliana. Priscilla. On a night such as this, are only a group of noisy commoners. What should be a songstress debut has nothing but the vulgarity of commoners. How tiresome. At a glance was the same listlessness as always, but some emotion peeked through that listlessness. Priscilla gazed at the sobbing Tina, then simultaneously at the waterway. Priscilla. But not bad. Half praises, slowly flowing along with the water. A sore body, brimming with vitality. How to put it? A body covered in wounds. How can I say it? Full of trauma. In other words, it was a feeling of being unable to even move. Completely out of energy to make any sound. Even fingertips were unable to budge. Luckily, the outfit of a bard exposed much, with very little fabric, so even falling into it wouldn't spell weightiness from absorbing water, increasing odds of survival. But for the me of right now, who had no energy to swim, just floating along was barely managed. Well, just floating along like this, sooner or later would mean growing cold. Would that be quite troublesome? Oh. A voice from within cried out loudly. If I were to fall asleep like this, I'd die. No. Burning tower, aflame, entire body in a state of being baked. At first falling into the waterway had been pleasantly cool, but now it was growing cold. This is bad news. Speaking of which, the attitude of not escaping, but staying in the collapsing tower to sing until it fell in the water was probably more disastrous. Because it felt nice, to the point of thinking I'd lived for that moment. In fact, she had hoped for such a smooth development. It seemed that it was over, so as long as Priscilla Sama hadn't been killed, everything would probably go smoothly. That was nice. Right, well then, to be a bard. Wishes that had to be attained. In a sense, it could be said that something that should have been realized had been. Perhaps the goal of leaving classical songs in history had not been met. But if everyone who had been there had been saved, to have been part of helping them, would be a nice thing to be brought up as a family dinner. To have left a favorable imprint in people's hearts in this world was something small that I had been looking forward to. By the way, from just now a strange cry has been sounding. Probably a signal that I'm still living in this world. There's a feeling that absolutely everything is about to feel exhausting. A voice, that's the proof of life. Faced with death, how am I managing to be so nonchalant? Although it feels like it's about time for it to end, although very much had. Overall, it was a happy life. Well, thank you for so far. Thank you so much. Ow! My head hurts. What was that just now? Liliana. Head feeling as if violently struck, as if having collided with a boat floating on the waterway or something. Yeah. That's probably what it was. And coming from that boat was the familiar voice of a man. Liliana! So glad to see you again. But why are you in the waterway? No, we'll pull back first. Wait for me. Even though it was horribly painful, I was so shocked I forgot to cry out. Speaking of which, it seems Kiritaka-san picked me up. All right. Almost. All right. Caught. Kiritaka-san stretched his heads to the water, pulling my floating form up. In that moment, his hand touched my best. But There's no strength to be mad with right now, so it's fine. Being pulled onto the boat, I still couldn't move. Kiritaka, your body's become so cold. Wait for me. Liliana, I'll use a firestone, and I'll wipe you off. The you who I cherish can't be soaked. With a towel, he wiped my hair and face. His movements were unexpectedly gentle, almost gentlemanly. Suddenly a sense of relief rushed up. I released a breath, suddenly sighing. Liliana, Kiritaka, what have you been up to? Kiritaka? Meh. You mean me? Well, there was a lot. Right. In order to retake the city, pushing back that fringe he was proud of. Perhaps his teeth were shining. Since I didn't have the strength to open my eyes, I couldn't see it, but it seemed to surface to my mind's eye. I couldn't help but laugh, which seemed to shock Kiritaka. I want to hear all sorts of Kiritaka-san's problems, and I have a few things I want to say to you. Right now, I'm really sleepy, but I want to tell you. Liliana, I'm really sleepy. From now on, I'm going to sleep. Kiritaka. All right. I'll take you somewhere safe. Don't worry. Liliana. The sleeping me, if you don't do anything mean. Then from now on we'll talk afterward. Kiritaka. We? No. Then maybe I'll say it first. But opening eyes would maybe... No. Definitely some embarrassing words would be exchanged. That you be troublesome. To be your songstress is wonderful. Preparing to say that much is fine. Chapter 68. Name Eating Gourmet. The ruthless skirmish, which had broken out in the Watergate city of Pristella against the witch cult, was, at last, approaching its finale. In the east of the city stood a single church covered in ice, where stabbing pillars of ice, tall enough to make one raise his eyes, had been erected. In the north of the city, the waterways flared up at once, and the incandescent stone monument roared up and crumbled down. In the west of the city, a part of the waterway got destroyed, and the water, flowing into the underground, resulted in flooding. In the core of the city, the nucleus of the city's faculty, the city hall lost its foundation, and subsequently lost its shape. The opening up of hostilities caused severe damage in various areas, and etched the menace of the existence known as the witch cult in the city. However, there were those who resisted and repelled away the malice, fighting a defensive battle with confined war potential, and tried to fulfill their purpose. And, amidst the fight for the Watergate city, if there was a battlefield to be named where things were not proceeding favorably, which one was it? That could perhaps be said for this battlefield. Yes. Breaking out unanticipated and unforeseen was the face-off and battle with the witch cult Sin Archbishop representing gluttony, Lai Batankaitos. Lai. Ha! That? What went wrong with you? What do you want to do? What are you going to do? What happened to you? This place was commonly known as the Waterway Street, surrounded by slender and convoluted waterways. In the open plaza of the Waterway Street was a single petite phantom laughing loudly and jumping about quickly and keenly. Using his short limbs and waving about his long, dark brown hair was a young boy. The boy, in his mid-teens, had put on only pieces of rags on his body, such that it would not be strange to confuse him with a vagrant child at sight. However, it could not be said that it was not difficult to dismiss his outward appearance as just a trait of his, but instead that impression carried on to his true self as well. On top of that, the very existence of the loudly laughing boy was heterogeneous, distorted, and abominable. At a single glance, the sense oppressive pressure his entire body exerting could be understood. It was the fatal insanity calling upon parts of instinct which are chipped off and neglected in normal daily life by humans. By just that, everyone carefully observed the abnormality of his existence. He was a blasphemer who trampled upon the human realm, human wishes, and the human society. He was a Sin Archbishop of the witch cult, the great evil who kicked the human heart and humanity itself. The opponent is just one child. Surround him and don't let him escape. Bring him down. Oh. Yeah. It's just long breath. Catch him and tear him apart. The commanding loud voice overlapped with the infuriating laughter of the youth. While glaring at the men approaching him, Lai Batankaitos of Gluttony stepped ahead and shortened the distance rather lightheartedly, instead of stepping down. Lai. So, putting a halt to their words, the white-robed men leapt upon Batankaitos. Each one of the white-robed men were mercenaries of the organization White Dragon Scales, which had been left by Kiritaka. Holding short swords in their hands, they struck Gluttony with their blades from all directions. Against the synchronous offensive, which had no disorder in its cooperation, Batankaitos lie. There are some frayed spots. That won't do. Sliding into the gap of the perfectly ordered attack, he evaded 4 of the swords with minimal movement. Positioning his body away and dodging the blades, he slashed one blade down using the dagger tied up to his right arm, and kicking one person's torso, he broke through the enclosure. In front of him was standing someone with a huge figure, with his arms crossed. You? Oh, such desperation, huh? Yo-woo. He was Fel's attendant, Gaston. Having robbed away one of the Sin Archbishop's daggers using his secret technique, he now, with his physique, dashed towards Batankaitos and tried to slam into him. Seeing him, Batankaitos rounded his eyes and smiled shortly afterwards. It was a smile befitting his age, however. The sharp canines in his mouth induced uneasiness and anxiety. Lie. It seems you're doing well, Uncle. Not so bad, Gaston. I've still not reached the age to be called an uncle. Bowie? Batankaitos jumped, and his right leg thrust into the side of Gaston's face, who had come plunging onto him. Receiving the blow on his cheeks, Gaston flinched and gave a hateful look to Batankaitos. Just like the blow of the dagger, this attack did not pierce through Gaston either. Though the principle was ambiguous, Gaston's body had been completely killing off the impacts of the attacks. At the same pace, Gaston stretched his arms, grabbing the continuously moving Gluttony. Lie. Palm of the Fist King. Keeping his legs raised, Batankaitos muttered something. His palm came in contact with Gaston's torso. Compared to a kick, it had no might or velocity. It was a mere action of touching. However, the moment he lightly pushed in his arm, his body curled and broke down. Gaston. Ugh. Gue. Ay. Kneeling down, Gaston vomited out gastrointestinal fluids. Walking by the side of the body who had broken down in front of him, Batankaitos, who had broken through the enclosure, turned back and tilted his neck. That's all you've got? Is what his gesture suggested, and the White Dragon Scales could not hide their severe expression, seeing their pride get damaged. White Dragon Scales? You monster. The word that had leaked out of someone's mouth was the clear proof of Batankaitos' ability. The agonizing voice may have had dim jealousy mixed into it, or it was simply misheard. You? I'm on. Woman yo. Sean. Anigsen. Lurskui. Was for. Wagana wait to say. Well, Sean, we have much lower chances of being able to strike a decisive blow than what I had earlier conjectured. Observing the battlefield, which could not be called a competition even when painted under favorable light, Otto licked his dry lips and desperately rotated his head. In the face-off with Gluttony, their war potential, which was directly conflicting with the enemy, was in no way dependable. Of course, it was true that all of them were risking their lives, but it was also a fact that it was still lacking. The White Dragon's scales left by Kiritaka amounted to 7 people, the 2 of Felt and Gaston in her company. Otto was a solitary force. This made for a total of 10 people. If someone who had wrapped up their battle on an early note were to join up with them here, then that would make for a great turn of the tables. That would be absolutely ideal. But, Otto, I do not trust my luck enough to be expecting such good fortune to shower upon me. The life of Otto Suin went hand in hand with hardship and unfairness. Otto believed that nothing known as good fortune existed, and the result could be derived only through one's own hard work, preparation, and actions. For him, good fortune would be having a nuisance divine protection and being born into an understanding home, and having his life saved by Subaru, who had killed a Sin Archbishop. As he believed he already ran out of it, he did not get unnecessarily negative regarding his bad luck. Ow. No, see, and another mill. A wobbly me. The should we think freer. That water dragon brought by now I-chan can't be used anymore, right? Standing beside Otto, who was sunk in his own thoughts, called out Felt, who was also watching the same situation. What her crimson eyes were glaring at was at the other side of the sword fighting Gluttony and the others. Lying abandoned on the stone pavement, with its long neck twitching, was the form of a dying water dragon. The pitiable water dragons who had been summoned by Otto but thrashed away by Baten Kaitos, unfortunately, were unlikely to return to the front lines. Otto. Sadly, I don't think they can be pushed any further. These were all of the water dragons I had spoken to before coming here. I could speak to other water dragons and have them do the same thing, but would you like to use them and escape? Felt. That joke hurt. Just that delusional diva escaping is fine. And our trump card isn't just one. It's in two parts. The second one is, well, I'm preparing it. Saying that, Felt glanced at the long and slender package her petite body had grasped. Wrapped in a white cloth, her trump card seemed to be the magic weapon her attendant had brought. She had stated that even Reinhardt could not evade it, but a burdensome mechanism was required for its usage, and until that was fulfilled, it could not be put to use. Felt. On top of that delusional diva aside, Niuai-chan or I can't escape even if tried to, because it seems that bastard is targeting us. Otto. If I may be honest, that's the thing I want to be excused from the most. Otto dejectedly lowered his shoulders at the words of Felt, who inhaled with her nose. But he was unable to deny her words, because he was able to sense the strength of the warm looks being given to them, even amidst the fierce battling. Baten Kaitos leaked out warm sighs, with moist eyes and blushing cheeks, and frequently turned towards Otto, though it was a gaze with the color suggesting a desire to harvest. But the true meaning behind it was only the lurking appetite of a hungry, ferocious beast. As per the taste of the beast of prey, drops of blood had realized into top-class flesh, was all there was to it. Though it was not honoring in the least, three people here had realized in the aesthetic appreciating eyes of Baten Kaitos. Otto and Felt, along with a man with an unkempt beard who was leading the White Dragon's scales. Giving orders to his men, he repeatedly clashed with Baten Kaitos and quickly returned back to his position here. The man, with a serious face, jumped out of battle and gave thought to the fight's circumstance, all while taking swift steps around White Dragon's scales. It's Dinas. It's thanks to him our young master's escape was successful. Otto. Being successful in that is Felt Sama's group's achievement. On top of that, having Kiritaka-san escape was also to aid us for our victory. With this, if Kiritaka, who had escaped from this place, was to move according to Otto's instructions, a different possibility would rise. Unfortunately, though it was something more like a prayer and had no proof. But in any case, it should not go unfavorably. Having more ways to win, to reach victory, can never be something negative. Once any of those ways are put to use, what is left is to simply wait for how it turns out. Seeing Otto, quiet and shaking his head, the man, Dinas, made an astonished expression, but then changed it. It was the color of being convinced. Dinas, I see. It seems like it's just as how I had heard. As expected of the internal affairs official of Emilia Sama's place, who had sent one of the witch cult's higher-ups to its death. It seems I can expect you to have your own dish for this Sin Archbishop to taste as well. Otto. Thank you for such an inflated evaluation. I'm sorry. By the way, everyone, do you happen to know what kind of work the internal affairs official is supposed to do? I believe it is somewhat different from what I am doing. Dinas. Such politeness too, huh? Also, our internal affairs officials are going around visiting shelters and taking care of the victims. Isn't that kind of work internal affairs officials are supposed to do? The damage he had done to the image of internal affairs officials was immense. In the past 1 year, he had decided to give up on the post of internal affairs official. But he never came to terms with the changes that will result due to that. Whose fault was it? Was it perhaps because such situations, like natural disasters, kept repeating? It was Subaru's fault. Once he returned safe, he would definitely set things straight. That's what he had decided. Otto. Well then. Let's put things of post-battle for later and focus on the current situation. Ahead of Otto's sight, Batankaitos repeatedly intermingled with the white dragon's scales and Gaston, and making clear his extraordinary combat strength, he swept his feet. However, what was utmost perplexing was him not even trying to swing his right arm's dagger. Lie, even though such nice adults are all ganging up, you can't even catch a single brat. That won't do. That wouldn't do. Will that do? Can that do? That could never do. Unraveling his fangs, Batankaitos dodged the men with just the handling of his feet. His free-paced movements with strikingly swaying movements of the upper body, and the swords eventually cut through the sky. The movements of his upper and lower body were totally different, as if two separate systems entirely. As that eccentricity reflected in Otto's eyes, Dinas unintentionally gulped down his threat. Otto. Dinas said. Dinas. No. Sorry. His movements are just a bit... Oh, hey, Felt. Don't you get scared with such a huge figure. With his mouth shut, Dinas tried to deny the thoughts that were coming up in his mind. Standing behind him, Felt gave a kick to his back. Dinas turned back, and Felt, who puffed up and reddened her cheeks, raised up her eyes at him. Felt, once you put your hands in pocket, all that's left to do is to choose what to take and what to leave. If you'll be chased after either way, then it's better to just use whatever you got. You get it, Dinas? Why are you using the point of view of a thief? Otto tilted his head at Felt's advice, while Dinas, who was right next to him, shook his head. He initiated his words by saying, I guess so, and looked back at Felt. Dinas. It's just how Miss said. You just have to say whatever comes up in your mind, and find a lead out of it. For the moment, what I feel is just that all this is just odd, but Miss, which is how Dinas referred to Felt as, it seemed as if he had not noticed her being a royal candidate. But, though he judged the mistake here, Otto decided not to mention it. Subsequently, he carefully listened to Dinas' words. Dinas. That's Sin, Archbishop. He may just look like a brat, but his fighting is good. His movements are good. He has too much expertise, frankly. Leaving it to just our physical abilities would, again, still not be the correct answer. Felt. Isn't that like being born with good fighting skills? Like how Reinhard was? Oh. I would like to simply give up if he is comparable to Reinhard San. Felt's knight? The kingdom's strongest sword. Reinhard. Currently, he had accompanied Subaru, and was supposed to have had been clashing against greed, but his power was something Otto, who was only on the level of being capable of self-defense, had only felt upon his skin. Just being beside him could make one feel a sense of absolute safety, and amazement at the same time. Kingdom's strongest was no understatement. In fact, it would not be wrong to call him the world's strongest. On the other hand, a strong sense of revulsion and an unnerving feeling boiled up by simply coming in contact with Batankaitos. It was unlike from what could be sensed by Reinhard. Of course, his unnatural fighting strength was unquestionably undeniable. Dinas, it's not like that either. I've lived enough and faced enough battles to say that Brat's fighting technique can't be explained by just talent. His movements are that of someone who's stacked them up for years and years. At Dinas' words, Otto and Felt glanced at Batankaitos once again. At just that moment, Batankaitos had received a short swords attack with his arm. Gripping the wrist of the one holding the sword, Batankaitos gyrated his body, and turning him upside down, he threw his body to the ground. Furthermore, as the men commenced their pursuit, Gluttony's feet glided on the cobblestone, drawing a circle, and freely using his limbs, he destroyed their balance and made them fall. Unquestionably, that fluent and elegant movement had the power to draw a line between being refreshing and the violent ambience Batankaitos wore. His undeniable art of having a system of a variety of martial arts had been cultivated into himself. The young boy, who looked 14, had perfected such techniques which would take years and years to master. Dinas, I suppose. Someone called him martial arts genius may be able to do this, but I don't want to think that such a brat was blessed with that talent. Batankaitos' mastery was such that Dinas had to say that much. At that moment, Otto realized what the jealousy and thee-leaked words of one of the white-robed men, who were fighting Gluttony, meant. They, who were fighting the battle, had realized this truth before Otto and the rest. That is why they were... Otto. dagger handling, unarmed fighting skills, perfect martial arts techniques. Saying that, Otto resumed to doubt the reason behind it once again. Is that even possible? Was the only thought that came up in his mind. He had heard of people being sent to Colosseum at a very young age, and the ones who become swordsmen are taught and trained fighting techniques in the Wallachian Empire to the south. If Baton Kaitos was to be in such an environment, it may not have had been impossible for him to acquire such skills at this age, but those skills and fighting techniques would again be different. The only way for him to learn and cultivate those would be to train under an equally and appropriately apt trainer. Otherwise, Otto, to steal it away? No, to eat it like food? Otto had already heard Subaru mention that gluttony was in existence who ate the name and memories of its opponents. The truth is, Otto had the knowledge of the form of a young girl who had both of those eaten, and had gone into a state of not being present in anyone's memories. Hard to believe, but he surely did not eat something which was visible to the eyes. However, till now, what happens to that which gets eaten was a thought that did not dawn upon him. Possibly gluttony had been storing the eaten memories of his opponents and using them. The techniques of a martial artist who had trained for over 10 years, or the fighting skills of a warrior well acquainted with the battlefield, or even emulating the attack of a young girl who had been by Subaru's side and supporting him. Otto has using magic. Felt. Gaston. Lie. El Huma. As the shocking attack commenced, Otto's shout and Baton Kaitos' chant echoed at the same time. A sound resonated in the area as the air crystallized, and the icicles subsequently produced, swiftly moving, aimed for the startled white dragon's scales. However, against the rain of ice, Gaston stood firm, with his arms spread. The giant, with his normal defense, smashed all of the ice that came in contact with him with his body. Against the destruction, the white dragon's scales dove behind his back, in order to reduce the impairment being inflicted upon them. However, they were still unable to prevent the damage. Lie. Onia-san's judgment was good. It seems it couldn't become any more of a surprise attack than what we had thought. Watching the torment, Baton Kaitos, who was behind the magic, raised the edge of his mouth. Gaston, who had acted as a firm wall, sighed out a hoarse exhale, and the 6 of the white dragon's scales behind his back lay injured, with one bleeding heavily, and 2 crouching, who had been wounded on their legs. The other 3 could not be described as uninjured either. Their war potential had been halved, and on top of that. Lie? You saying this means, could it be that our trick became clear? Oh. Well. I wonder. Lie. Oni-san, we won't be fooled. Before suffering in pain, can't you stop acting like a merchant? Responding to Otto and threatening to make him suffer, Baton Kaitos' form disappeared the next instant. No. He dashed with his swift natural movements, fast enough to make one think he had disappeared. His petite frame glided by Gaston, onto the side of the immobile white dragon's scales. In the blink of an eye, the mobile 3 flew away from the spot, but the wounded 3 were unable to flee. Lie. Asta. Look, Felt. X. Leaking out a whisper, Baton Kaitos softly caressed the shoulders of the 3. In front of everyone observing with widened eyes, wondering what he was doing, the bodies of 3 jumped, once they had been touched by Baton Kaitos. And Baton Kaitos turned back and raised his left hand. Lie. Lick. And he licked his empty left palm. At his action, Otto was immediately swallowed by discomfort. What had happened? Something had unquestionably happened. However, he was unaware of what had happened, and that was not all he was unaware of. Otto. The ones who are lying at his feet. Who are they? What Otto's fingers were pointing at were the feet of Baton Kaitos, who had his lengthy tongue stretched out. At the feet of the malice, which had taken the form of the young boy, lay the figures of 3 people. Though they were lying there, their identities were unknown. Possibly, based on their clothing, they could be members of the White Dragon's scales. But when did they appear? And when did they get defeated? Lie. Sad. How sad. So sad. Quite sad. Pretty sad. Because it is sad. Even if our reunion turns only unilateral, we can't help but want satisfaction. Otto. Dina-san. Those 3 are? Dinas. I don't know. I haven't even seen them before. But Even if it was told that the ones wearing the same clothes were unknown allies, it was still not convincing. Even so, neither did Dinah's voice have any deceit, nor did it have any composure. Charging ahead as if flying, he raised the short swords in both of his hands and slashed into Batankaitos. Lie! Stop it, Dinas. It's an old relationship. Hometown's purification is one step ahead. So crossing swords with comrades like this is foolish. Dinas. Nandi. You. From where did you about that? Carelessly trampling upon Dinosaur's circumstances, Batankaitos raised the edge of his right dagger. Lightening the blow of the two short swords with his dagger, Gluttony struck Dinas' chest with his knees, and at the same pace, he leapt backwards due to the resultant force. Dinas coughed as he gripped to his chest, but managed to retrieve the collapsed three strangers. Seeing Dinas in that shape, Batankaitos let out a sigh. Lie. Don't stubbornly stick to the vessels. What is important is the heart and the inside. No? What lets a person be like? That person isn't the outside, but the inside. We know about your hard work, Dinas. It wasn't your fault you couldn't protect Million and Melee. Your luck was bad. Dinas. Shoot. Opshutu. What do you know about me? Stop saying things per your own wishes. You rotten demon. Raising an enraged voice, and forgetting the damage's pain, Dinas charged at the enemy again. He angled his two short swords and aimed for Batankaitos' face, but making a face as if he was acquainted with the attack. Batankaitos dodged it with ease. At the same pace, Batankaitos stretched his hand for Dinas's back. Lie. Whoa. Gaston. How long will you go ignoring us, Felt? Is what we're saying, you idiot. Gaston aimed directly for Batankaitos' slim waist from behind. Batankaitos' elbow thrashed into his nose, but Gaston did not fall back because of the hit's impact. Furthermore, while Gaston stalled Batankaitos, Felt jumped in. She crashed her long and slim package which she had gripped in her hands into the susceptible back of his head. Lie. Idiot, huh? How hurtful. Perhaps we actually know much more than you do, you know? Felt. But Batankaitos bent forward at Felt's attack, and then subsequently received it with his right arm's dagger by raising it. The vigorous strike gave rise to a crushing sound, however. Its aim mostly missed, and Felt's stance came to be unguarded. Seeing Felt and Dinas could leave together, his hands could also reach Gaston. So Batankaitos' devilish hand, at the same pace, touched the three. Otto. I will not let you though. Just when he was about to reach, the cast red-hot magic stone reached Batankaitos' feet. The moment he saw that, Batankaitos' movement stopped, and Felt and Dinas withdrew with urgency. Felt. Don't let go, Gaston. Gaston. I won't forget this, you wicked girl. Gaston, standing firm, was unable to escape from Batankaitos and was caught up in the magic stone's range. As the magic stone's glowing intensified, and the next instant, it gave rise to an explosion powerful enough to tear off the stone pavement. Red and white light illuminated, and Felt rolled away from the explosion to the other side. Otto somehow grabbed her, and then glanced at the explosion's span. These magic stones are what Otto constantly carried, just in case. Ever since the fight with Garfield in the sanctuary, he determined it would be better do so for his own safety. It may be a means painful on his wallet, but its strength was nothing to laugh at. Otto. Is your companion all right? Or, Felt. Ha! Don't underestimate my giant. He's my armor. He won't be hurt by a meager and soft attack. But, just when she said that much, a giant figure emerged out of the smoke. It was Gaston. With his body having taken a sooty color, he smacked his body, making a desperate face. Gaston. Gaha. Hot. Hot. Hot, hot. I'll die, Otto. Even if you may be able to take explosions, I guess you can't stop your body from warming or cooling. Felt sighed, seeing the form of her attendant agonizing in high fever. Though he had bathed in the might of the fire magic stone from close proximity, Gaston's life did not appear to be in a serious condition. Confirming that much, Otto turned his eyes back towards to smoke. The black fumes were rising at a reasonably good scale, so there was no way Batankaitos, who was at its heart, had managed to defend himself. On the other side of the black smoke was Dinas, knelt down, but he seemed to be safe. And, Bennett, August. Otto. A whisper was heard, and all eyes turned away from the hypocenter. There were visible the forms of 3 collapsed white clothes, and Batankaitos in perfectly good health. The youth once again raised his left hand's palm, saying, "Lick," and inched it closer to his mouth and licked it. What followed was beyond understanding. Once again, 3 more unidentified white-robed people appeared. The way he had escaped from the hypocenter, and the unanticipated appearance of 3 more victims. All of it was beyond comprehension. Felt, shit, what's with them? From where? No, when? When? Standing beside Otto, Felt violently scratched her beautiful blonde hair. She also, once again, was beginning to lose understanding what was the meaning of what she was seeing. What must be considered urgent? Even that was something Felt, right now, did not know. However, Otto understood. This mysterious state. Otto. This is what it means when the name is eaten. Disappearing from everyone's memory, and bowed only within Subaru and no one else, was a young girl named Rem. That very same phenomenon was transpiring in front of his eyes right now. Possibly, the collapsed men, who are supposedly members of White Dragon scales, had gotten their names eaten by Batankaitos. The result of that was the disappearance of the memories of them being present from the minds of Otto and the others. That was why it appeared as if they had appeared suddenly, and they did not know who they were either. Fright rose within him. Once again, he comprehended the viciousness of the monster in front of his eyes. If he straddled into the hands of Gluttony Libetankaitos, in the worst-case scenario, if Otto and the others were to face complete annihilation here, all traces of this battle, along with the existing evidences, will all disappear. Of course, all memories of the resistance put up by them, and the fact that they were here itself as well. The possibility of oneself disappearing, and the disappearance of all people who would look back upon oneself. In other words, isn't it the greatest fear in this world? Far greater than any other fears. Otto turned pallid. Even though they had not reached the same conclusion, Felt and Dinah's face complexions were equally bad. He realized how ignorant they had been, and how recklessly they were acting. It made him believe that the real choice here was to escape caring for themselves or not. Felt, damn it, he pisses me off. Should we try the same way one more time? Otto sighed weakly, while Felt leaked out those words. Without thinking, Otto turned his eyes towards her face. Felt's complexion was that of utter stupefaction in front of the aberrant situation. However, she was not lamenting, as if continuing to strengthen her heart until she is completely driven into a corner. Feeling moisture upon his entire body, Otto slapped his cheek. Just what was he doing by becoming such a weakling? Even if he went bankrupt, he wouldn't name it as defeat until he is kicked out of the job. This was the crucial moment when his future would be determined. There is still hope. Seeing the form of 2, Dinas and Gaston also stood up, making expressions of readiness and determination. And seeing the 4 stand up with the fighting spirit of steel, Batankaitos made a satisfied expression. How nice. So nice. Very nice. Possibly it is nice. Perhaps it is nice, because it is mice. Because it is probably nice. Gluttonous drinking huetsu. Gluttony titsu. You all are worthy of our dinner table. Even if it's only among the starters, we'll elevate you to first class, Gaston. Moreover, we'll pen perfectly savor Felt and Dinas. Clasping his hands, Batankaitos awarded the 3 with an unpleasant evaluation. Afterwards, Batankaitos, with the same look in his eyes, glared towards Otto. Inclining his neck, the blasphemer commenced to give his comments on Otto with the same flow, and contrary to expectations, he made a dissatisfied expression. Lie. Seems intelligent, bad at giving up, seemingly mellow ennui-san. But even then, Otto, what are you? No. Saying that much, Otto understood the reason for Batankaitos' dissatisfaction. As if admiring, Batankaitos had tenderly voiced the names of Felt and the others. His unique trait of eating names, and the content of his speech made him realize it. Batankaitos could not eat the name of an opponent whose name he did not know. Henceforth, Gluttony could not eat the name of Otto, whose name had not been mentioned here even once. His dissatisfaction was due to that. Otto, I have a request for all three of you. Please, absolutely do not call my name. If his name is not mentioned, then at the very least, Batenkaito's goal will not be achieved. Or, in fact, the number of casualties at the hands of Batenkaitos till now may have had been his way to try and know his name. Him allowing Otto and the others such free discussion may have had been him waiting for them to call each other's names, and henceforth prepare for his meal. Felt. My bad, Nai-chan. Hearing Otto's remarks once he had reasoned, said Felt with a somewhat apologetic tone. She made an awkward expression, something which had not been witnessed by anyone in the situation yet. Felt. I don't know Nai-chan's name in the first place. Dinas. Sorry, not on first list official Dono. Your position aside, your name has slipped from my mind. Otto. Yes, indeed. It's not as if I'm particularly close to everyone, and neither am I a major personality. God damn it. Of course, Gaston too made an expression suggesting his own ignorance, and shrugged his shoulders. With relief made of both happiness and sadness, at the very least, his fright of his name being revealed to Batenkaitos had been diminished immensely with this. That alone was unmistakable. Lie. Dinas aside, aren't you two just covering for Anuai-san? If that isn't so, then... Wheel. It seems asking it out would become quite a bother. Otto. Giving up for today and falling back is also something you can do, you know? Come sometime in the future. One day again. I suppose so. By that time, we can also prepare to give you a warm welcome in Reinhard Sand's presence. Lie. To turn away in front of a feast, don't make us do something so outrageous. Until our belly is satisfied, we will not go back. That make Louis angry. Of course, Batenkaitos could not be convinced. The battle could not be terminated. Felt. Gaston, absolutely don't let go next time. Gaston. Just because I don't get hurt, using me how you like. Felt. I'll go with you next time for sure. Gaston, who tried to state his discontentment for the order, widened his eyes hearing Felt's words. He then proceeded to laugh rudely, and roughly rubbed Felt's head and disheveled her hair. Gaston. Stop joking around. If that geezer got to know that I made Master push herself, who knows what he'll do to me. Felt. Don't touch my head. The only one who can do that is Grandpa Rome. Gaston. That's why I'm doing it. Felt snorted her nose, with her hair disheveled, and standing next to her was Gaston. Next to him was Dinas wielding his two short swords, and Otto counted the number of magic stones in his sleeves. 3 on his left sleeve, 2 on his right. They must be used carefully. Otto? He touches with his left hand, and then eats, is what I think. If you get touched, please think that it's all over. Gaston. That's way too difficult even by just the sound of it, no? Yes. Even one slash at any of his vitals with a sword should be enough. If we can do that, then it's no big deal. Felt. When you say it like that, I agree. With Felt's statement conveying that she was convinced, their preparations were complete. Courteously, watching their preparations end was Batenkaitos. Seeing his politeness, Otto narrowed his eyes, and the blasphemer subsequently laughed. Lie. Isn't it common mannerism to await the finishing of setting up of the table? Roy of bizarre eating aside, we are real gourmet. We are particular about meals. Saying that, Batenkaitos respectfully gestured and bowed. That gesture, which seemed to put on airs, also seemed frightfully familiar. Well, Theon, once again, which cult's in Archbishop? Lie, Batenkaitos of representing gluttony. Lie. Isn't it common mannerism to return your own name when you are given the same? Felt. After everything we've discussed, he'd be an idiot to return his name to you, you bastard. Among warriors, it is a commonly obeyed custom to return your own name when someone gives you their own name. However, Batenkaitos may have had possibly utilized this method, and till now, gotten out the names of countless people, and proceeded to subsequently eat them. They had no reason to abide by that custom right now. With that being rejected, Gluttony laughed. Lie. That's that. Well, the end. Let's eat. Signaling his meal, the petite frame leapt ahead, as if flying, and shortened the distance in between. This movement had not been seen before. It was like a strong gale flowing by. and Kaitos, who had vanquished the offensive and defensive being put up against him till now by mere handling of his feet and dodging, now actually demonstrated his ability to hunt down his opponents. Otto, a non-combatant, was unable to follow his movement and respond accordingly. The other three, however, were different. Felt, don't think you can win in a race against me. Against Baten Kaitos, who was racing like wind, only Felt was able to catch up comfortably. The moment she had lightly kicked a cobblestone and leapt ahead, she showed mobility, as if she was being carried by the wind at once. Surprised by at least that movement, Baten Kaitos first swept through the air. Lai! Tsu! Aata touched on. Gaston and Dynas commenced their attack at the same time. Dynas' two single-edged katanas, and the short sword which Gaston held. Both of them clutched onto their respective weapons. Against the attack of the two, the vulnerable Baten Kaitos opened his legs wide and dropped his stance. With his arms on the ground, Baten Kaitos' body whirled with his legs stretched. The spinning kick swept the legs of the two men and destroyed Dynas' balance. And there, Otto. Wow. Dynas. Wah? Raising his voice, the fourth player, Otto, grabbed him. By coming there, Otto set himself up perfectly for close combat, and without anticipating this turn of events, Baten Kaitos raised an astonished call, and successfully managed to wrestle with Otto's body, bind him at this same pace. The very next moment he thought that forceful pain assailed upon Otto's guts. Baten Kaitos' left fist pierced in and sent Otto's body rolling. Otto. Q-H-K. Go-ho-H-K. Lee. At the right place, with the menu for your strong flavors and blandness available, the appropriate place for that, we must absolutely find out about it. Ani-san. Later we'll properly partner you. When Baten Kaitos blurted that out, the two, whose stances had collapsed, moved. Dynas carried the tumbling Otto in his arms, and the one protecting the two was Gaston. Baten Kaitos tilted his neck at that battle formation and looked down upon what had come upon his tattered clothes. At the point where he had wrestled with Otto, two magic stones were dangling. Lie! Well, Wheel? His movements for absconding were slow. The very next moment of Baten Kaitos noticing the magic stones, the two magic stones exploded immensely. It was the collegiality of a fire magic stone and a water magic stone. The red and yellow light and the blue and white light proliferated, and Baten Kaitos' body was enveloped in the light and a shockwave was released. Lie. Che. Oh. Receiving the light from a close distance, Otto also was subjected to harm. Though Gaston, who was acting as a wall, shielded the majority of it, its impact could still be felt upon Otto's skin. His skin scorched to the point of freezing, and chilled to the point of burning. Once the shockwave came to a halt, the second hypocenter was a truly terrible sight to witness. The cobblestone had been torn off. The soil underneath was wide open, and scorched fragments of stone had been scattered across. Lie. That's so cruel. Our only good dress got spoilt. And, once again, Baten Kaitos had placed himself at a point away from the hypocenter. However, it seems this time, at least, he was not undamaged. The youth's long hair had suffered the attack heaped upon themselves as an aftermath of the blast, and he had a somewhat sullen voice. It seems the youth had unmistakably gotten caught up in the hypocenter. He lost the rag that covered his entire body till now, and the skin beneath was now unconcealed. Otto. Blurting that out thoughtlessly and reflexively was Otto. Gaston and Dynas were also speechless, grimacing while witnessing the same. The newly exposed skin of the young boy was covered with wounds and scars. Scars of a whip, scars of hot iron, scars carved by an edged tool, scars inflicted by a rough surface, scars of the skin being gouged out, scars of a beast's fangs, scars of repeated hits that had turned the skin bluish black, scars of an innumerable amount. The youth who wore rags, now wearing only a waistcloth, turned around with his wounded body, and seeing Otto and the others grimace at him, he made a displeased face. Lie. Forcibly taking away a child's clothes and then reacting like that is quite hurtful. Adults like all this, don't they? Otto. I don't know about the adults you are close to, but normally they do not. Lee. So, you'll be all compassionate again. Changing your heart and attitude like this It's because of things like that we can't trust you, Pioplo. Spreading his arms as if showing his body covered with wounds, Batankaitos yelled that. Otto made a wry face at his words, and Dinas made a disgusted expression. Only the two of Felt and Gaston had no alteration in their expressions. They gazed at the frowning Otto, and sighed. Felt, hey, don't go about thinking strange things. Those things can be anywhere. They're just not on mine or your body, but can be anywhere. Gripping to the package in her hands, confessed Felt. Her eyes did not have even a fraction of compassion. Of course, Otto knew that their opponent was undeserving of that, but it's not as if he was a sin archbishop and insane by birth. At least, that was the impression Batankaitos' body gave. I mean... Just boring imagination will be fruitless, in fact. You'll end up regretting it, I suppose. Out of nowhere, echoed the voice who had not been in the open plaza. Everyone, including Batankaitos, raised their heads at the sudden happening. Everyone's line of sight turned towards the waterway surrounding this large plaza, and lightly fluttering about mid-air was a lone young girl who then descended and stood in a frilled, spread-out dress, with beautiful round eyes and coiled cream hair. Her clearly stinging attitude had become normal now, as she observed the situation with her large, circular eyes, and once her eyes met with Otto's, she sighed, suggesting she did not have a choice. Eh? No. Not to. No. Subaru alone is sufficient for perverted games and sweetness, I suppose. The only one Betty will help is also just Subaru. This time is a special exception. At maximum, in fact. Otto. Yes, my apologies for making trouble for you like this, but thank you so much. At the young girl's harsh-sounding response, Otto, however, tasted a sense of relief. So much so that he wanted to lie down in exhaustion. The very existence of the girl was one of Otto's ways to win. Well then, let's clean up this fuss and ask Subaru for a hug, I suppose. Saying this with a listless face, raising her hand, was the young girl. No. The spirit. That too, a great spirit among spirits. Natsuki Subaru's contract spirit, Beatrice, finally entered the battle as backup. Chapter 69. A repulsive dinner banquet. Everyone laid their eyes on the young girl who snorted her nose as her dress hem danced in the breeze. The girl, Beatrice, looked around with her eyes, observing the situation. In this large plaza of the waterway street, present was the heavily scarred gluttony Batankaitos, and Otto and the rest, opposing him. Looking at Otto and Felt and the others, Beatrice blatantly let out a tired sigh. Beatrice, those are rather pitifully poor faces, I suppose. Everyone was too worn out to argue back Beatrice's comments, who let out a sigh. However, Beatrice partaking in the fight would surely be a turning point in this progressively worsening battle. Naturally, feelings of relief were given rise to within Otto's chest. Otto. B-U-K. As soon as he was about to call her name, Otto shut his mouth. Batankaitos was an existence who ate names. He had just used a ploy of having Felt and the others not call his name by requesting them. There is no way he could go against that himself. Batankaitos' attitude for Otto, who was hiding the name, he was clearly irritated by him being an obstruction in his meal. In other words, Batankaitos, in order to eat his opponent's name, must know their name. Henceforth he could not be allowed to perceive Beatrice's name. He positioned his hand and suppressed his words. However, Otto's such forethought ended being futile. For some reason... Lie? Beatrice-sama? What? Are you doing outdoors? Because that was what Batankaitos articulated, leaning his neck forward and eyes fixed on Beatrice. Continuing to observe Beatrice, Gluttony continued his mysterious words. Lie, even after disliking going outside so much. Aside from the times of meals, or when you were accompanied by the Great Spirit Sama. So there were some exceptions. Batankaitos continued his words, against the quiet Beatrice. Those seemed like words suggesting closeness, which would be inaccurate to say, but they were unquestionably words of a person having a sense of distance and relationship in the past. Otto, that means he's your acquaintance from the past, Beatrice, The relationship of the past, between Batenkaitos and Beatrice. Losing understanding before being able to call her name, Otto's throat choked midway. This time he unconsciously glanced at Beatrice's face. Biting her lips and fury swirling in her large round eyes was Beatrice. It had been rare for this spirit girl to show rage. In front of the astonished Otto, Beatrice inhaled very deeply and scowled at Batenkaitos. "Beatrice? Your trick has been understood, in fact. So that's how it is, I suppose," muttered Beatrice in a deep and heavy voice. Her voice was not conveying hostility, but instead it was one suppressing her own emotions, hiding her rage from showing on her face. Beatrice locked her gaze into the interior of Batenkaitos' corrupted and muddy eyes, and distorted her lips due to the revulsion resulting from what she had laid her eyes upon. "And, Beatrice, how many people will you stockpile within yourself until you grow sick of it, in fact? Lie? Who knows? But the quantity we eat is still better than compared to Roy. Roy is bizarre eating, so he eats anything, but since we select carefully, the quantities are different, Atsu. We consider the quality of the lives we eat, and that's what conflicts us with Roy. Eating names and memories, stating it to be his meal was Batenkaitos. Naming himself gourmet and calling someone close to him bizarre eating had a peculiar aesthetic sense, both of which were things Otto could never comprehend. And what Otto could not come to understand was also Beatrice's attitude at that moment. The young girl's revulsion did not seem to result from simply evaluating the confronting Batenkaitos. It seemed to stem from a negative conception of a different root. Perhaps that linked to Batenkaitos treating Beatrice like an existence he already knew. And, thinking that far, Otto noticed the possible reason behind why Batenkaitos unilaterally knew Beatrice. Otto. It can't be. Batenkaitos' combat power lay in a territory which could be entered by only those who have trained tough and long. Otto had made a hypothesis based on Dinah's factual remarks. Otto. I had anticipated the experiences of the body of an opponent whose name and memory had been eaten to be taken over. Your unarmed martial arts and dagger skills, attaining such an extreme level of prowess in them at your age would be difficult. If that's how it is, then even the skills of an eaten opponent would serve as food for him. If that is how it is, then it became conceivable how Batenkaitos had managed to learn abilities rivaling that of a master martial artist in a great number of spheres. If that hypothesis was correct, not just correct, but held further meaning to it, Otto. However, if what is taken over is not just experiences of the body, it meant that it was something which was even further vicious, different from the threat of fighting strength. After all, Batenkaitos had said that he was looking for the one whose speech echoed across the city. That person, who was weak and fragile, unable to help anything unless someone stood by his side and supported him. You could sense that and sympathize with that by being with the character of Natsuki Subaru for a long time. That youth had that mysterious part for him, which made those around him think this. However, those thoughts were of that of someone who had dealt affectionately with him. The fact that he was aware of Subaru's brittle strength and weak courage was the proof of him having been close to him. And if that proof was something which had been stolen by gluttony at this time, then only one possible candidate, a single young girl, came to mind. Otto. Finally, Otto arrived at the same revulsion which Beatrice was feeling. Subjected to the changed color in Otto's eyes glaring directly at him, Batenkaitos smiled and unveiled his fangs. Lie. The headmaid of the household of Margrave Roswell L. Mathers. Wait. That's wrong. Oscillating his neck while pronouncing that, Batenkaitos widened his arms. On his scarred body he caressed a single white scar lovingly. That scar, suspended on his shoulder, looked like it had received a sharp iron picket, and was painful to even look at. Lie. Now just a lone loved person. Oneself's beloved person, who will be a hero someday. Natsuki Subaru's supporter. Rem. Was it? Lie. Let us meet him, that beloved hero-sama. Our hero must have had come to cast his judgment upon us, till all the while here. Stretching out his tongue, licking that wound, Batenkaitos guffawed. Without thinking, Otto's blood rose up to his head. As he gnashed his teeth as they made a crackling sound, he was filled with rage enough that he wanted to punch him. Gluttony's attitude, tone, smile, Everything was ridiculing the feelings of that lone young girl, without knowing how much that young girl must have had pleaded for returning safely. Now she was only being trampled upon by mockery and scorn. That is what set ablaze within Otto's heart. This gluttony was an opponent who could never be forgiven. Otto. Beatrice-san? Beatrice stepped lightly and stood in front of Otto, who was counting the number of magic stones left in his sleeves with his finger. Otto was unable to understand why she had shifted towards him. And, Beatrice, get your ideas corrected, I suppose. Good job calling Betty here, in fact. Beatrice, only he is someone Subaru must not meet, I suppose. If Subaru meets him, he will be hurt. Certainly, to the point that wound will never heal. That's why, let's stop him here, by just ourselves. Pronouncing the end of Beatrice's words, Otto declared. Though Beatrice did not turn back, her stance made it clear that she agreed. She was Subaru's partner, who committed himself to oneself and others. Otto painfully understood how unpleasant it would be for him if the viciousness in front of his eyes was to get close to him. Wait, I'm telling you to wait. And the one calling out to the two with a revitalized desire for taking their opponent down was not Baten Kaitos. It was Felt, who had been quietly listening to the dialogue till now beside Otto. She gripped her package and pointed it towards Beatrice. Felt, I heard you talk like some big shot, but what can this little girl do in the first place? Though I've heard you were a companion of that Nai-chan. Otto, I see. First, explaining that would be a bit tricky, Felt suggested her own doubts, to which Otto was unable to give a proper explanation. She possibly already knew about Beatrice being a spirit and being contracted with Subaru, since that was common knowledge. It was also true that Beatrice's battle strength was uncertain in Subaru's absence. Beatrice, a pipsqueak should not call others little girls, in fact. If you have the free time to worry about Betty's ability, you should better use it for worrying about that futureless deficient body, I suppose. Felt? Quite a harsh brat you are, hey? Let me tell you, I've been eating and sleeping properly now, so both my back and my chest are growing. You should be the one worrying over your future. Beatrice. Unfortunately, Betty's mien is set firm to this design. So, a conversation befitting the situation started, but Beatrice put a halt to it by pausing her words. What her eyes had caught onto was the slender package in Felt's hands. Felt's trump card was a magic tool, but Beatrice made a surprised expression upon laying her eyes on it. Beatrice, no way, is that meteor, I suppose? Felt, meteor? Beatrice, mother. A revered magician a long time ago used it to pester the dragon, in fact. Its whereabouts were supposed to be unknown, but this is fate, I suppose. Felt found Beatrice's explanation, who had corrected a crucial part of it, debatable. But from Otto's point of view, stating that the mother Beatrice had mentioned and corrected later on was a witch who had disappeared from legends would make for a truly outrageous claim. He still held his own doubts he wanted to ask about, but if the witch had truly used it to pester the dragon, the reliability of its potential was high. Otto. I had heard of its convolution in usage, but what can we expect in terms of its strength? Beatrice, it is a staff which boasts having an anecdote of having made the dragon halfway cry, in fact. It's guaranteed, I suppose. Her claim was still difficult to believe. However, she had conveyed the authenticity of the weapon. Though Otto had been swayed by Beatrice's words, Felt was yet unconvinced. Felt, I'll teach you about what the hell you're blabbering about later. Rather than that, this little Beatrice, your conscience cannot rise above that level, in fact. But your concern is futile, I suppose. After all, Felt. Beatrice, the attack has already been set up. In front of Felt, who tilted her neck, Beatrice sketched an enchanting smile upon her face. Her softly upraised right hand pointed towards Baten Kaitos, and the throats of everyone were subsequently frozen. Violet crystals crystallized and surrounded Baten Kaitos' environs. Beatrice-sama is so merciless. Beatrice, just holding back and mercy are things which do not exist anywhere in this world for you, I suppose. Elminia. A rare offensive magic even within yin magic was the reason behind him showing his fangs. The moment Baten Kaitos let out his complaint, the violet crystals did a boisterous dance and aimed and rushed at his petite body. The tough and pointed attack struck the thin body standing upright. The crystals shattered, the stone pavement fissured, and smoke was given rise to. This disastrous scene in this huge open plaza had proved her might. Beatrice. Well, what do you think, I suppose? Showing her magical power, Beatrice turned to Felt with a victorious expression. Though it was an immature gesture for a 400-year-old great spirit, but Felt was too speechless to point anything like that out. Felt. WL. Not so bad, I guess. However, despite her speechlessness, Felt refused to admit her loss and mistakes. Gaston. Your voice, eyes trembling, Miss Felt. Felt. That goes for you too. Stop saying idiotic nonsense and keep looking ahead, yelled Felt at Gaston, whose voice was trembling in order to hide the trembling of her own voice. But not all what she said was deceptive. After all, the figure of the defenseless Batankaitos, who should have had received Beatrice's magical attack and had been caught up in its subsequent explosion, was not present where it should have been. Ines. He's coming, Dinah shouted, and everyone raised their eyes and looked in the direction he had his eyes fixed upon. There present was the form of Gluttony, with all 4 of his limbs on the ground, moving like a spider. Gluttony smiled, displayed his fangs, as blood streamed down from his eyes. Lie, ha ha, as expected of Beatrice Sama. How nice. So nice. Quite nice. Perhaps it is nice. Certainly it is nice. Isn't it nice? Surely it is nice, as it is surely nice. Sue, shaking his head about, disheveling his hair, Batankaitos leapt from the ground and pounced, charging ahead once again. Beatrice. 5 shots. Left. In response to his charge, Otto heard Beatrice mutter something unsettling whilst licking her lips. The moment El Niño was used, and the attack commenced upon Batankaitos, Beatrice felt a large magic stone shatter in her pocket. The number of magic stones now left with her were 6. In terms of Beatrice's usage, only 5 could be deployed in the battle. In this battle in the city, the preliminary encounter with the Sin Archbishops of Wrath and Greed, and the subsequent incidental fight against them in the square. As a result of that battle, Beatrice had spent her mana for healing Subaru and the people of the city, to the point that it disrupted her physical capabilities. The spirit Beatrice is an artificial spirit created by the witch Echidna. Her strength is far greater than those of normal spirits, but in return for that she has some troublesome downsides. Even amongst them, her greatest weakness would perhaps be that the only way she could recover the mana she lost was by receiving it through her contractor. The mana present in the atmosphere, or the mana offered to her by humans other than her contractor, none of them could Beatrice reduce into her own strength. Consequently, the only means she had to refill her exhausted mana was to take the time of receiving it from Subaru. Her being mobile right now is the result of a card being played which normally cannot be put to use. As of this situation, Beatrice held 7 magic stones. A large magic stone is one with mana having been stockpiled within it over several years. Among them, one had already been shattered, and only 6 of them were left now. They had been given to Beatrice, who had plunged into a deep slumber, by Kiritaka, who was aware of the progressions in this large plaza, and his actions were for the purpose of providing aid to them. Kiritaka. Please, I request you from the bottom of my heart, Great Spirit Sama. Please lend me your strength, and use it to fight for protecting this city. In this city, there are those whom I love, all messed up and almost crying, but detachedly pleading to her was Kiritaka. Beatrice responded with no choice to Kiritaka, who had used an immeasurably priceless magic stone with no second thoughts in order to awaken from her slumber. If she were to say the truth, Beatrice wanted to hurriedly reach where Subaru was. The city's situation had revolved, and Subaru too was under threat. If herself not by his side, Subaru is a hopelessly worrying guy after all. That's why, now that herself was awake, she shall dedicate herself to Subaru. Beatrice. Stupid, I suppose. No. Stupid, in fact. Beatrice gave up on that desire of hers. Once she felt the guilt after realizing her indulgence under the name of concern. If Subaru had chosen to fight, that too without the presence of herself, then that means he has a way to fight without her. Subaru does not overestimate himself. Rather, he tends to underestimate himself too much. He would not recklessly get into a confrontation with an opponent he could not win against. And if he could win against the opponent without using Beatrice, he would somehow or other wake her up. That's why in this battle, Subaru did not need herself, who had been left alone. That is why, once Subaru has returned after the battle, she must also have a victorious record under her belt, so that she can match up to him. For Beatrice, who now stood as backup, Kiritaka had offered up 7 large magic stones. Unable to use the mana from her surroundings, Beatrice now was utilizing the mana of the magic stones like an inefficient conductor as a last resort. In her dress's pocket, the 7 magic stones were capable of miracles, but their potential was now being wasted on usage of mere magic. You would normally believe that their strength could be used to invoke not 10, but even 1,000 magic moves. However, though there are no limitations to the extent of the magic, but no matter how low scale the magic was, the magic stone will shatter at a single invocation. As one of the 6 needed to be reserved, only 5 could be utilized. In other words, she must wrap it up in 5 moves. Beatrice, the reunion will have to wait, I suppose. Instead of that, you will be seeing hell. In fact, one of the large magic stones Kiritaka gave to Beatrice was originally intended to be occupied by Puck. That was the original purpose of their trip, but now, that being shattered for the purpose of battle is nothing but ironic. Lie. We're tired of seeing hell, too. After all, the ones that got eaten by us, every one of them tasted thought in the end. Shouting that, Batankaitos leapt towards them. His movement was casual, but his cutting gaze was utmost cautious regarding Beatrice. He was unaware of the fact that Beatrice would run out of gas after 5 moves, that she would run out of mana. In order to give him that impression, she had commenced an attack of a powerful range in exchange of 1 magic stone. That strategy was the best faculty available, and it had passed its exam. Beatrice raised up her left hand and pointed its palm towards the mid-air Batankaitos. Beatrice. Minya. Lie. Sue. Beatrice. Just kidding, in fact. At that moment, expecting the extremely high-level magic, Batankaitos toughened up his body. In front of him, Beatrice stuck out her tongue and flew backwards. At that point, Gaston and Dinas plunged onto the curled-up Batankaitos. Gaston. Oh. Dinas! I ate this too! The shouting 2 men launched their counterattack attack upon Batankaitos, with 2 blades and a fist. The weighty and sharp hit struck Gluttony, but Batankaitos dodged it with preeminent body handling, and in reverse, turned his own dagger towards the dominated 2. The edge of the oscillating steel took a path which aimed straight for Dinas' neck. Gaston. It's dangerous. Q. Dinas. Sorry. Gaston obstructed into the dagger's path, shielding Dinas and taking the strike himself. A wooden report echoed, and the dagger's power was weakened, but Gaston, while drawing back, coughed violently, and red blood seeped out of those lips. It was the limit of his mana-utilizing battle ability, otherwise called flow method. Bearing his tough body, Gaston's way of fighting against blades and blows was his skill known as flow method, an alternate method of the utilization of mana, which is otherwise used for magic. It is a skill involving far less talent than compared to magic. Only training and the amount of training mattered, and the user was required to shed blood for its usage. Beatrice. But it seems he pushed himself far too much. In fact, in Beatrice's eyes, Gaston's facets and talents were nothing beyond mediocrity. Him being able to, somehow or the other, take the Sin Archbishop's spears with his partial flow method could only be because Batankaitos had been going very easy on Gaston. Lie. Take. This jutsu. Gaston. Oh. Ah. Kneeling down, he kicked right into Gaston's jaw in the upward direction, bleeding from his nose, and collapsing down, immobile. The giant was now unable to battle. With this, their war potential had been reduced by 1 more. Lie. You really worked hard, Gaston. Pretty bravely you fought. You worked, and you worked, but you failed. We evaluate such a guy to be worthy Yitsu. Felt. You bastard. Seeing the form of Batankaitos mocking Gaston, Felt's blood rose up to her head, and she aimed the meteor she held in her hand straight for his head. If it was put to use the way it should rightfully be, its might was surely that one would expect of a witch. But if it were to be used as a mere slapstick, it could not possibly utilize its complete potential. Lie. Oh, geez, Felt-chan. Yo ura doing itsutsu. Felt. Shut up. Get away, you shit. While scuffling to handle the cane, Felt continued to use her physical abilities to try and land a sharp blow upon Kaitos. Kaitos dodged all of it, with just the elegant handling of his feet, as if doing a magnificent dance. The meteor did indeed come in contact with Gluttony's hair, but it was not sufficient enough to cause any damage to him. There was an overwhelming gap of skill between them. He was completely treating her as a plaything. Beatrice. You. Get away now, I suppose. Our merchant has already recovered the big guy, in fact. Felt. Do you think I came here just to mislead? The difference in their physical capabilities was evident, and it was certain that she would lose if she was counterattacked. While Felt attacked Kaitos, Otto hurriedly drew the fainted Gaston out of the theater. Innes too, confirmed the texture of his two katanas, was searching for a gap to break into Felt and Kaitos' fight, but there was no certain opportunity. Even if an alteration arises, Kaitos fills in that gap completely. The approach of watching vigilantly for an opportunity and awaiting an alteration signaled the reality to them that Gluttony, who was outnumbered and should have been at a disadvantage, was the one ruling this place. Lie. What? What is it? What is this? What could it be? Why could it be? What could it perhaps be? Tsu. Even after jumping in for helping, will Felt-chan abandon this so pathetically? Felt. So noisy. You too, you bastard, just stay put and get hit. Lie, is that so? But we're getting bored, Noel. Felt. Ooh. Kia. No. As Felt yelled while swinging the meteor. At that moment, Kaitos stepped ahead. The distance between the two of them became zero, and Gluttony's palm caressed Felt's felt chest. At that moment, the shock impacted the young girl's body and threw her backwards gently, and giving rise to a high-pitched shriek. Felt rolled down the stone pavement. The attack had strength enough to simply throw her body backwards, but that was not the problem here. Otto. Oh no, she has been directly touched. Otto raised his voice, seeing the coughing Felt, who had received the impact on her chest. Seeing the agony on his face, Beatrice understood the reason for his concern. Gluttony's meal had been prepared. Lie. Felt-chan. Let's eat. Following the unknown principle, Kaitos' left hand, which had touched Felt, he licked its palm with his elongated tongue. As if there was something vital, like the young girl named Felt, present on it, placed it on his tongue as if loving it, caressed its rough texture, tasted each and every part of it as if harvesting it, and dropped it down to his breadbasket and mercilessly digested it. At the moment that was completed, Gluttony's meal came to an end, and the name settled within the blasphemer, and all traces of the young girl named Felt disappeared from the world. Lie. Ugh. Do. Tsu. Felt. Whom? Huh? What is it, you bastard? Just how rude can this guy get? Felt, shaking her head, was looking at Kaitos, knelt down and vomiting. Of course, her existence had not disappeared. She only tilted her neck in rage. That was the moment when Gluttony's meal had failed unsightly. Chapter 70. Eclipsing Kaitos, who should have had abraded away Felt's name and commenced with his meal, vomited. Moaning in agony, spitting out his gastric juices, Gluttony's attitude held no dishonesty. So, though he did not put something with a real form in his mouth, he still squeezed his stomach when vomiting. It was a mysterious spectacle, which gave rise to that impression, which had no absurdity in itself. Felt. Shit. That hurt? Playing around with me? Caressing her scoured chest, Felt stood up in a grazed shape. Infuriation and displeasure comprised her expression, but she did not seem to have taken any lethal damage. The ones she could see from the corner of her eyes, Beatrice and the others too, had not forgotten about Felt. Gluttony's meal had failed. Lie. Gaishka. Gahawo. Akeyadzea. Dinas. Don't know the reason for it, but it's a nice chance. Dinas waged a raid against Kaitos, whose consciousness was completely outside of the battlefield, as he spilled out gastric juices from the edge of his mouth. Two swords swiped across, and mercilessly plunged into Kaitos. Towards the defenseless neck, the silver blade of the katana proceeded. Lie. Gah. Oh, raising the voice of a beast, Batankaitos sidestepped the blade. His dodge was slightly late and some of his hair was subjected to the slash, but it wasn't enough to pierce his skin. Rotating his petite body at an extremely fast speed, Gluttony escaped the attack span with nightmarish behavior. Beatrice, merchant, Otto. No. Responding to Beatrice's call, Otto swung his right arm. The two magic stones cast from his sleeves came in contact with Batankaitos, who had escaped the former attack. At that moment, light burst through, and the current of magical energy it wielded blew off that body. However, Batankaitos responded to it with miraculous nerve reflex. Lie, Huma! As the rising light amassed Batankaitos within itself and its destructive might. At that moment, Batankaitos cast magic, encasing the magical explosion within ice. The explosion, resulting from the magic stones, lost its area to proceed, and ended up becoming a mere stack of shattered ice, falling down to the ground, giving rise to a noise. It was an extremely high-class skill of obstructing colorless magical waves rapidly. Perhaps even this would be the ability of someone who was among those whose names have been eaten by Batankaitos till now. The mere thought of that someone who must have had learnt that ability was now amassed within his stomach without remaining in anyone's memory was nauseating. However, this was not the time for such feelings. What was crucial here was lie. Wow, Tsu. Dangerous. But we pulled through, Titsu, kicking the ice that had trapped the magic stones, and dropping them straight into the waterway, was the laughing Batankaitos. He swayed around his stomach as if adjusting the contents inside, and wiping his mouth with his hands, angled his neck forward. What those corrupted eyes were observing was Felt, who was swinging around her hands and legs to confirm the extent of her injuries. Noticing Batankaitos look at her, Felt snorted her nose. Felt, what? Just like you, I'm also feeling angry, you bastard. Lie. Nothing like anger at all, Titsu. Instead, it's impressive. We're so right to have thought of you not being so capable of intelligence by just looks. Felt, what do you say? Lie. We never thought that you'd have the cleverness to use only an alias against us. We got completely deceived. We had intended to avoid devouring greedily until the name got disclosed, but Tothinik, this unexpected twist, would be harvested. Alias. Hearing Batankaitos say that, Felt went silent. The reaction of Felt, furrowing her eyebrows, was one which suggested how much had she not expected to hear what she had heard. It could be understood at a glance that she had no idea what Batankaitos' words meant, whereas Beatrice, after hearing this conversation, understood the reason behind the earlier failure of Batankaitos' meal. Batankaitos held the authority of being able to eat the name of a person whose name he already knew or had gained its knowledge by touching them. However, it needs to be the person's real name. Alias or nicknames, they do not suffice for its usage. As just Felt's name did not fulfill the conditions for the meal, Batankaitos, who had tasted it, suffered. With that being said, Lie, the Onui-san over there and Felt-chan. There are two whose names are unknown and both were determined to be eaten. How troublesome. Otto, whose name was purely unknown, and Felt, who seemed to be utilizing an alias. Dinas, whose name had immediately come to light, and Beatrice, who was known through Rem's memories no longer had any impediments, is what the conduct of Gluttony suggested, which was infuriating, but naming himself Gourmet and being fixated over eating names had its own disadvantageous gaps. Felt, hey, I've had enough of listening to you, now shut up and listen. The hell are you saying? Beatrice, who was in her own thoughts, and Batankaitos, who was continuing his torment. While Otto and Dinas were observing the situation, raising a loud and rough voice was Felt. She had been irritated by the repeated conclusions passed regarding her, and aimed for Batankaitos with the meteor, trying to strike him. Felt, an alias, or whatever, don't kid with me. I've already lived for 15 years with the name Felt given to me by Grandpa Ram. Saying that's a lie is no joke. Lie. The type who is unaware of their own alias who. That means the parents that raised you up did a pretty good job, isn't it, Atsu? For us, it's a boundless nuisance, but, in other words, a name before that one had been properly given to you. Felt, The name given by those shit parents who abandoned me in the back alley. That must be a burden, or a wasteful meal, or garbage. With that being said, do you still want to stick out your tongue and eat and see it? Lie. Don't contradict Gourmet's consciousness by calling it guesswork or something. Ah, that's it. Showing his protruding teeth, Batankaitos raised his hand towards Felt, who expressed an enraged smile. Lie. After eating the rest beside you, we'll take careful custody of you. And how about we go to meet the one who gave you a fake name, Grandpa Rom? Grandpa Rom might know your true name. We are good at making people spell out what they know. You can leave it to us. Otto, taking your time out for even that. Do you not have the choice to give up? Otto thoughtlessly pronounced. At Gluttony, who spoke of an offensive schedule. Hearing that, Batankaitos put his hands on his mouth and wringed his throat, as if enjoying lie. If the number of lives in the world is finite, then the number of worthy gourmet delicacies is so finite. Then we won't miss any chance of meeting these limited gourmet delicacies. Itiatsu. Gluttonous drinking gitu. Gluttony titsu. Licking it, chewing it, slurping it. We will lick and taste until the sauce on the plate lasts. Oops. Of course, Anowai-san is no exception either, so why don't you just relax? Batankaitos' glare made it clear that he had no intention of missing the four present. Gluttony's fixation over meals was out of understanding for Beatrice and the others who had been evaluated worthy of gourmet. However, his look for vindictive impediments had no meaning more to it. And that blasphemer's desire for eating continued to increase, and it brought Felt's peak to itself. Felt, is that so? I'll have to do something here, otherwise you'll talk me to Grandpa Rom, huh? Saying that in a quiet voice, Felt swung her feet. The shoes that she was wearing came off completely, and Felt was just like the other party now. Stepping ahead on the cobblestone with both her feet barefoot, she left the meteor lying horizontally and drew out her dagger. Lie? Li. That doesn't make sense. Felt-chan. Isn't that the trump card? Felt. Instead of devices that I'm not used to, this is much easier to use. There isn't that much difference. In the first place, instead of devices troublesome to use, it's better to use those which are easy to use. Okay. Her bare feet curled as if gripping to the ground, and the next instant, Felt's body launched forward. She had gained such speed in the blink of an eye, like wind. At this, even Batankaitos widened his eyes, and forgetting the attitude of this just being another blade being held aloft, responded. He fought back by pulling out a physical ability of swinging the arms, handling his body, which had been submerged in memories. Felt. Raw. The barefooted Felt's speed was surpassing any energetic dash by some agile young girl. It was the support of a power beyond human intellect. Unmistakably, it was a divine protection. She swung the dagger several times, but it was met by Batankaitos' own dagger techniques. Of course, Batankaitos' tactics in that technique were overwhelmingly superior. But what had prevented Felt from being overcome was only because Dynas was also backing her. Dynas, don't push yourself too hard with that vital body. Felt. You too, uncle. Just shut up. Don't be tardy. Skillfully handling two swords, Dynas somehow filled the gap of Gluttony's counterattack. Within that time frame, Felt quickly positioned herself into Gluttony's blind spot. Reports of steels clashing echoed as the shadows of the three intermingled, as sparks danced across. An exchange where, again, the decisive blow could not be delivered. However, this time, the decisive blow had been formulated outside of the battlefield. Beatrice, the attack has passed. This will hit hard, I suppose. Otto, both of you, please get away. While being left out of the event, they had been composing an attack, taking all the time they required. The operation, which would normally be unnecessary, lengthened their work schedule because of its requirement of meticulous caution, thanks to the attachment of an extra filter. The result of that labor was finally going to take form. Hearing what Otto had shouted, Felt and Dynas got away from Batankaitos' position. Gluttony instantly reached for Felt, but even after touching her, he was not prepared to be able to eat Felt's name. Felt, let go. Fiercely swinging her ankle, which had been gripped onto violently, and using a single foot, Felt flew backwards to a great distance. Dynas too, as if rolling, left the place, leaving only Gluttony and Beatrice's line of sight. Aiming there, Beatrice invoked a magic which required the power of 1,000, and completed it while respecting the power of 1,000. Beatrice, this time it's not a joke, really. Ulminia. Oh. Subsequent to the chant, a torrent of violet radiance glowed, and the light drew a circle with Batenkaitos at its core. Batenkaitos raised his face to see what was coming up, but that reaction was late. Not preparing, but escaping, regardless of its form, was the correct answer. Lie! Tsu! In a single breath, the light converged, and shut Batenkaitos down by forming a ring around Batenkaitos' torso and arms. The ring of light acted like a chain, and continued to further lock Gluttony, whose movements of the upper body were in a bind. At the same pace, if the entire body got encased by a ring of light, he would no longer be able to escape Ulminia's might. The crystallizing violet light continued to tighten its grip on Batenkaitos' upper body. At the same pace, the ring's control reached out to even his lower body, and Gluttony, who had been rendered immobile, collapsed on the spot. And the atmosphere made a noise, as if creaking, as humongous bluish-purple radiance emerged overhead of the collapsed blasphemer, with its sharp tips pointing towards Batenkaitos. Ulminia's might to bind and lash upon. The attack Beatrice possessed slapped down in urgency, and the materialized destruction rained incessantly upon Batenkaitos. Lie. A roar could be heard, but in front of the destructive violet light, it had been muted. The overwhelming light's might tore away the cobblestone. The wind produced by the blast engulfed the plaza in light and smoke, with the skirt of Beatrice's dress waving immensely. Felt. Did it do it? Oh. Otto. Did it manage to do it? Ah! Dines. Did it really do it? In the face of the explosion, the three, lying down, raised their voices at the same time. Batenkaitos, at the very core of the hippocenter, had no ways of evasion. If he had truly taken the attack right now, then his body's traces will all disappear, not even leaving behind a fragment of his bones. Beatrice, it isn't over yet, I suppose. With a loud voice, Beatrice warned them to be cautious, and the color of the faces of the delighted three changed. Beatrice, noticing the fault that had occurred before the other three, was nothing difficult to conceive. She could sense it. Beatrice. 4. Left. The large magic stone, which had been stocked over a long period of time, was unable to withstand the current Ulminia, and shattered right before Batenkaitos could be crushed. Although it had provided for the invocation, it had been incapable of its fullest utilization. The radiance had been unable to erode away Batenkaitos, and the body of Gluttony was, the one right now has probably made us a bit impatient, Ietsu. Piercing through the plume, Batenkaitos flew towards Beatrice from a low angle. It must be the result of him judging who should be taken care of the first, based on the might of the magic just now. Beatrice had exceptional ability as a magic user, but her physical abilities, just as how it appeared, they were nothing beyond those of a young girl. She did not have the skills, only for fighting at a close range with Batenkaitos, whose abilities were those of geniuses. Henceforth, against his charge, Beatrice instantly utilized her third magic stone. Beatrice. Murak. Lie. Another trick. Beatrice's chant barely preceded Batenkaitos' hands, who were on the verge of reaching her. His upraised fingers only had one intention, to not let Beatrice escape, now that all obstacles were clear. However, it got missed yet again. The instant he thought he had reached Beatrice's dress, Beatrice's body flew backwards, like a leaf floating in the breeze. What Beatrice had chanted was Murak, a yin magic which obstructed with gravity. It was a magic which hindered with the power which attracts one's body to the ground, or one's own body weight. However, Beatrice utilized it to reduce her body weight to 0 at that instant. Thanks to that, she was able to levitate in the wind, and greatly avoid the fingers trying to touch her. Lie. This little... As per she had intended, Beatrice's body distanced from Batenkaitos, and jumped to the edge of the large plaza instantly. Batenkaitos tried to follow her, but he then heard loud footsteps from the direction opposite to the one he was facing, and turned towards them immediately. Swiping his dagger behind, he tried to slash down the inelegant intruders. However, that strike cut through the sky. For some reason, there stood nobody who could have had made a sound of footsteps. Otto, Garfield, or the Bowel Hunter. Such people would totally get struck down. With the use of wind magic, Otto had sent footsteps flying in an attempt to make Batankaitos turn around, and he subsequently cast even more magic stones. The exploding wave of heat produced by the magic stones was directed straight towards his exposed back, and unable to evade this time, Batankaitos received an impact. Dinos. This time for sure, it's the end. Rolling down the plaza, with all of his limbs stretched straight, Batankaitos collapsed. Swooping down upon that form, Dinos, who had prepared beforehand by tightening his grip onto his two katanas, intended to deliver the finishing blow. In a scruffy shape, the collapsed youth whispered something. Whether that was him pleading for his life, or words of regret, Dinos shall not hesitate. For him, who had lived through the life of being a mercenary, the scramble for life is the result of fierce competition. There, the problem of being an adult or a child was trifle, and emotions of mourn and repent were feelings one could afford only after surviving. That was all. Henceforth, it was clear. But, even though the movements of Dinos, who had that clear thought seated within him, held no hesitation, even still, he was unable to keep that mystery, which harbored in his chest, folded within it, because what Batankaitos had whispered just now sounded like this: lunar eclipse, and non-say, one roar, my, Watanim sheaves, Charles, Mars, The moment subsequent to that sound's echo reaching its righteous place, a voice, which had not been present in this interval, echoed. The moment afterwards, the limbs of Dinos, who had been holding the two short swords aloft, spouted out blood all at once. On each of his limbs, a respective dagger was stabbing through extremely deeply, inflicting wounds, and the tendons had been accurately gauged. Namely, it meant that the functionality of his limbs had been lost completely, and he was unable to prevent his body from crumbling down and falling. Dinos. No. Falling onto the cobblestone from his face was Dinos, with his head being stomped upon from above with all of its strength. With his nose crushed by the cobblestone, the consciousness of Dinos, who had gulped down the blow, was blown off. Dinos was cut down and destroyed, and kicking his body, Batankaitos stood up, and slowly turned towards Otto's position. Otto. It was not his first time exchanging glances with those corrupted eyes. However, in a single moment, Otto's spirit had been entwined and eaten up within those corrupted eyes, because the whirling insanity and resentment had considerable difference from those which were previously present, and was now even more dusky. It was a single moment. The distance between them was diminishing in the blink of an eye, and when he came to notice, scorching heat pierced through both of Otto's legs. When he looked at it, at the frontage of both of his legs' thighs were daggers, as if gouging out cruciform wounds. Like peeling of the skin of a fruit, with his tongue sticking out, he exposed the skin underneath his trousers. The red cross-section and the pink sinews undersurfaced the skin, and the white nerves and bones creeping within. All of the green blood vessels had all been exposed, unwounded, and Otto's throat became packed with out-of-place strong feelings. He was dumbfounded. Till now, he had never seen a technique so beautiful. The bleeding was minimal. No, there was no bleeding at all. This truly transcendent handling of the blade's edge destroyed the human flesh with such aesthetical maneuver. Crouching down, Batankaitos kissed that wound. The rough sensation of that tongue underneath licked all of the vital parts of Otto's leg, which lied inside of the skin. Sinews, bones, blood vessels, nerves. He shivered as he felt all of them get licked. And at the next moment, both, in terms of his sense of vision and his sense of touch, Otto felt a repugnance difficult to bear and violent pain boil up in his brain. Otto. No blood was being shed. It was incomprehensible. He could just feel the pain. That too, instead of blood gushing out, the naked bones or nerves were being brushed by the moist wind, and the extreme pain because of it. It felt as if his muscles were being peeled off violently by needles. His vision flickered, and his brain burst open. The organ that was supposed to comprehend pain refused to comprehend it. The screaming throat trembled violently, as if vomiting blood, and with immobile limbs he was unable to even agonize. And, while Otto screamed, Baton Kaitos, overlooking him, tilted his neck. With long dark brown hair sliding down his shoulders, Gluttony sighed, as if tired. Lie. Just when we thought it was rest after the meal, this circumstance, even though gourmet and bizarre eating don't even matter. Really, nobody understands what eating is aside from us. Bringing a close to the insane smile and attitude, which had been there till now, it a voice terribly far-sighted. Baton Kaitos slowly rotated his neck, and behaved as if he was mocking himself. Just when that impression arose, he nimbly changed his expression. Lie. Don't talk like that. It certainly did get a bit problematic in playing around, but even still, a treat of Louis taste has been found. Showing his fangs, Baton Kaitos turned his neck around, and his line of sight was directed towards Beatrice. At that gaze, and Otto's terrible spectacle, the two young girls thoughtlessly inhaled. But, seeing the reaction of the two, Baton Kaitos's expression, once again, changed into one that was empty and listless. Lie. Certainly it doesn't look bad, but the vessel would be more guaranteeing than the insides, isn't it? On top of that, the Gospel's description hasn't been read either. Lie. Louis may not be able to see it, but the child inside us informing us. The one over there, Beatrice Sama, is that? Probably. If it's done, then both the mind and body will fill. Isn't she just the ideal opportunity? Betsu. Turning towards the right and speaking. Turning towards the left and speaking. Baton Kaitos exchanged words, as if he was not talking within his self's own chest, but with someone as if he could clearly see outside. It seemed as if he was conversing with someone else present within himself. No. The truth is, that was possible. Within the name Eating Blasphemer, Lie Baton Kaitos, present were an innumerable amount of souls. Then, it may be possible for him to converse with them, or even properly discuss. If that was so, only then could his conversation with himself be somehow understood. Beatrice, can you move, I suppose? Pipsqueak felt. Right back at you. I hope you aren't scared, little girl. Calling each other out, Beatrice and Felt exchanged a few words. Glancing into the eyes of each other, they confirmed that the fighting spirit of neither of them had been shattered. Felt slightly snorted her nose and then glanced towards the edge of the open plaza. Beatrice confirmed the presence there, and reckoned their intents. Beatrice, now on, they will be coming after Betty, I suppose. They'll be confined, in fact. Felt, you'll be stopping them. If it's hurdling, then I'd be. Beatrice, you cannot have an idiotic expectation like making him vomit twice, I suppose. On top of that, regardless of determination, it's something Betty cannot use. You must do it. Upon Beatrice's proposal, Felt showed an expression drowned in thought. But the next moment, she raised her eyebrows and rotated her neck. Swiping through her blonde hair, she let out a voice saying, and she pointed her fist towards Beatrice. Felt, don't fall through, little girl. Beatrice, you too, I suppose. Pipsqueak. Nothing in particular was returned to the pointed fist. They only exchanged insults preceding the accepted decisive battle. While Beatrice and the others' conversation met its end, almost at the same time, Baton Kaito's self-discussion came to an end. Beatrice did not have the confidence to collide head-on with the combat power that had slashed down and defeated Dynas and Otto. Lie. Well, have your preparations been complete, Beatrice-sama? Beatrice. If the answer is they haven't and you'll offer deferment for that, then that is the answer, in fact. But if that isn't the case, then there's no point in that question, I suppose. Lie. That's exactly how it is. Well then, once again, let's eat. From the other corner, with his eyes locked with Beatrice, Baton Kaitos flew straight towards Beatrice. His velocity was not of the level of the nightmarish threat that had been witnessed earlier. Regardless, it was sufficiently threatening to Beatrice. Her disadvantage at close combat remained unchanged. That's why, as an expert of yin magic, it was a convention to not clash head-on. Lie. Take this. Right before Beatrice, the body of Baton Kaitos, who had his hands on ground, rotated vertically. The swinging launched heel drew close to right overhead of Beatrice, and the sharp strike pierced into the crown of her head. Beatrice. That won't happen, in fact. Right beforehand, Beatrice's body once again tilted backwards thanks to the aerial force of the kick. It was the result of letting the effect of Murak, which had been invoked earlier, to continue. With her body angled backwards, Beatrice then jumped straight up at that point. Freed from the effect of gravity, freed from the effect of weight, the young girl softly levitated, folding her dress's skirt adroitly. Beatrice's body floated in the wind, moving about. Lie. Magnificently done. However, the coping is sweet. Batankaitos, with his tongue stretched out, reached the spot of landing, and without waiting for her descent, went towards the mid-air Beatrice and tried to catch her. With the vigor and accuracy of a bird of prey capturing its prey, those fingers reached for Beatrice. However, at the same time, it was also the proof of the opponent having ascent to mid-air, where there was no way to escape. Above the remaining count of exercising magic being possible, this was an illustrious focus for striking. Beatrice pointed her palm towards Batankaitos, who was advancing from below, and invoked the magic she had been utmost accustomed to throughout her life of 400 years, and this 1 year. Namely, Beatrice Shamak. Magic stone shattered in her pocket while following Beatrice's chant, black haze effused. The leaping Batankaitos met with it straight with his head and got caged within a world of incomprehension. Lie. Arg. Ah. The black haze reached through, and Batenkaitoso's body fell onto the cobblestone, defenseless. He was supposed to be in a state where he was incapable of doing anything till it shook off, but Shamak's effect was not so lasting. The card left with Beatrice now, with the remaining 1 magic stone that could be utilized. If she were to land a fatal blow, he would not be able to take it. That is why this was the moment of choice for Beatrice. Lie. Ah, aren't you doing it, Beatrice Salmatsu? As if you were fighting just like that person. Did you receive influence or something? Shaking off Shamak, Batankaitos showed his fangs, turning his body. Looking through the plaza, his eyes were directly upon Beatrice, as if fixed. The memories of the young girl within him mustn't have witnessed the spectacle of Beatrice standing by Subaru's side. That is why, even after seeing his influence upon her tough fighting form, he did not realize how immense of a meaning it held. Beatrice, here, lavishly feast upon the last magic stone, in fact. Shaking free from her sentiment, Beatrice pointed her palm towards Otto, who was lying down, with his legs rolling up. Using the magical power of the final magic stone, a healing wave was directed towards the wounds of Otto's legs. It was far from healing it completely, but still, it just had receded the hopeless pain. The rolled-down Otto, who was in tears, coughed violently mingled with sobs and groans. Lie. So useless, now. What will happen by reviving Beatrice? This will happen, in fact. Beatrice yelled the consequence of her action at Batankaitos, who was laughing, saying that she had wasted her card. The instant after he furrowed his eyebrows at her caustic words, at the rear of Batankaitos' legs, something snapped its teeth. As fangs thrust deep into his left leg, Batenkaitoso's stance crumbled. Instantly looking down at his leg, seeing that, Batankaitos widened his eyes. Lie, huh? Surprised by the thing beyond understanding, what was present there was a water dragon bathing in blood, with its neck stretched out. The water dragon, having rushed madly across the cobblestone, crunched Batankaitos. The water dragon, which had once been cornered into being unable to battle, was persisting to its final willpower. Of the 5 magic stones, this is how the third one had been utilized. The first one for the intense Ul Minya, which was unable to be completed, the second one for an urgent evasion through the use of Murak, the third one used for the recovery of the dying water dragon before the invocation of Murak, the fourth one for using Shamak, and the fifth one for taking care of Otto's pain. That is how Beatrice's 5 cards, her 5 magic stones for attaining victory, had been utilized. Otto. Ah. It hurts. It hurts. Crying such that his throat was seemingly going to explode. Otto, who had hid his call for the water dragon in his shriek, having fulfilled his role now, finally, screamed for his own suffering. Otto is truly sharp in things like this. The moment after he had received Beatrice's treatment, he immediately understood what he was supposed to do under the current situation. Only he was capable of serving as the internal affairs official of the Amelia camp, who were often unwillingly dragged out to the battlefield. Beatrice, Well done, I suppose this is your vocation, in fact. Otto, I don't really understand, but I'm not happy to hear that. That was the response Otto gave, in tears, to Beatrice's unusual compliment. And then, before the eyes of the two, Baden Kaitos, who had been crunched upon by the water dragon, tugged it to the ground and threw it down, and somehow unfastening its fangs, tried to stand up. However, their reactions were just before the trump card made it in time. Felt. Preparations all set. You worked hard, little girl. A voice elated with success echoed, and the rear of the meteor knocked the ground, generating a particularly loud noise. The staff, fabricated to deceive as if it was the back of a cesspool. Its tip was pointed towards Batankaitos by felt. In her hands, the meteor got tinged by faint light, and its after effect blew off its package. With the white package having come off, the slender white staff was revealed from within. Its handle was long enough to qualify being the length of a spear, with no exquisite designs or any eye-catching mechanisms. It could be said that its dedicated utility and structure was truly reflecting its creator's spirit. The very spirit of the witch Echidna, who sought no further value of a device any more than what it was supposed to possess as that device. Beatrice, mother. The truth is, Beatrice had never seen Echidna use the staff. Even still, she was aware of its purpose and its might. To pester the divine dragon Volcanica. To think it was a weapon, capable of obstructing even the divine dragon. With that being said, there are some conditions to its usage. Either fulfilling those conditions could be difficult, or there could be problems with the user, so clearly showing all of its limitless specs was arduous. Felt. All right. The power which connected to even Reinhard, have a taste and see. With the condition fulfilled, if Felt still had stock of mana, the expected amount should be sufficient. Sucking out mana from the user, Meteor limitlessly continued to drain power, and the radiance lighting at its tip had its aim set upon Batankaitos. Lie. 2. Even Batankaitos was unable to prevent the might from coming down upon him. Judging that there was a possibility of it proving to be fatal, Batankaitos instantaneously attacked the snout of the water dragon constraining his leg, and the moment its fangs loosened, he unbound his legs and flew, while carrying the gash. At that moment, the meteor twinkled conspicuously and potently. Felt. Go. Light distended at Meteor's tip, and the corona was fired towards Batankaitos. Batankaitos, who had escaped instantaneously from the restraint of the water dragon, somehow rolled away from its path with his injured leg. At the same pace, the light missed its aim and collided with the water dragon. At that instant, its trajectory warped. The light drew a complex trajectory and approached Batankaitos. Lie? Wa? Two? With his self escaping from the chasing light bullet, Batankaitos raised his voice. At the same pace, with carriage and jumping of his sharp body, he got out of the trajectory of the light bullet, progressively getting closer. However, it was futile. Even if Batankaitos escaped away, rolled away, leapt away, the light bullet drew arcs, drew circles, inched closer, and aimed for a direct hit. That was the greatest power of the magic weapon Meteor, created by Echidna. Once it had set its aim, it functioned so that it kept track of it. The weapon created by Echidna, to pester the divine dragon Volcanica. If Echidna was truly serious regarding it and wanted to engineer a device solely for the purpose of pestering, it is obvious she would not allow for any compromises in it. Henceforth, that magic tool was incapable of missing its aim, did not let its aim escape, and became a weapon whose hit always landed. Lui. Nu. Su. Then, how about this? Ora. Cha. No matter how much he ran, the unbound light bullet continued its pursuit, and with some observations cooking up, Batankaitos launched his counterattack. An upsurge of magical power, and Batankaitos' environs froze. Various levitating icicles formed, with their pointed tips facing the light bullet, and the stormy barrage rained upon the corona. However, that opposition was a mistake. The moment the icicles came in contact with the corona, they got reduced to mana starting from their tips, and before they could land a hit, they interspersed into smaller fragments and got swallowed up by the light bullet. Furthermore, the light bullet absorbed all of the magical interceptors that drew close, and as that power enlarged its own scale, it continued to approach the enemy. Lie! Shit, no way! No way, Tsu! Rolling, somehow getting out of its path, Baten Kaitos let out the curse. However, the injury on his left leg was deep, and it did not allow for him to jump completely. Otherwise, if could be agile enough, it may be possible for him to direct the light bullet towards Beatrice and the rest, or have it aim at Felt herself. But he did not have that much energy left. The pursuing light bullet traced its path around the rolling Baten Kaitos, and disabling the areas through which he could escape. It gradually enveloped the body of Gluttony in its destructive might. Lie. No way. By something that looks so stupid, we will. Lie. Shut your mumbling. Right away, solar eclipse should be started. At the instant of the strike, Baten Kaitos raised a wretched voice which got painted away by, again, a terribly cold voice, and the light exploded. The dazzling corona distended at the core of the open plaza and gave rise to the largest crater till now. The expanded light blotted the world in white, and the parts which got blotted vanished, as if losing color. The open plaza had been hollowed out spherically, and the water flowing in the waterway streamed into it. However, the wall? Geez, having an unskilled brother really causes troubles. Next to the destructive cataclysm was a shadow peeping at the waterway. Having lengthened brown hair, it was someone with a body covered in scars. Needlessly to say, the physical traits were none other than those of the confronting Lai Baten Kaitos. How did he possibly manage to evade the attack of the light bullet? However, what was utmost astonishing in this place was not that. Beatrice. What does this mean, I suppose? Beatrice's words did not stem from the confound of the attack not striking. First of all, the attack failing to strike was not the problem, as the light bullet was supposed to strike Baten Kaitos, and nothing or nobody aside from Baten Kaitos. That is why it was obvious that it would not strike the muscular and brawny giant man who had his back turned towards them. The problem was from just where had that man appeared from. Otto. Is that Gluttony? Said Otto, raising his agonized face and glancing at the same. Though she wanted to deny it, Beatrice, right now, did not have any words for that. At the gaze of the silent Beatrice and the others, the giant man abruptly turned back. The one there was the giant man, with a grim countenance which resembled yet did not match well with Baten Kaitos. With an appearance that suggested he was close to his 40s, there were no parts of him that even slightly overlapped with that blasphemer. In front of Beatrice, who narrowed her eyes, that giant man put his hand on his chin. There is no need to make such a puzzled face. We just did this. And, saying with feminine words, contradicting his appearance, the man relaxedly sliced away his long hair with his sword. As the chopped-off strands of hair fell to the ground, Beatrice understood how the light bullet had been evaded. The meteor's tracking functioned till it has established contact with its target. That was its power. Even if it came in contact with a single portion of the body, its might would be sufficient to amass the whole body. That point had been used in inverse. The man, perhaps Baten Kaitos had, chopped off his hair and made it seem to the light bullet that it had come in contact with the body, and, fleeing from the attack's span with all of his strength, he had managed to evade the detriment. On the other hand, the plan also had the potential to not be successful, but this time, alone, the result had been a perfect one. By nature, for determining the meteor's target, it was necessary to align it towards what would become the target and aim, though it was best to connect to the target's OD or gate. But in this case, being utilized as an emergency measure, it got applied to Baten Kaitos' hair that had fallen amidst the battle, result of which, the light bullet strayed towards the decoy of the hair. Thinking that much, Beatrice gnashed her teeth at how unfavorable the situation was. She had not expected, at all, that the trump card, Meteor, would get dodged through such a way. Her magic stones had been used up. The only one left with her now was the one she wanted to save for Puck. Otto and the other men could no longer fight, and Felt too, who had gotten the bulk of her mana drained out by the mana, had crumbled, breathing hoarsely. There was nothing left that she could do now, though that idea came up in her mind. Beatrice horizontally shook her head. It would be better to die rather than accept defeat. Just as Subaru found a way out of even the most hopeless of situations, herself must do the same. That is why. Beatrice raised her face and set her eyes upon the man. Facing the gaze, Batankaitos rounded his eyes. He then put one hand on his hip and covered his face with his other palm. And? Oh, nice. How nice, isn't it nice? Certainly it is nice. Perhaps it is nice. Possibly it nice. Because it is probably nice. We too. See the value of eating you. Beatrice. Ka. Before Beatrice could rebuke what babbling she had heard, Batankaitos' body started to change. His bones distorted, creating a particular sound, with blood gushing out that was painful to even look at. The body of the giant man wilted, shedding blood from the newly created wounds. Regaining the form of a young boy was Batankaitos, breathing hoarsely. Batankaitos' whole body was being wounded, however. He continued to express his insane smile. Gluttony, looking towards this side while wringing his lowered throat, spread his two arms in seemingly happiness. Our name is Witch Cult Sin Archbishop, representing gluttony, Louis Arnab. Beatrice, Louis, Batankaitos. That was supposed to be his name. Without reading the intention behind suddenly giving a different name for himself, Beatrice furrowed her eyebrows, and, stitching that gap of confusion, Batankaitos, with just his right leg, powerfully kicked the ground. Beatrice toughened up her body, observing what he was going to do, but Gluttony flew to the edge of the plaza, recovering the tattered cloth that had fallen there, and wore it, as if hiding his scarred skin. Above that, Louis. Unfortunately, that's all for today, as both Lai and Roy are too exhausted. Any further will cause hindrances in giving birth. Let's meet again. Cute young miss. Beatrice. Do you think you will escape, I suppose? Louis, please stop acting strong. Though Eclipse cannot be handled decently in this body, it can still at least completely annihilate. The reason that won't be done is because the dinner table isn't prepared. Batankaitos shook his head and pointed his finger towards Beatrice, who tried to step ahead. A terribly feminine gesture. No, the truth is, the current Batankaitos may possibly be a woman. At that part, there was the essence of something difficult to understand. Batankaitos nodded at Beatrice, who stopped her feet with unpleasant feelings and wariness. Louis. Both Lai of Gourmet and Roy of Bizarre Eating know nothing. After all, a meal is not what you ate. It's who you ate with. Louis? Well then, next time, come to meet us along with a person dear to you. Beatrice, why? Wait. Just when she was about to call that out, Batankaitos slid into the shadow of the open plaza and disappeared. Going after him was something Beatrice could not do. In this situation full of the injured, following him and diving into a situation where gluttony was at a clear advantage would be reckless as well. There no longer was anything that could be done, now that even the trump card Meteor had failed. Beatrice. It's about doing it, in fact. Enduring her desire to speak out, Beatrice glanced around. The pain had eroded away much of Otto's consciousness. The mercenaries and Felt's attendant had fainted, swooned. Felt was making a frustrated expression, but she was giving the impression that she could collapse at any moment, and Beatrice too was no exception. In accordance with Kiritaka's desperate appeal, its completion with no deaths, should only that be accepted as the result of Beatrice's participation in the battlefield. Regardless, Beatrice, it seems Subaru cannot even be asked for a hug confidently, I suppose. In the prey that was allowed to escape, in Lai Batankaitos slept the soul of a young girl. Ascertaining the surety in that, how could it be conveyed to Subaru? With terribly heartbreaking sorrow, Beatrice turned and stepped towards Felt, calling out to her faintly. Ironically, the fight of this battlefield came to an end with the withdrawal of the Sin Archbishop. Only a few battlefields now bequeathed in the Watergate City. Chapter 71. Sword Demon versus former Sword Saint. The various battles across the span of the city were gradually meeting their end. The destruction caused in areas now altered into battlefields was immense, and the city's faculty had been greatly impacted. This very fact, which conveyed the extent of the catastrophe that had transpired in this city of Pristella, could be labeled as the result of the malice brought forth by the witch cult into the city. Within the situation of such devastation continuing to rise and be inflicted, there existed a single battlefield with a different hair color. Rather, it may not even be appropriate to call it a battlefield. Only the solemn sound of swords clashing echoed, with each of the coruscating, swiping swords aiming for the otter's life. Present here was only the tactless wish of two swordsmen, with the tips of their swords pointing towards each other, shredding everything unneeded with their, what could be at least said, true desire upon them. The swords' blades continued to gleam under the moonlight, and the swordsmen continued to exchange love over clashes of steel. Sharp reports, scattering sparks, gray and red hair continued to dance under the rays of the moon. A sword's dance so magnificent and polished, it would indisputably steal the sights of all audiences, or rob them of their hearts. It was such that even the sword god would ululate. The unimaginably lustrous movement of the long sword, as though blading through water. With a rebound, the twin swords swept through the breeze, striking the other like lightning. As though dancing a performance of reciprocated fixation, the swords of the two continued to intertwine with each other. Wilhelm accepted the sword slash of the one in front of him, of Theresia, who was still as beautiful as when she had been young. From the front, bathed in the sword slash with the same vigor, and woed at the reaction he felt in his palm. Boiling up from the depths of his body was the acclamation of his immature self's heart. Despite his age, he was getting exhilarated, he was getting delighted, he was blooming. With honesty, must he affirm. The sword demon Wilhelm thought back to the days gone by, and yearned for a present where he could, once again, connect with his youthful wife. His heart had been scorched by that. His mind was now occupied by the thought, by how much he desired and how he would willingly renounce everything, if only it meant for this exchange of swords, this tryst, to never come to an end. Wilhelm, but such greed was blasphemy. It was unforgivable for him to even bear it. Blasphemy. To the untiring days the sword demon Wilhelm had dedicated to the sword. Blasphemy. To his oath of taking away the sword from the sword Saint Theresia, once he put her to defeat. Blasphemy. To his sentiments of utmost dedication to his master, as a swordsman. To detachedly follow the love that lit the chest of Wilhelm von Austria would be blasphemy to everything that was living in this world at this very moment. Henceforth he must not defer the cessation. Regardless of how much these moments had proven to be a delightful paradise for the sword demon. Theresia. Wilhelm. A mute slash of the sword swept through like a storm, to which he responded with his own barrage of innumerable sword strikes. With long, deep red hair swaying, Theresia's movements, clad in white clothes, possessed no vacillation. Like a leaf afloat a stream, the lethal sword was fired from the interior of her completely natural stance. Up, down, left, right. Her sword strikes had no particular angle. However, as the attacks overlapped, Wilhelm felt something be slightly off. He felt this cogent discordance in her responses as well. Theresia von Austria's ability as a swordsman was exceptional. Naturally, even when his body was at its prime, Wilhelm unmistakably failed to rival that territory in terms of pure swordsmanship. Even now, that prowess remained abode in Theresia's blade, as she stood in front of him, silent. The art of the sword saint, to mercilessly kill adversaries, that invited both relief and envy onto guardians. However, her current self and her self of those days had a realm of decisive difference in between them. Wilhelm. Light. As the twin sword and longsword collided face to face and sparks scattered around, the sword demon remarked. Locking swords, Wilhelm acutely stared into the blue eyes on the other side of the sword's blade. Wilhelm. Without even a need to compare, it's light, Theresia. Your sword, which rid itself of its hefty burden. Is it something so light? Theresia. A certain tone, words mingled with disappointment, yet the eyebrows of her beautiful face let not even twitch. Theresia, with perfectly clear eyes lacking all emotion, was returning a look to Wilhelm. No refutation, no revolt. They did not hold even enmity. She used to be a woman who used to often smile, often get angry, often sulk. She used to be a woman beautiful like the blade when she was silent, but the times of her being silent were almost none. She used to be a woman like a spherical flower, blooming under the sun. Thus her state now was naught but tragic. Theresia. Present there was only the shell of his silent wife. As he exchanged slashes of swords with the figure he had continued to love, Wilhelm's heart shattered into fragments, prancing as if having returned to the days of the past, attenuating as if understanding the days of the past could not be returned to, casting aside the days of the past as if having a dream akin to a bubble on the surface. For 15 years, what kind of a life must Theresia have led? When he thought back to the time he had lost her, and dedicated himself to vengeance, the incurable wound on Wilhelm's shoulder ascertained itself. A wound inflicted by the divine protection of Death God never disappears. It was the divine protection aside from the divine protection of the Sword Saint bestowed upon Theresia by the Sword God, in order to bring cease to those days of war. A single slit could generate a river of blood. A few slashes could pile up a mountain of corpses. Henceforth, there lay no necessity of superficial cleverness and artfulness for her, in order to sever the thread of life. Indeed, the only way of defeating Theresia was through swordsmanship superior to that of hers. Wilhelm of the past had shred himself to his extreme limits, with such austerity that converted his own self into a sword, by persevering till the very end had he truly managed to accomplish that. There was no way of defeating Theresia, who too got her abilities boosted to their very limit through the divine protection of the Sword Saint. And now, having exchanged swords with her youthful self, Wilhelm understood. Her abilities with the sword were transcendent, and lay in the territory of dexterity. However, there was one enormous shadow casted upon her swordsmanship. Wilhelm, even if you felt troubled before holding the sword, you no longer felt troubled after taking hold of it. You were a woman who knew that even better than myself. Theresia, Wilhelm, do you remember the day we parted? At the occasion of the great subjugation, you shook me up as I stopped you, and inflicted an incurable wound upon this shoulder of mine. Your words back then, I have not forgotten even a single one of them. She gave no answer. He did not solicit one. This was simply Wilhelm's ceremony. Looking back onto that day, along with the pain of this shoulder, the memory etched within also resuscitated. Whilst she commenced with the great subjugation, a journey she could potentially never return from, Theresia had verbatim let go of herself from Wilhelm, and had expressed, "When I return, that day, please let me hear the words I could not hear. Wilhelm, I have come here to fulfill the promise of that day." The twin swords roared, and Theresia's longsword strummed. The former Sword Saint swung the blade utilizing that recoil, but Wilhelm, without even looking at that counterattack, dodged by fully reading through its trajectory. He knew it, where the blade was going to come, so much so that he was in love with it. Wilhelm, Ru, Oyo, O. The habits were the same, the techniques were the same, scorched onto his soul, within the austerity of his former self. When he had shred himself, he had painted them in his mind, the sword techniques of the Sword Saint he was in pursuit of, defeating her, swearing to take it away from her, reaching that territory. He yearned, and they were scorched onto his soul. It was the same, along with her figure, which warmed his chest. Theresia. Even against Wilhelm's implore, the ravishing face of Rose did not flinch, even slightly, as the sword aimed for its prey soundlessly, silently, emotionlessly. Wilhelm shot it down altogether. He loved it so much that he knew it even with his eyes closed. That is precisely why he now chose to love it without closing his eyes. Wilhelm, above, countered the slash, exchanged swipes, raised the blade, slashed the sword diagonally, accepting the blade raining down upon him and sinking the counterattacking strike. Dodging the swipe, then released, gyrating his body around the leaping point of the sword. Both sides, who had slashed diagonally across each other's shoulders, then entwined their swords as the key performers, and shifted the counterattack. Surpassing the blows with an elegant safeguard, impossibility arose in Theresia's swordsmanship. Theresia, who had accumulated the blows, retreated, and Wilhelm plunged into that interval without any hesitation. For a single moment, emotion arose within Theresia's eyes, who was looking at the sword demon. No, it was his misapprehension. His effeminate heart had pulled out the memory of a situation of the past identical to this one, within the sights of abundant citizens. Wilhelm had struck and defeated the lead actor of the ceremony, the Sword Saint, and robbed the youth named Theresia from the Sword God. A facsimile of that situation, identical as this one. Then, the conclusion too would be identical once again. Wilhelm, Theresia, enemy. Amen. Wilhelm attacked the longsword, flying towards her bosom. The sword demon hoisted up his twin sword against it, and unable to bear the pressure, there occurred a fissure in the blade. But, at the same time, the longsword repelled it by turning right overhead, and half of Theresia's body largely opened up. Drawing a wide semicircle, Wilhelm's twin sword made its return. Since the origin of this tryst till this point, Theresia, who was right before his eyes, produced the greatest interval yet. With the muscles of his arms swelling up, he gripped the handle of the sword, to the point it started creaking, and wielding the attack with all of his might. Now must he put an end to this inconceivable reunion. He attempted to put an end to it. Wilhelm. Violent passion packed his throat, countless facial expressions levitating in his eyes. Her face when she was crying, her face when she was angry, her face when she was sulking, her face when she was smiling. Levitating were the beloved expressions of the same woman. Shaking that off in its entirety, Wilhelm shot down the blade. The sword slice bolted, straight from the head till the torso of the woman. Before the slash could strike, a person's shadow emerged in the corner of Wilhelm's eyes. At the utmost limit of focus, it was a fluctuation in his concentration originally impossible. However, that was all there was to it. Without any kind of influence, it was nothing beyond what he could simply ignore. As a swordsman, with his life on the line, must he cross swords at the border of life and death. No bystanders could ever create any room of doubt in that. Devoting his everything to the being in front of his eyes, he fulfilled his purpose with a sword slash befitting of the sword demon. That was supposed to be what he was going to do. That was supposed to be what he could do. Had the shadow reflected not been that of a person of red. Tungstang, no. Father, there was distance in between. The doubtful mutter was not at a distance where its echo could reach Wilhelm, yet he felt the voice as though being whispered right into his ear. Looking towards him was a man with blue eyes and red hair. Heinkel Estrella was observing the final moments of this battle, simply dazed at the denouement of the deadly swordsmanship of his father Wilhelm and his mother, Theresia, as they aimed for each other's life. At that moment, the glint of his sword became dull. Wilhelm. Cheka. He was supposed to have fired a decisive strike, pouring himself into the trends of the fight, a sword strike that was supposed to bring an end to this long dream. The glint dulled, giving birth to a scope for counterattack. Theresia bent her body immensely, and reversing her wrist, the rebounding longsword rejected the twin sword away. The sound of the two blades colliding echoed, and she disarrayed down the strike that had promised to wound her. With her heart, technique, physique, and distanced his purpose further away from fulfillment, as sparks scattered about. Wilhelm, K.H.K. Why did he take notice? Receiving the blow of the sword fluttering in the wind, sidestepping its weight, Wilhelm clashed head-on with his emerging doubts with all of his heart. Had he not noticed Heinkel's presence, or had he ignored his presence, had he kept focus on Theresia, he would not be in the unsightly shape he was in now. He had determined to dedicate his entire life and take Theresia away from the sword god. The result of that aggrandized decision, did it have to be this predicament? Once again, commenced the successive notes of light sword strikes. However, the blade that had formerly turned transparent after the exchange of blows had already lost its sword's dance. Foreign impurities had intermingled, using all kinds of strengths of all possible limits, further enhancing the purity of the blade, had all been lost by the edge of the sword, which was supposed to have been swung only twice, due to a single appearance on the other side. All what remained was a solitary strike by the aged sword demon at his beloved wife, in front of their son. Without becoming a sword, without living as a sword demon, he was far too immature, far too deficient, as a father, as a husband, as a swordsman, as a man. Eventually being rendered incapable of a single swing, he realized his immaturity. He was unable to stop foulness from intermingling with the essence of the swordsmanship pouring into the sword. Henceforth, This result may have been inevitable. Wilhelm. Ich. Now. What? Once the two blades were shot down, he then immediately jolted the longsword. Receiving the power of the sword strike with tactless earnesty, their strengths were being compared within the interval created by Theresia halting her legione the moment he overcame the resistance and stepped ahead, the slender body in front of his. Eyes rotated, creating a vacuum around. A leg appeared before him, halfway, and an interval was born. Immediately afterwards, premonition of demise shadowed him. He received the supremely mighty sword slash of indubitable coldness by gyrating his sword towards the rear with not even a millisecond of delay. Without being able to stop the shattering attack, his sword, that had accepted it, encroached deeply into his own shoulder. Stepping as if on a foot bellow, his body whilst bent forward spouted blood. His bones creaked, his muscles palpitated alighting in his brain. His right blade had accepted it. His left blade still remained. With blood cascading from the edge of his mouth, Wilhelm, using his right blade, as if carrying it on his shoulder, once again deflected Theresia's longsword upwards. Devoid of inaccuracy, Theresia's longsword was raised overhead. At the same time, the sword fell from Wilhelm's right hand. He did not mind. If his right hand was now free, he must dedicate all of his strength into the remaining left blade and strike. With his left blade he hammered a blow into Theresia behind him, carving a clockwise trajectory. A grim sword strike pierced upright into Theresia. Sparks scattered. A sound echoed. A high-pitched report. The weight of the blade in his hand was halved, and Wilhelm, wielding his own heirs, having innumerably recognized his own weakness, once again took notice. The moment he struck Theresia with the attack, Wilhelm chose to act subconsciously. The blade gripped in his left hand, whether he should strike it by gyrating it towards the left or towards the right. A slight, meager difference. But at the same time, it marked a lethal difference for those two, who had attained the extremity of swordsmanship. If he chose velocity, left, or if he opted for strength, then right. After getting caught up in that choice, if he managed to realize he had erred in that action, things could still be helped. Wilhelm, whilst determining whether or not to look at Theresia straight ahead in that single instant, lost his way. Accepting the sword demon's attack was a single swing released by Theresia's grip. Catching hold of it while it was mid-air, Theresia cut into the trajectory of the attack.